Chapter 5144. At the last moment before the end of the year, the sound of ripping cloth suddenly came from the right side of the void. A void crack appeared, and Yi Xian walked out with a smile on his face. "Fellow Taoists, I haven't seen you for a year. How have you been?" Stepping on the void, Yi Xian's expression was calm. He smiled and cupped his fists towards the surroundings, which could be considered as a greeting. "Fellow Taoist, Yi is truly trustworthy." Hong Tao was originally a little nervous, worried that Yi Xian would not come. Now that he saw his figure appear, his face immediately revealed a happy expression. As he greeted Yi Xian, he had already walked over to Yi Xian. "Fellow Taoist Hong is too polite. Since I have made a promise, I will naturally fulfill it." Yi Xian pretended that he did not know anything about what had happened in the past year and replied with a smile, "A month ago, I had just come out of seclusion and rushed over from the right bank. I took a detour through the dark void in the right section of the Milky Way. I was delayed for some time, but I finally arrived in time." These words were enough to show that he did not know anything about what had happened in the past year. After all, he had just come out of seclusion, and there was obviously no doubt in his words. Everyone had witnessed how Yi Xian had resisted the primordial pill tribulation. Although the primordial pill tribulation did not have the power of the primordial lightning tribulation, it was definitely not something the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation could compare to. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and forcefully resisted the primordial pill tribulation. Then he dragged his injured body and refined 5 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in front of everyone. After rushing back to the magic hall's forbidden area on the right bank, he went into seclusion to heal his injuries. Of course, they definitely didn't expect Yi Xian's physical body to be so strong. That day, he was severely injured, and after swallowing some chaos medicine, he immediately recovered. At this moment, with the arrival of Yi Xian, a large number of heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the void around them also smiled and greeted Yi Xian. They exchanged pleasantries and tried to build a relationship with each other. Hong Tao was obviously a little guilty. Although he did not sneak attack the blood plume goshawk, this matter had become a consensus in the right section. He was afraid that someone would mention it to Yi Xian, which would be embarrassing. Yes, therefore, after exchanging pleasantries, Hong Tao quickly brought up the important matter. Yi Xian was already waiting here, so naturally, he immediately nodded in agreement. He casually pointed at a heavenly law ferocious beast nearby, indicating that he would start the refinement. A look of ecstasy appeared on the face of this heavenly law beast. Without the slightest hesitation, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out a ray of light at Yi Xian. This was obviously all the materials needed to refine a furnace of heavenly 9 great Tao liquid. It included all kinds of supplementary materials and 9 different types of heavenly Tao origin liquids. As the light shot over, Yi Xian waved his hand and approached. After a brief inspection, he was secretly delighted. These 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids are perfect to replace the 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids in Yi Xian's possession. That is to say, after this cauldron of heavenly Tao origin liquids is refined, the amount of heavenly Tao origin liquids in Yi Xian's possession will be enough to refine 2 grade 31 Grand Mist pellets. There will be a total of 162 sets of Grand Mist pellets. Whoosh! After secretly replacing the 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids, Yi Xian's heart suddenly relaxed. Without further delay, he waved his hand and summoned the Shinnong treasured cauldron. It was like a star lying across the void in front of him. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mouth of the cauldron, where the 9-colored mist was enshrouded. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The refinement of the 9 heavenly great Tao treasure liquid was carried out inside the central region volcano within the cauldron. This was because the refinement of the treasure liquid required the use of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. After the Red Lotus Karmic Fire was refined, it had long since been stored by Yi Xian in a 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. Boom! Rumble! With Yixian's thought, there was an earth-shattering roar in the nine-colored flame pool at the bottom of the Central Region volcano. The boundless red lotus hellfire directly soared into the sky and floated in mid-air at the center of the Central Region volcano. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a cauldron formed purely by the red lotus hellfire. Countless red lotuses were blooming inside and outside the cauldron, invisibly emitting a terrifying pressure that made one's heart palpitate. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A weak sound of breaking air quickly sounded. All the refining materials shot out and fell into the flame energy cauldron. The refining of this cauldron of liquid began. Heaven the Nine Great Tao liquid was indeed extraordinary, but Yixian's talent in the Tao of medicine was not to be underestimated. His experience was so rich that it was enough to make people admire him. With his current terrifying divine sense, it was equally easy for him. This time, just after 2 days, the flame energy cauldron suspended in mid-air at the Central Region volcano suddenly exploded. The cauldron once again turned into a sea of red hellfire, gathered together, and fell directly into the nine-colored flame pool at the bottom of the Central Region volcano. What was left in the void was a canopy of liquid, divided into 81 small canopies. Each small canopy of the 9 Great Tao liquid was only the size of a nascent soul's fist, but the energy aura it emitted was extremely shocking. It was clear that they all contained a trace of weak, primordial energy. No, although everything went smoothly and the liquid was refined in just 2 days, Yixian did not get up. He was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. His eyes were closed, and his expression was solemn. It seemed that he was still concentrating on the rhythm of refining the liquid. Again, after sitting for 3 days, he estimated that it was about time. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth outlined a relieved smile. He suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! With his thought, this cauldron of 9 treasures liquid, which had been refined long ago, instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed out from the belly of the Central Region volcano. It directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that Yixian was sitting cross-legged and rushed into the sky. Whoosh! 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 After the liquid rushed out of the mouth of the cauldron, Yixian immediately waved his hand and stored it in small bottles. Fellow Taoist, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. This cauldron of 9 treasures liquid has been successfully refined. With a wave of his hand, the 81 bottles of 9 treasures liquid that were suspended in front of Yixian were divided into 3 portions and laid across the void in front of him. At this time, Yixian also turned to look at the heavenly law ferocious beast. However, the rules are still the same. This cauldron of 81 bottles of 9 treasures liquid, I will take 40 bottles as a reward for refining. Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, one of the 3 portions of 9 treasures liquid that were suspended in front of Yixian instantly shot out and arrived in front of the heavenly law ferocious beast. It was the 41 bottles of 9 treasures liquid. Roar! Thank you, fellow Taoist. The heavenly law ferocious beast raised its head and let out a light sigh. It was extremely happy and thanked him repeatedly. As for the 40 bottles of 9 treasures liquid, I have already promised fellow Taoist Hong Tao that I will give 50% to Chaos Starfield. At this point, Yixian waved his hand again. Immediately, one of the remaining 2 portions of 9 treasures liquid in front of him shot toward Hong Tao. There were exactly 20 bottles. Seeing this scene, the tens of thousands of experts gathered in the void were stunned. Then they gasped one after another and exclaimed in surprise like a tidal wave. As for the 40 bottles of 9 treasures liquid, I have already promised fellow Taoist Hong Tao that I will give 50% to Chaos Starfield. After that, Yixian waved his hand again. Immediately, one of the remaining 2 portions of 9 treasures liquid in front of him shot toward Hong Tao. There were exactly 20 bottles. This scene stunned the tens of thousands of experts who were gathered in the void. Then they all gasped and exclaimed in shock. It's too late. Hiss! It's actually 50%. A year ago, fellow Taoist, you refined a total of 5 batches of 9 treasures liquid. 3 of them were originally promised to Chaos Starfield, and the treasured liquid that came out of the furnace would belong to them. But after the completion of the next 2 batches, fellow Taoist, Yi received the reward and gave a storage magic treasure to Hong Tao. Obviously, from then on, Chaos Starfield started to collect 50% of the reward from fellow Taoist Yi. No wonder he was so interested in this matter and encouraged us to hand over the refining materials to him in advance so that he could keep them for safekeeping. The refinement method for the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir belongs to the Chaos K Starfield. Fellow Taoist Yi, it's all thanks to the Chaos K Starfield that you were able to obtain the Chaos K Starfield's manuscript, so it's only right that you pay a certain price. That's right. After all the treasured liquid was refined by fellow Taoist Yi. Chaos Starfield did nothing and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. It's really a bit too much. This is really a profit without any cost. Fellow Taoist, he was unknowingly treated as a free refining machine by him. It's really a bit speechless. As these exclamations and discussions sounded out, Hong Tao and the other heavenly Tao old monsters from Chaos Starfield immediately frowned. Their expressions were extremely gloomy, and they were obviously extremely displeased. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to them at all. He pretended not to hear them, and put away the remaining 20 bottles of 9 treasures liquid with a wave of his hand. He pretended to look at an old monster on the right, as if he was going to continue refining the second batch. But in fact, his gaze swept imperceptibly to the left as he muttered in his heart. It seems that the other heavenly Tao beasts in the blood plume forbidden area are about to come roar right at this moment. At the end of the void on the left bank, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded, revealing a monstrous anger that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed and couldn't be suppressed. The experts gathered outside the Chaos Starfield all subconsciously turned to look. Hong Tao's body trembled. At the same time, he frowned, and a bad premonition surfaced in his heart. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't show it on his face at all. His expression was calm as he followed the sound. In the line, at the end of the void where the shocking roar came from, 5 figures were rumbling over. All of them were ferocious beasts in space. Their bodies were incomparably huge, and they were all more than 15 million kilometers long. As for their cultivation strength, these 5 ferocious beasts were all heavenly Tao old monsters. 3 of them were in the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm from the 4th to the 6th stage, while the other 2 were in the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm and the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. The strongest class 8 ferocious beast was actually a goshawk. It was somewhat similar to the blood plume goshawk in the blood plume forbidden land. Clearly, they belonged to the same clan. These 5 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts had come to the blood plume forbidden land, and the reason why they had come here was to make things difficult for Hong Tao. In their opinion, the blood plume goshawk that had just walked out of the forbidden land's void and was ambushed and killed was very likely to have died at Hong Tao's hands. Even if it wasn't him, they would definitely come. This was a difficult situation for the victim. Hong Tao had just been exposed by the blood plume goshawk more than half a year ago, and this was a huge grudge. Now that the blood plume goshawk had been ambushed and killed, he was naturally the most suspicious. To these 5 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts from the blood plume forbidden land, it didn't matter if he was the one who did it. What was important was that they could take advantage of this opportunity to extort Hong Tao and get some 9 treasures liquid. Roar! Hong Tao, you've gone too far. More than half a year ago, my blood plume forbidden land's Exalt Lord Goshawk exposed your true identity out of anger, and he returned to the blood plume forbidden land since then. Because the right part of the void was in turmoil at that time, he hasn't left the blood plume forbidden land since then. More than half a month ago, Exalt Lord Goshawk left the blood plume forbidden land, and he originally intended to come to the Chaos Starfield to ask the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, to refine the 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Tao. But I never expected that you would actually be thinking about the 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his possession. Moreover, You even held a grudge because Exalt Lord Goshawk exposed your shameful true identity more than half a year ago, and you ambush in the void a few 100 billion kilometers away from the blood plume Forbidden Land. Poor Exalt Lord Goshawk was caught off guard and was killed by you, and the 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid that he had been keeping were all seized away. Today we, the victims, have come here. The Chaos Starfield must give us an explanation for this matter. Furthermore, the 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid in Exalt Lord Goshawk's hands did not belong to him alone. We gathered them together and gave them to him to bring here to ask the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, to refine the 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Tao. Now that the heavenly Tao origin liquid has been taken away by you, the Chaos Starfield will not only have to give us an explanation, but also compensate us with 2 batches of 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Tao origin liquid. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. Roar! Roar! At the end of their speech, the 5 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts raised their heads and roared furiously, revealing endless grief and indignation. The entire void was in an uproar, and the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surroundings did not know what had happened. Now that they were shocked by the inside story, their bodies trembled violently as they sucked in cold breaths. Cries of alarm that could cover the sky, and earth rang out again like a tide. Hiss! Such a thing actually happened. The Blood Plume Goshawk had just walked out of the Blood Plume Forbidden Land, and he was immediately ambushed and killed. This was clearly premeditated, and someone had been secretly watching him since a long time ago. Hong Tao is indeed the most suspicious in this matter. More than half a year ago, he had once attacked the Blood Plume Goshawk, but unfortunately, he did not succeed and allowed it to escape. Then, after recovering from his injuries, he rushed to the Chaos Starfield and exposed Hong Tao's hypocritical face in public. From this, it can be seen that Hong Tao had always coveted the 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid in the Blood Plume Goshawk's hands. How could he be willing to give up when he failed to obtain it? Not to mention that later on, because of the Blood Plume Goshawk, his true face was exposed in public. Not only did he lose all his face, he even lost the nearly 100 batches of 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Tao that he had obtained in advance. This matter is simply monstrous. Hong Tao will definitely not let this matter rest. It's natural for him to secretly target the Blood Plume Goshawk. This old fellow is truly incomparably sinister. The second time he made a move after more than half a year, he still ambushed and killed the Blood Plume Goshawk and took away the 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid. Along with these exclamations, the experts in the surrounding void, especially the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts from the various ferocious beast forbidden grounds, almost all glared at Hong Tao with murderous gleams in their eyes. They glared at Hong Tao, who was in the void outside the Chaos Starfield. 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid, coupled with the 2 accumulated grudges. Hong Tao will definitely not let this matter rest. It's natural for him to secretly target the Blood Plume Goshawk. He's truly incomparably sinister. The second time he made a move after more than half a year, he still ambushed and killed the Blood Plume Goshawk. The experts in the area, especially the heavenly Tao beasts from the Wild Beast Forbidden Lands, glared at Hong Tao, who was hovering in the void outside of the Chaos K Starfield. Their eyes gleamed with vicious light as they glared at Hong Tao. Pooh! All of you are slandering me. This is King extortion. Tao Chi's body trembled, and he almost spat out blood on the spot. He stomped his feet and roared thunderously in the void. Great! Half a year ago, he had already been slandered by the Blood Plume Goshawk once, causing serious consequences that were irreversible. It could even be said that he had paid an extremely heavy price. No, however, the nearly 100 furnaces of refining materials of the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid that he had spent a lot of effort to obtain were all taken back by the various heavenly Tao old monsters who had continuously arrived. Even more so, as for his reputation, it was a great loss because of this. What made him even angrier was that the Blood Plume Goshawk had actually taken out the recorded image as evidence. This was King irrefutable evidence. Apart from himself, who knew that he was framed, even the other survivors of the Heavenly Tao and the Chaos Starfield had doubts in their hearts. Over the past half a year, Hong Tao could clearly see the suspicion in the eyes of the more than 20 Heavenly Tao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield. However, he really could not explain this matter. The more than 20 Heavenly Tao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield did not really say anything. How could he take the initiative to mention this matter? However, therefore, because of that matter, he had lost a lot of face. Even his prestige in the hearts of countless survivors in the Chaos Starfield had been severely affected. All of this, he could only swallow his teeth and blood into his stomach. Although he hated the guy who impersonated him and framed him, he had no way of knowing who this person was. Therefore, no matter how sullen he was, he could only let it go. However, what he never expected was that after only half a year, a similar thing would happen again. The fall of the blood-plume goshawk naturally made him feel relieved, but the 5 Heavenly Tao beasts in the blood-plume Forbidden Land actually put the blame on him, which really made Hong Tao furious. But, moreover, from what these fellows said, it was obvious that they did not see the person who attacked the blood-feathered goshawk with their own eyes. They came here angrily based on their own guesses, saying that the victim had come knocking on their door. They even asked for 2 batches of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid as compensation. This was clearly extortion. However, with the previous incident as a foreshadowing, almost all of the old monsters gathered in the surrounding space agreed with their words. In the blink of an eye, it was as if they had reached a consensus that this matter was definitely done by him. They all glared at him angrily. This kind of feeling could no longer be described as stifling anger. It was as if they wanted to kill him on the spot. This was too King excessive. They simply could not bully him like this. Screech. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Hong Tao suddenly felt his blood rush to his head, and his neck was so thick that it was frightening. After raising his head and letting out a ruthless roar, the voice of his divine sense immediately sounded out. Damn you guys, do you really think this old man, the Chaos Starfield, is a soft persimmon that is easy to bully? Asking for 2 batches of Heavenly 9 treasures liquid, what a big tone. This old man has yet to settle the matter of you, slandering me and slandering me. Today I will settle it all. Swish! Before the voice of a divine sense had even finished, Hong Tao had already made his move. With a flick of his wrist, a ray of light shot out and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an incomparably huge net that enveloped the space of 10 billion miles. It directly trapped the 5 Heavenly Tao beasts from the blood plume forbidden area within it. The net was one of Hong Tao's famous magic treasures. It was called the Embracing Star Bag. Back then, Yi Xian had used the forging system attached to the devouring system in his body to forge one. The aura was exactly the same, but the power was much weaker. At that time, Yi Xian had used Hong Tao's identity to summon the replica net in his hand and secretly attack the blood plume goshawk. At that time, the blood plume goshawk had also recorded the scene. When Hong Tao's true identity was revealed half a year ago, it had been displayed in public in the void. Therefore, seeing Hong Tao attack in anger and using the simple star bag that he had used to ambush the blood plume goshawk, it was simply incomparably arrogant. The Heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surrounding void were immediately enraged. In the primordial void, the star beasts and the primordial survivors were at odds with each other. They had always been enemies. This time, the reason why the old monsters on the left bank and the right bank, including the space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era, were able to gather outside the Chaos Starfield for the time being was because of the 9 Heavens Great Tao elixir of the Great Tao. And now, seeing that Hong Tao was about to attack the 5 Heavenly Tao beasts from the blood plume forbidden area, all the Heavenly Tao beasts in the surrounding void were immediately enraged. For a moment, wild roars and howls rang out again. Even more so, even the old monsters from the remnant star fields on the left bank and right bank looked at each other. After exchanging glances, they all frowned and sent out their divine sense voices to persuade Hong Tao. In their tone, There was clearly dissatisfaction. Obviously, even they felt that Hong Tao had gone too far. Roar. The Chaos Starfield is really majestic. The left bank remnant Starfield is only ranked 10th. Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? Today, you can try to attack the 5 fellow Taoists from the Blood Plume Forbidden Area. If they are injured in the slightest, us fierce beasts will definitely slaughter your Chaos Starfield, not leaving a single blade of grass. Screech, sigh. Fellow Taoist Hong, don't be impulsive. After all, you are in the wrong in this matter. You have targeted fellow Taoist Blood Plume Forbidden Area twice. Isn't that a bit too much? Don't make mistakes again and again. Otherwise, it will lead to a full-scale war between the fierce beast Forbidden Area and the remnant Starfield. I'm afraid your Chaos Starfield won't be able to bear the consequences of this. Isn't it just 2 furnaces of 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid? Just compensate them. Fellow Taoist, you will get 20 bottles for free. This is a profit without any cost. 2 furnaces will be enough soon. Uffed. Hearing these words, especially the eccentric comforting words of the heavenly Tao of the remnant people, Hong Tao really spurted out blood this time. He was so angry that his body trembled slightly, and he roared with his eyes wide open, Bullsh *T, this old man has been wronged. Compensation is absolutely impossible. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Hong to actually. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed, his face full of disappointment. Even this king is not ashamed to do such a thing. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Hong to actually. Just as Hong Tao finished speaking, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. His face was filled with disappointment. To be able to do such a thing, even I am not ashamed of it. Different paths. We can't work together. Such words, coupled with his shaking his head and sighing with a disappointed expression, clearly showed that he was not ashamed of Hong Tao's character and did not want to cooperate with him anymore. Whoosh! When everyone came back to their senses, Yi Xian had already walked out of the mouth of the treasured cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. With a wave of his hand, the farmer god's treasured cauldron instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into his body, disappearing without a trace. First previously, he was already preparing to refine the second batch of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, but now he put away the farmer god's treasure cauldron. With such an action and the words he said, even a fool would be able to guess what Yi Xian meant. He was going to leave, no longer refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surrounding void suddenly trembled, and their expressions suddenly changed. Even Hong Tao, who had just used the simple embracing star bag to trap the 5 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts from the Blood Plume Forbidden Area and was about to attack them in anger, was suddenly stunned. Then, his expression changed drastically, and his heart sank. He immediately waved his hand again and directly put away the simple embracing star bag that he had just used. At the same time, he turned to look at Yi Xian at the first moment. With a panicked expression on his face, he hurriedly said, "Fellow Yi, don't go. This is a misunderstanding. This old man will definitely explain it to you clearly later. For now, let's continue refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, okay? We can't let these 5 guys spoil our plans." Refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir? Could it be that fellow Taoist Hong didn't hear what I said earlier? Yi Xian was about to tear open the void and leave. At this moment, when he heard Hong Tao's words, he immediately stopped, turned to look at him, and responded with a cold snort. The arc outlined by the corner of his mouth clearly revealed endless disdain and ridicule. People of different paths don't work together. Fellow Hong's actions have disappointed me too much. I can't obey you. Yes, at that time, I didn't think too much and agreed to fellow Hong's request. As long as I get the other half of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir refining manuscript in your hand, in the future, when I open the furnace and refine the elixir for others, your Chaos Starfield will share half of the refining reward. This is the promise I made back then, and I've always fulfilled it. Regardless of whether it was the 2 furnaces I refined for the various fellow Taoists a year ago, or the one I refined just now, I've already taken out half of the reward and given it to fellow Taoist Hong. But I never thought that fellow Hong would be such a person, secretly doing such a dirty and insidious thing. After the fact, there was conclusive evidence, but you still quibbled in public and even wanted to kill me in public. Although I have a fierce reputation, I've always been straightforward in doing things, and I value integrity the most. Fellow Taoist actions are really shameful to me. So, I don't care if I don't refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. Even if I give up the reward for refining the elixir, I will not be willing to let a treacherous person like you take advantage of it and let you reap half of the reward for nothing. I have made up my mind on this matter, and there is absolutely no possibility of changing it. Fellow Hong, you do your best. With that last sentence, Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Hong Tao from billions of miles away. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he turned to look at the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surrounding space, shook his head and sighed, then cupped his fists again and said regretfully, "Fellow Taoists, it's not that I don't want to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for you. After all, although I have to give 20 bottles to the Chaos Starfield for every furnace I refine, I can also get 20 bottles as a reward. It can be said that this matter is beneficial to me, but I just happen to have such a straightforward temper. There is absolutely no possibility of cooperating with people who are shameless. Even if I have to sacrifice my own interests for this, I will not hesitate. So, fellow Taoists, I can only say that this is a pity. It is impossible for me to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir again. After all, I once made a Tao oath, and now I don't want to take advantage of a villain. So I can only bear the pain. Everyone, I'm sorry." Hiss. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, a void crack appeared a million miles in front of him. It was obvious that he was going to step into it and leave with a flick of his sleeve. When such a scene entered their eyes, the experts in the Tao of heaven who were gathered in the surrounding void immediately trembled again. Their expressions changed drastically as they sucked in cold breaths. Cries of shock and astonishment rang out like a tide once again. This is bad. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is actually leaving. No wonder every time he refined a furnace of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he would give half of the reward to Hong Tao. It turns out that when he obtained half of the manuscript of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir from Hong Tao, he had already made a promise. Moreover, fellow Taoist, Yi has made a Tao heart oath, so he naturally cannot go against it. Otherwise, if his Tao heart is affected in the future, the gains will not make up for the losses. In other words, if he were to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for others, even if he was unwilling, he would have to take half of the elixir as the reward for refining it. Moreover, he would have to give half of the elixir to the Chaos Starfield. Hong Tao is truly a good schemer. The half of the manuscript in his hand was clearly a rare commodity, forcing fellow Taoist Yi to make such a concession and swear a Tao oath against his heart, thus being controlled. From the looks of it, fellow Taoist Yi has been dissatisfied with him for a long time. Now that he is shocked by what Hong Tao has done, he finally can't tolerate it anymore. That's why he made such a decision in anger. Even if he has to give up the elixir that he originally could have gotten as a reward, he will never refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for others again, benefiting Hong Tao for nothing. How hateful is this? Old Ghost Hong calculated everything, but in the end, he still calculated himself. It's a pity that we were also implicated by him. I'm afraid that the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that was originally going to be in our hands is going to be wasted. That damned old thing, he's simply too evil. He's courting death, so why should we be implicated as well? And this magic hall master, Yi Xian, we definitely can't let him leave like this. Otherwise, our hopes of breaking through the heavenly Tao and stepping into the primordial chaos Tao realm will all be ruined. That's right. No matter what, we have to keep the master of the magic hall here. This matter has to be settled today, and the specifics will be discussed between them and Old Man Hong. However, we have to start refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. Roar. Ruthless. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. as these cries of alarm rang out, Hong Tao's expression completely changed. He gritted his teeth and suddenly waved his hand again. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the plain embracing star bag that he had just put away reappeared in an instant. It expanded explosively in the wind, and in less than half a breath of time, it had already enveloped a radius of 10 billion kilometers, directly enveloping the figure of Yi Xian who was about to leave. Chapter 5145. As Yi Xian finished speaking, indicating that he was about to leave, the surrounding heavenly Dao's old monsters were instantly horrified as they cried out in alarm. Hong Tao's expression completely changed. He gritted his teeth and suddenly waved his hand again. Whoosh! The next moment, a sharp sound tore through the air. The Simplicity astral bag that he had just put away instantly reappeared. As it expanded, it enveloped a radius of 5 billion kilometers in less than half a breath. It directly enveloped Yi Xian's figure as he was about to leave. Old man, you actually dare to force me to stay? Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian's figure froze as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at Hong Tao, who had acted out of reflex. The expression on his face gradually turned sinister. Do you really think I have a good temper? Walala. The next moment, the sound of splashing water could be heard in the void. Yi Xian's figure instantly collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out. It enveloped a corner of the universe's void and emitted an endless bloody aura. Following that, 3 deep roars and violent howls could be heard from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood. In the boundless sea of blood, 3 massive figures could be seen. They instantly rose from the ground and were none other than Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea avatars. The cultivation auras that emanated from them were all at the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. There were 3 powerful peak heavenly Tao existences. That was even on the left bank of the Milky Way. If such existences appeared anywhere at the same time, it was enough to stir up a storm of blood. While, in fact, Yi Xian did not stop. As his figure appeared, the 3 Blood Sea avatars raised their heads and let out a furious howl. The final form of the 9 transformations' Devil-Ape Bloodline Divine Ability, the Devil-Ape True Body, was also activated by him. Instantly, boundless energy surged within the 3 devil bodies. It was like a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with endless ferocity as they rapidly gathered together. Their backs merged. In the blink of an eye, they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Whoosh! Show! After the transformation was completed, Bao Yuan flipped his hands and a ray of light shot out. Accompanied by a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Shinon medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black stick appeared. It was held upside down by his right hand, and it invisibly emitted a monstrous aura, walala. With a thought from the black fog avatar, a ray of light shot out from between its eyebrows. It expanded in the wind and turned into a vast sea of 9-colored flames. It condensed to the extreme and turned into a huge 9-colored ribbon. After a few wriggles, it had already wrapped around the black fog avatar's body like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Whoosh! As for the skeleton avatar, it still did not use the fallen sky bow this time. Instead, with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade appeared in its palm. The blade was covered with countless obscure blood runes, and its shape was extremely ferocious. It was the withered demon bloodblade. Fellow Taoist Yi, don't misunderstand. This old man didn't mean that. Seeing that Yi Xian had condensed the strongest form of the devil ape's true body with 3 heads and 6 arms, it was obvious that he was about to unleash his divine might and fight. Hong Tao's body trembled, and his expression instantly changed. He hurriedly explained, everything was just a subconscious reaction. This old man was too anxious just now show. At the same time, he put away the plain embracing star bag that covered billions of miles of void before he thought, and turned into a ray of light that entered his body. Just as he was about to explain again and ease the atmosphere, a strange change suddenly occurred in the void. Roar, roar. Fellow Taoist Yi, we don't care about the entanglement between you and Hong Tao, including the oath you made. It has nothing to do with us, but the refining of the heavenly nine treasures liquid is something you have promised us a year ago. The heavenly nine treasures liquid is of great importance. Today, no matter what, you must refine the heavenly nine treasures liquid that we need. That's right, this matter absolutely cannot be delayed. You can't leave before the heavenly nine treasures liquid is refined. Otherwise, where will we find you in the future? Fellow Taoist Yi, I heard that you are a man of your word. Since you have already made a promise about the refining of the heavenly nine treasures liquid, you must fulfill it today. Otherwise, if you hurt the harmony between us, then it would be meaningless. Although you, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is famous, there are more than 1,000 heavenly Tao old monsters gathered here today. It is absolutely impossible for you to forcibly break through by yourself. I advise you to give up this idea. Don't make a mistake. Roar, screech, as these voices rang out. More than a dozen figures shot over from all directions. Among them were both ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial era. They were all heavenly Tao old monsters. These dozen or so fellows had cruel and violent tempers, and they were very impatient. Now that they saw that Yi Xian was about to leave, the heavenly nine treasures liquid that they were about to obtain would be lost. Because of this, they immediately rushed out and surrounded Yi Xian, who had just condensed his 3 heads and 6 arms demon ape true form. In the middle, it seemed that you really think that I have a good temper. Look, when they saw this scene, the eyes of the 3 demon gods all flashed with a cold light. Yi Xian's voice also rang out, revealing an endless chill. Kacha, swish, bang. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when a blood-red bolt of lightning exploded out from the head of a ferocious beast at the heavenly Tao on his right. It was extremely thick, and it was caught off guard as it struck down. The exploding bolt of lightning enveloped his entire body, causing him to be instantly dazed at this moment. Yi Xian, who was in his 3 heads and 6 arms demon ape true form, also used teleportation. Pang Da's figure, which was tens of millions of kilometers away, appeared beside this heavenly Tao ferocious beast. A cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes as it raised its right hand and suddenly swung the big-headed black cudgel. Huge! The sound shook the heavens. At this time, Yi Xian's killing intent had already been aroused. The big-headed black cudgel smashed down without hesitation, landing squarely on the head of this heavenly Tao ferocious beast. Although this fellow's cultivation was not weak, there was still a certain gap between him and Yi Xian. Facing his full strength attack, coupled with the fact that his mind was in a daze, he simply could not react in time. Ching! In an instant, this heavenly Tao ferocious beast's entire body exploded the moment the big-headed black cudgel landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. The sound of wind whistling immediately resounded. Yi Xian waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. As a result, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands had increased by 1 more. Previously, he had already reached 159, but now he had 160. He was only 2 away from the 162 required to refine 2 level 31 primordial pellets. And his harvest this time was obviously not only this. As the heavenly Tao ferocious beast's body exploded, there were still a few faint rays of light in the majestic blood mist that was swept over. These rays of light were the 5 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid. They were all swept up by Yi Xian and absorbed into his body. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the span of a few breaths. In just a few breaths, a heavenly Tao ferocious beast had already fallen, causing the surrounding heavenly Tao old monsters to tremble violently. Their expressions changed as they sucked in a cold breath and cried out in shock. As this heavenly Tao, ferocious beast fell, its body exploded into a majestic blood mist and 5 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid. They were all swept up by Yi Xian and absorbed into his body. 4 of the surrounding heavenly Tao old monsters immediately trembled violently. Their expressions changed as they all sucked in a cold breath. Cries of shock instantly rose like a tide. Damn it, the conflict has exploded. 3 heads and 6 arms. This is the true form of the devil ape, the strongest battle form of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Even the true form of the devil ape has been condensed. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is clearly angry. I'm afraid that today's matter will be difficult to resolve. These fellows are too impulsive. They fell out with fellow Taoist Yi so easily. What should we do now? In the entire left bank, only fellow Taoist Yi can refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Now that he's furious, I'm afraid he won't do anything for us. What's done is done, and there's no turning back. Even we will be implicated by these impulsive fellows today. I'm really envious of that fellow who refined the 9 heavenly Tao elixir just now. The cauldron of 9 heavenly Tao elixir that he refined might be the only one left today. What should we do? The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has already made a move and killed a heavenly Tao ferocious beast. Should we continue, or should we let him go and think of a way to resolve today's dispute? So what if we resolve everything just now? The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has already steeled his heart. He won't refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir for others to prevent Hong Tao from benefiting. It seems that if we want to obtain the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, we can only think of another plan. Yi Xian, you actually dared to act viciously in front of everyone and kill a fellow ferocious beast. Are you trying to provoke all of us? He's too arrogant, too insufferably arrogant, too domineering. We must take him down today. Let's go together and suppress him. Roar! Ruthless, along with the cries of alarm in the surrounding void, the dozen or so heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that were charging towards Yi Xian were furious. They moved at the same time and used their methods to suppress Yi Xian here. As expected of a bunch of fellows who wear fur and horns, they really don't recognize anyone when they turn hostile. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 great devil bodies. Yi Xian's voice also sounded, revealing endless disdain. Since that's the case, today this highness will start a massacre. Ruthless. Before he finished speaking, cold lights burst out of the black fog's eyes. He raised his head and let out a ruthless howl, instantly activating the mental power in his body. He fully activated the Annihilation Spear, which was a secret technique of mental attacks. A large amount of mental power was extracted, and instead of turning into a mental vortex, it turned into an extremely small that was like the tip of a spear as it ruthlessly pierced out. Under such circumstances, a large amount of mental power was extracted, but the attack was on the smallest, which was enough to turn the tiny into a battle spear that was sharp and indestructible. An extremely deep buzzing sound was heard, and a mental power source core that hovered above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness in his mind also spun quickly along with the circulation of the mental power. It spun faster and faster, and in an instant, a small mental bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental power source power shot out of his sea of consciousness. It was like an infinitely dense and heavy silk, and it carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Ruthless, sensing that danger was approaching, one of the heavenly law ferocious beasts that was roaring and pouncing toward Yi Xian from the front came to an abrupt halt. There was also a fearful and ruthless howl coming from its mouth, but it could not change anything. The Annihilation Spear directly pierced through its body, causing a cloud of blood to explode. It died just like that, and the majestic blood cloud that was formed from its body's explosion was collected by the black fog's body with a wave of its hand. Everything happened so quickly that it was shocking, and the process could be described as smooth as flowing water. This scene was so awe-inspiring that the other 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts that were roaring and surrounding Yi Xian came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, they finally came to their senses and realized that they were not Yi Xian's match at all, although there were still thousands of heavenly law old monsters surrounding them. Facing this devil god at such a close distance was tantamount to jumping out of their own accord. It was truly unwise. As these thoughts flashed through the remaining 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts' minds, the fury in their eyes instantly dimmed. Without any hesitation, they immediately tried to withdraw and retreat. However, in the end, it was still too late. Whoosh! Bam! Almost at the same time that the 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts came to an abrupt halt, Yi Xian also activated teleportation. The figure of the violent ape disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye, it traversed tens of billions of kilometers, arriving beside one of the heavenly law ferocious beasts. By the time the heavenly law ferocious beast regained its senses, a loud sound had already resounded. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. It raised its right arm and smashed down with the big-headed black rod without hesitation, landing squarely on the top of its head. Elder although this fellow was at the peak of the middle stage of the 6th order and was only a step away from the 7th order, his cultivation was still far too lacking compared to Yi Xian. Facing the all-out attack of the enraged violent ape, he simply did not have the time to react. His entire huge body exploded the moment the big-headed black rod landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Huff! As if the Buddha had only done a trivial thing, the black fog clone immediately waved its hand, and the sound of a violent wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist formed from the explosion of the Buddha's body. Previously, Yi Xian already had 160 heavenly law blood essences in his hands, such as today he had killed 2 more heavenly law ferocious beasts in a short period of time. As a result, the number of heavenly law blood essences in his hands had increased once again, reaching a total of 162. It was exactly the number needed to refine 2 level 31 Grand Mist pellets. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart was instantly filled with joy. Just now, if he had wanted to leave, he would have already disappeared from this place. He would have just activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body, and he would have been able to silently escape in an instant. However, Yi Xian did not do so. He had deliberately stayed behind in order to take advantage of this opportunity to kill 3 more heavenly law ferocious beasts. And now, his goal had been achieved. The number of heavenly law blood essences in his hands had already reached 162. The heavenly law origin liquid had even exceeded this number. All the ingredients needed to refine 2 Grand Mist pellets were already prepared. As such, there was naturally no need to continue to stay. After all, there were still thousands of heavenly law old monsters around him. Although his combat strength was strong, he was still alone. Taking advantage of the fact that the other 8 heavenly law ferocious beasts nearby retreated in fear, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, today's matter is over. I will take my leave." After saying that, he waved his hand and tore open another void crack in the void. He was about to step into it. Wait! Seeing this scene, Hong Tao's body trembled violently. His expression changed as he immediately roared, "You can leave, but the Red Lotus Hellfire must stay. This is my Chaos Starfield's item. How can I allow you to take it away?" Wait! Seeing that Yi Xian was about to leave, Hong Tao's body trembled violently. His expression changed as he immediately roared, "You can leave, but the Red Lotus Hellfire must stay. This is my Chaos Starfield's item. How can I allow you to take it away?" Previously, he still had a trace of hope in his heart, hoping that Yi Xian would change his mind and take back what he had just said. But now, it was obvious that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had clearly made up his mind. There was no way he would help others refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir which would benefit the Chaos Starfield and let them get 20 bottles of it for free. Although Hong Tao was full of grievances, but now was not the time to care about this. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was about to leave. If he really left, it would really be over. At the very least, he had to leave the Red Lotus Hellfire in his hands. In the future, he might be able to subdue and refine it. At that time, he would be able to obtain one of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixirs. Screech, yes, fellow Taoist, you can leave, but you must leave the Red Lotus Hellfire behind. This originally belonged to the Chaos Starfield and was left behind by the ancestor of the Chaos Starfield. It is a top-grade flame that must be used to refine the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir. How can I let you fill your pockets? In addition to the Red Lotus Hellfire, you must also hand over the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir left behind by the ancestor of the Chaos Starfield. This item is useless to you, since fellow Taoist is not willing to refine the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir for others. This manuscript can be used for study by our fellow Taoists. This is a good suggestion. Take out the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir manuscript and make it public. All of us can study it. We are originally proficient in refining flesh and blood medicine, so it won't take long for us to fully comprehend it. As for the Red Lotus Hellfire, it will be safeguarded by the various fellow Taoists. No matter who it is, after thoroughly comprehending the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir manuscript, they could try to obtain the Red Lotus Hellfire. Once someone succeeds, refining the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir will not be a problem. Roar! This is a good idea. The heavenly beasts of the various forbidden lands also agree. It doesn't matter who refines the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, as long as they can help us refine the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir. This venerable also agrees. Seconded. Hong Tao's words reminded the various heavenly Great Tao old monsters gathered in the surroundings. Those heavenly Great Tao elixir survivors from various star fields immediately voiced their opinions and proposed a solution. Until, after thinking for a while, the heavenly Great Tao elixir beasts from various fierce beast forbidden lands all nodded in agreement. This could not be helped. The survivors were proficient in refining flesh and blood medicine, and the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir was created by the ancestor of the Chaos Starfield based on the secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine. Even with the manuscript, it was extremely difficult for the fierce beasts to study it. On the other hand, the survivors of the primordial era had a natural advantage in this aspect, so they would definitely be able to do twice the work with half the effort. What they wanted was the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, not the secret method of refining the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir. Therefore, the heavenly Great Tao elixir gathered in the surroundings quickly expressed their support for the survivor's suggestion. Such a result made Hong Tao dumbfounded. The Red Lotus Hellfire and the secret method of refining the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir originally belonged to the Chaos Starfield. Just now, he had asked Yi Xian for it. His original intention was to take back the Red Lotus Hellfire and bring it back to the Chaos Starfield. However, now it seemed that even if he obtained the Hellfire and the manuscript, it would have nothing to do with the Chaos Starfield. Not only were the old monsters coveting it, but even the heavenly Great Tao elixir beasts were also eyeing it covetously. It was impossible for them to sit back and watch him represent the Chaos Starfield to monopolize it. Oh my God! He was afraid that these things originally belonged to the Chaos Starfield, but now that the treasures were exposed, it was equivalent to attracting a pack of wolves. The Chaos Starfield alone was unable to forcibly keep them. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Hong Tao suddenly felt his chest tighten, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. While, at this time, Yi Xian, who was about to step into the spatial rift and leave, immediately stopped when he heard this. This was because the spatial rift that had just appeared in front of him had already closed in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that one of the old monsters gathered around him had secretly interfered and prevented him from leaving. Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. He turned around and looked at the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered around him. In the end, his gaze landed on Hong Tao, and he sneered. Red Lotus Hellfire? I can give it to you, but can you catch it? Do you dare to take it? Huff! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already made his move. A bewitching red light shot out and expanded with the wind, instantly turning into a boundless sea of flames. The entire sea of flames covered an area of tens of billions of kilometers, spanning across a large area of space. When the sea of flames suddenly rose, endless waves roared, and each wave was formed by countless bewitching red lotuses. Although each of these red lotuses was only about 10 feet wide and looked extremely bewitching and beautiful, the invisible power that they emitted was extremely eye-catching. In an instant, the expressions of countless old monsters changed as they cried out involuntarily, "It really is the Red Lotus Hellfire." Hiss! What a shocking aura! What a majestic sea of flames! Was this the Red Lotus Hellfire left behind by Patriarch Honke? It was said that there wasn't much of it back then, but it had lived in that parallel void for millions of years. I didn't expect it to have such a scene now. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is indeed capable. He can even refine such a vast Red Lotus Hellfire. This is definitely not something an ordinary heavenly Tao expert can do. After all, Hellfire is not to be underestimated. It's definitely not something an ordinary top-grade heavenly flame can compare to. That's right, this Red Lotus Hellfire is the most mysterious. Once it's tainted, it can ignite the evil karma accumulated in a living being's life. It will burn the body and soul as the evil karma, and it's like a maggot attached to the bone. It's impossible to get rid of or extinguish it. Yi Xian, what are you trying to do? It's obvious that you want to attack this old man. As these cries of alarm rang out, Hong Tao's expression changed. He raised his head and let out a vicious roar. At the same time, the voice of his divine sense came out of his mouth, revealing endless anger. His figure also hurriedly retreated. He was not the only one. Even the 20 or so survivors of the Great Path of Heaven, standing behind him, felt the same way. Because the Red Lotus Hellfire that Yi Xian summoned turned into a vast sea of flames that enveloped the void and covered an area of 10 billion kilometers. The furthest tip of the sea of flames was already at the edge of the Chaos Starfield. If these old fellows didn't retreat, they would definitely be engulfed by the sea of flames. Hong Tao was truly furious. He asked for the Red Lotus Hellfire from Yi Xian, meaning that he would hand it over after storing it in a storage magic treasure. Yi Xian had already refined the sea of flames, so under his actions, even the Red Lotus Hellfire could be stored in a storage magic treasure and wouldn't wreak havoc. While after he brought this storage magic treasure to that parallel void, he only needed to break it, and the sea of flames would instantly spread out. Or he could directly store it in a storage magic treasure and store it in his hand, which would also work. However, now, Yi Xian directly summoned this sea of flames with a wave of his hand. It spanned across the void, so he couldn't take it away at all. He didn't even dare to touch it lightly. This was definitely intentional. Slap in the face. Damn it, this guy is definitely doing this on purpose. This is infuriating. Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Red Lotus Hellfire that he had already refined. As it rose in the wind, it turned into a majestic sea of flames that enveloped the void for 10 billion kilometers. The front end was already close to the edge of the Chaos Starfield. Hong Tao and the others, who were originally standing there, cried out in alarm as they hurriedly retreated. However, although their speed was fast, in the end, there was still an old monster who suffered and was half a step slower. Although his figure was rapidly retreating, the roaring momentum of the sea of flames was not slow, and it arrived in front of him awoo. As the sea of flames approached, the edge of the front end touched the old monster's body. Half of his body was covered by a blooming red lotus. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. This old monster bit the tip of his tongue, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood at the critical moment of life and death. The price of burning his blood essence suddenly doubled. In an instant, the speed of his body suddenly skyrocketed, and he forcibly broke free from the beautiful red lotus that covered half of his body. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he shot backward. The scene was so dangerous that the beasts of the heavenly Tao and the old monsters of the heavenly Tao were all frightened. Hong Tao and the other heavenly Tao, old monsters of the Chaos Starfield, who were also retreating, were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their eyes were blazing with bloody light, and they wanted to devour someone. Roar! Before everyone came back to their senses, another shocking roar came from the same direction. This roar also came from the mouth of the old monster just now. Although he was a survivor, the roar coming out of his mouth at this moment was like the roar of a fierce beast. It could be seen how painful it was. From inside his body, a black flame was burning, enveloping his entire body. This was the flames of sin, formed from the sins he had accumulated throughout his life. They were ignited in the dark, burning outward from his body. Moreover, it wasn't just his body that was burning. Even his divine soul couldn't escape this calamity. His entire soul, had long since been filled with black flames. Through the roar of endless fear and pain only lasted for 2 breaths before it came to an abrupt end. The black flames of sin burning from the inside out of the body of this old monster of the heavenly law were still burning, but he had already died in advance. This was because the flames of sin ignited at the level of his soul had already burned his soul. This was a sign of the destruction of his soul. But immediately afterward, his body also turned into nothingness in this black flame. Not to mention hair, not even a speck of dust was left. While after his divine soul and body were burned, the black flames of sin that were burning out of his body were instantly extinguished. It came suddenly and disappeared strangely. When this scene entered one's eyes, it made one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and they couldn't help but shudder. In the blink of an eye, in less than 3 breaths of time, a heavenly law survivor at the middle stage had already fallen and turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. In an instant, the countless experts that were gathered in the surrounding space were dumbstruck, and their expressions changed. However, Yi Xian frowned instead. This was because as this remnant old monster's body was burned into nothingness, no storage magic treasure fell out of his body. It was likely that it was burned along with the blacks and flames. This really made him feel a little pity, because if there was no accident, there must be a few portions of heavenly law origin liquid in the storage magic weapon of this old guy. But now it was wasted, almost at the same time, in the right direction, there was also an incomparably mournful howl. Yi Xian turned around, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. He just casually summoned the Red Lotus Hellfire, but he didn't expect that 2 old guys would die because of it. In a void 10 billion miles away on the side, a huge beast of more than 30 million miles in size was also affected by the spreading Red Lotus flames. Half of its body was covered by the rolling Red Lotus flames, although he also paid a price. His huge body had already broken free from the edge of the Red Lotus flames, and he continued to retreat into the distance. But it was still too late. A black flame of sin burst out from his body, and it was even more majestic. It completely enveloped his huge body of 30 million miles, and it was obviously the same at the level of divine soul. At this moment, all the heavenly law beasts and the old monsters in the surrounding void gasped. Then they widened their eyes and looked at all this in a daze. They subconsciously held their breaths. It was too terrifying. It was too horrifying. His hair stood on end, although both of them were burned by the blacks and flames that burst out of their bodies. However, the previous remnant old monster was very small in size, so although the scene of his body being burned by the blacks and flames looked weird and chilling, the degree of shock was far from being comparable to the current heavenly law ferocious beast. A huge beast of more than 30 million miles in size was burned by the black flame that burst out from its body in an instant. The scene was so shocking that it was simply the slash still ended very quickly. Although the heavenly law ferocious beast was 15 million miles long, its physical body was also reduced to ashes in less than 3 breaths, completely turning into nothingness. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned again, shook his head, and sighed. Previously, When Yi saw that the remnant old monster didn't drop his storage magic treasure after being burned to ashes by the sin flames in his body, he was only guessing. But now, he could confirm that the Red Lotus karmic fire would indeed burn everything to ashes. This was because there were also no treasures or cultivation resources similar to the heavenly Tao origin liquid within this heavenly Tao beast body. It seemed that although the power of the Red Lotus hellfire was terrifying, it really couldn't be used often. Otherwise, everything would be burned into ashes once it was used, including the prey's storage magic treasure and all the cultivation resources in the body. It was really not worth it. After all, if it was killed by other means, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the heavenly law beast body could still be used to refine a heavenly law blood essence. But now, as the body was completely burned and turned into ashes, even this little benefit could no longer be guaranteed. For Yi Xian, this was indeed a heavy loss. Why? Didn't you say that you want me to keep the Red Lotus Hellfire? Now that the Red Lotus Hellfire is out, why don't you dare to collect it? Instead, you withdrew and ran away. Could it be that you were playing with me? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes instantly flashed with a dark light. He sneered and glanced at Hong Tao, who was retreating in the distant void. The voice of his divine sense sounded mocking and ridiculing. Roar, I don't believe that this hellfire can't be collected. As soon as his voice fell, a shocking beast roar came from the void to his left. A heavenly law beast with blue flames around its body rushed towards the edge of the sea of hellfire. Listen, the meaning of his words was clearly to try to collect the hellfire. Yi Xian couldn't help but be startled. He wanted to put away the hellfire, but now he stopped and turned around with a sneer. Chapter 5146. Yi Xian was startled by the roar of a beast coming from the void to his left. He was about to retract the hellfire, but he stopped and turned around with a sneer on his face in his line of sight. A heavenly law ferocious beast with blue flames burning around its body was shooting towards the edge of the sea of karmic flames. Judging from the meaning behind its words and its posture, it was clearly trying to obtain the karmic flames on the spot. It was a blue poisonous flame scorpion. It was 5 million miles long, and it was huge. It was blue and black in color, and there were blue flames surging in its body. Blue the scorpion's poisonous flame was a kind of bloodline talent. It was different from ordinary heavenly flames. It was extremely powerful and belonged to the category of flames with special attributes. Again, the blue poisonous flame scorpion's cultivation was not weak. It was at the peak of the heavenly law great circle, just like Yi Xian. Therefore, when it saw that Yi Xian had a way to refine the hellfire of the Red Lotus, it was immediately tempted. The blue poisonous flame scorpion's blue poisonous flame could evolve. Every time it devoured a top-grade heavenly flame, its power would multiply. The poisonous flame that surged out of its body was originally gray, but after countless years and devouring many heavenly flames, it had entered a black-blue color. Its power was far greater than before. Therefore, even if the refinement of the 9 Great Tao elixir of the heavenly 9 Great Tao was not mentioned, just from the perspective of the evolution of its poisonous flame, the hellfire of the Red Lotus was enough to tempt him. Of course, the hellfire of the Red Lotus was not to be underestimated. It was far from ordinary heavenly flames. Its power and terror were obvious for all to see. Even though the blue poisonous flame scorpion was very confident in its poisonous flame, it was still very cautious. It did not plan to retract the hellfire of the Red Lotus into its body directly. Instead, it decided to test the waters and come into contact with the hellfire of the Red Lotus to see the results. As these thoughts flashed through its mind, the blue poisonous flame scorpion immediately made its move. Its body that was shooting toward the hellfire of the Red Lotus suddenly stopped in the void in the distance. It was only a few 100 million miles away from the edge of the hellfire of the Red Lotus. He unleashed the power in his body to the maximum, and he opened his mouth to release a beam of blackish blue light. The beam of light expanded explosively in the wind, and it instantly transformed into a sea of blackish-blue poisonous flames. It covered an area of over 10 billion kilometers, and it covered the entire sea of karmic flames from top to bottom. It was obvious that it wanted to use the black-blue poisonous flames to envelop the hellfire of the Red Lotus. Then, to refine the hellfire of the Red Lotus into its body. Seeing this scene, Yixian immediately sneered. The heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding space all stretched out their necks to look into the distance. Their hearts were in their throats. Hiss! In the next instant, an incomparably shrill howl suddenly rang out. Just as the poisonous flame sea, which was also tens of billions of miles wide, and the hellfire sea below came into contact, the poisonous flame blue scorpion, who was standing in the void close to 1 billion miles away from the two seas of flames, immediately began to tumble. A black flame rose from its body and instantly enveloped its entire body. It was like a maggot attached to a bone. No matter how it tumbled, it was useless. It could not be expelled or extinguished. The old monsters in the void who were watching this scene from afar trembled violently. Their eyes were filled with shock, and they all sucked in cold breaths. It was obvious that the blue poisonous flame scorpion's plan had failed. Although its body did not come into contact with the hellfire sea and was only enveloped by the black-blue poisonous flames, it was still useless. The black-blue poisonous flames were connected to its bloodline. Even if it was only the poisonous flames that came into contact with the hellfire sea, it could still affect its body. The sins that it had accumulated in its life were ignited, turning into black flames of sin that burned its body and soul. No, there was some suspense. After 3 breaths of time, everything came to an end. This poisonous flame blue scorpion Pang Da's 50 million li-long body turned into ashes, completely turning into nothingness. However, there were still no treasures that fell out from its body. It was also burned into nothingness. What an idiot. The surrounding void fell into a dead silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. However, after a brief silence, a cold snort suddenly came from the void to the right. This black-blue poisonous flame is its bloodline ability. It is connected to its own bloodline. Trying to use this method to collect the Red Lotus Hellfire is simply courting death. Swish! At the same time that the voice sounded, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air. A figure shot over from the right. This was an old remnant, Hua Suhua. He was dressed in a red robe that was as red as blood. The whole person looked like a human-shaped flame. His cultivation was extraordinary. Like the blue poisonous flame scorpion just now, he was also a peak heaven's way at the great perfection of rank 9. At this time, as the figure shot over, the red-robed old monster turned his right hand, and a fiery red, gourd-shaped magic weapon appeared in his palm. He threw it directly, and it soared in the wind to the size of a star. The mouth of the gourd pointed downward, aiming at the hellfire sea that stretched for billions of miles below. This was clearly the rhythm of collecting the entire Red Lotus Hellfire with this fiery red gourd. If there was no accident, this remnant old monster should be good at controlling fire. This was not surprising, because the remnant powerhouses needed to refine flesh and blood medicine. Many of them had various kinds of exotic flames in their hands. Some existences dealt with exotic flames all year round, so it was natural for them to be proficient in this. However, with the means of ordinary remnant powerhouses, they were far from being able to deal with the Red Lotus Hellfire that was as vast as the ocean. However, this red-robed old monster must be extremely confident in his own means of controlling fire. Coupled with his way of Heaven's Way cultivation at the great perfection of rank 9, and this fire-controlling treasure gourd that could transform into the size of a star must be extraordinary at first glance. It was indeed worth a try to collect the Red Lotus Hellfire at this moment. At least, this treasure gourd was an external object. It was different from the black and blue poisonous flame of the blue poisonous flame scorpion that was connected to his bloodline. Even if he failed to collect it, because he had not touched the Red Lotus Hellfire himself, he should not have similar ominous events. Oh, at this moment, the red-robed old monster's eyes flashed, and his hands made a fire-controlling gesture. His speed was so fast that his 10 fingers were like butterflies flitting through flowers. It was so dazzling that no one could see clearly. As he did so, the fiery red gourd hanging above the red lotus hellfire suddenly trembled. The howling of the wind could be heard as a formless suction force came from the inside of the gourd. It was so strong that it made one's expression change. Whoosh, whoosh, the ocean of karmic retribution down below, which covered an area of 10 billion miles, was instantly thrown into a raging torrent. Numerous beautiful red lotuses, each about 10 feet tall, surged furiously along with the waves. This was clearly a sign that the entire ocean of karmic retribution was being shaken by this invisible suction force. Tight then, from the center of the sea of hellfire, a bright red river that was as wide as a star rose into the sky and rushed directly toward the huge gourd hanging above the sea of hellfire. It shot into the gourd through the mouth of the gourd. Whoosh, whoosh, as the red-robed old monster made his move. The sea of hellfire that was billions of kilometers wide instantly surged with shocking waves. The beautiful red lotuses that were about 10 feet long surged with the waves. The entire sea of hellfire was shaken by the invisible suction force from the fiery red gourd. At this moment, the heavenly Tao's old monsters gathered in the surrounding void were greatly energized. Their eyes shone with a burning light, and their hearts were in their throats again. Very soon, under everyone's gazes, in the center of the sea of hellfire, a bright red river that was as wide as a star suddenly rose into the sky and rushed toward the huge gourd hanging above the sea of hellfire. From the mouth of the gourd, it shot into the sea of hellfire. Everything did not end there. The bright red river that rose into the sky from the center of the sea of hellfire had always been there. A huge amount of red lotus hellfire was being collected and rushed into the huge gourd that was like a star hanging above. The speed was too fast. In just 3 breaths, the sea of hellfire that was billions of kilometers wide had shrunk by a quarter. It was clear that in another 10 breaths, the entire sea of hellfire would be collected. If that was really the case, the red-robed old monster, who had taken out the fiery red gourd, would definitely have a way to completely refine the red lotus hellfire and take it for himself. As these thoughts flashed through Hong Tao's mind, he immediately became nervous. His heart ached, and the flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt terrible. He felt a sense of grief and anger that he had lost everything he had, while the old monsters of heavenly Tao who were gathered in the void around them became excited. Their faces turned red, and their eyes shone with a brilliant light. As they sucked in cold breaths, soft cries that sounded like a tidal wave instantly filled the air. Well done! Fellow Taoist Huatu's fire-controlling techniques are indeed astonishing. The power of this fire-controlling gourd is even more extraordinary. It can even collect the red lotus hellfire. Moreover, it's such a majestic sea of hellfire. This scene is too delightful. It really makes this old man gasp in amazement. From the looks of it, we can see hope for the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that we've been hoping for. Although the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is unwilling to refine it, since fellow Taoist Huatu can collect the red lotus hellfire, he must have a way to refine it. At that time, fellow Taoist only needs to thoroughly comprehend the refining manuscript left behind by Hong Ke, and you can immediately start refining it. Although you still need to wait for some time, it will be at most a year and a half. After all, fellow Taoist Huatu's attainments in the Tao of medicine are definitely extraordinary. That's right, this matter reminds us that other than the red lotus hellfire, we also have to hand over the refining manuscript of the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that Hong Ke wrote back then. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, can't leave yet. Everyone look, fellow Taoist Huatu has completed it. The entire sea of hellfire that is billions of kilometers wide has been absorbed into his fire-controlling gourd. Roar, 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 roar. Exclamations of surprise and the cheers of ferocious beasts resounded in the surroundings. The entire sea of karmic fire that originally spanned across the void and spanned an area of 10 billion kilometers was completely collected at this moment, and it entered the fiery red gourd that hung upside down in the sky. Ha ha! Fellow Taoists, Huatu fortunately did not disappoint you. I have already collected this red lotus hellfire. In fact, although this kind of strange flame of heaven and earth is famous for its fierceness, in my eyes, it is nothing more than this. I will soon refine it later. At that time, I will use it at will. Seeing the entire boundless sea of hellfire being taken away, the red-robed old monster immediately raised his head and laughed loudly. His expression was very excited, and his already red cheeks seemed to be even redder. Halfway through his triumphant speech, he pinched his fingers and took back the fiery red gourd that had already sealed the mouth of the gourd. It hung above his head, and then he turned to look at Yi Xian. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes as he curled his lips and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I'm sorry for taking away your red lotus hellfire. However, other than this hellfire, you seem to have to hand over one more thing, and today. Only then can you leave safely." It was obvious that he was asking Yi Xian for the heavenly 9 treasures liquids refining manuscript. This Yi Xian originally did not intend to hand over this manuscript. Not to mention that this red-robed old monster, whether it was his tone or his expression, revealed a complacent and aggressive aura, which made Yi Xian extremely unhappy. Therefore, his face instantly darkened as he curled his lips and sneered. "Are you in a hurry to ask for the treasure liquid's refining manuscript? You seem to be a little too complacent. After all, you haven't even gotten hold of the red lotus hellfire." Boom! Rumble! Hua! Before he could finish speaking, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. In the next moment, Yi Xian activated the red lotus mother flame at the bottom of the volcano in the Shen Gnome's treasure cauldron. With the influence of the mother flame, an accident occurred in an instant. Hanging the fiery red gourd above the red-robed old man's head directly exploded, and the red lotus hellfire that he had just absorbed into the gourd instantly poured out. In less than half a breath, it had once again transformed into a sea of hellfire that spanned 10 billion kilometers, spanning across the void. Fire the red gourd was destroyed. As for the red-robed old monster who was standing under the huge gourd, his entire body was swallowed by the sea of karmic fire that spread out in a split second. Without even half a bubble, he directly died and turned into ashes, in the blink of an eye, for fellow Taoists have already fallen. You all, why bother? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. I can't bear to see this scene. Since fellow Taoists can't collect this red lotus hellfire, then I won't be polite. I can't let it continue to traverse the void and bring disaster to everyone, right? Before he finished speaking, he had already waved his hand. The sea of hellfire in front of him that was like an ocean that covered 10 billion kilometers of space instantly condensed and turned into a weak point. Then, with a whoosh, it shot over and directly entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It was sent back to the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. Everything happened too quickly. All the heavenly Tao's old monsters were caught off guard. A moment ago, they were still rejoicing because the Huatu old monster was able to smoothly collect the red lotus hellfire. However, they did not expect that everything would change in the blink of an eye. Not only did the Huatu old monster blow up the fire-controlling treasure gourd, but he had even lost his life. It was really a pity. At this moment, Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall, waved his hand to collect the red lotus hellfire. Now that he said such words, it was obvious that he was planning to leave. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the expressions of the old monsters from all sides instantly changed. They raised their heads and roared fiercely. The cultivation in their bodies was completely pushed to the limit, transforming into an invisible pressure that spread out. Under the layers of pressure, this space was sealed in an instant. The vast void that was billions of kilometers away was instantly in chaos. Not to mention teleportation, even the interstellar coordinate jumping ability that was attached to the system in Yi Xian's body could no longer be activated. However, Everything that happened caught the old monsters in the surrounding void off guard. Their expressions changed instantly. As they raised their heads and roared fiercely, cries of alarm that were like a tide immediately filled the sky. Damn it, we've clearly succeeded, but such an accident suddenly happened. Fellow cultivator Huatu died, too unjustly. The fire-controlling treasure, gourd exploded, and his body was instantly swallowed by the sea of hellfire that poured out like a raging river. He didn't have time to react at all. It was too close. The fire-controlling treasure gourd was hanging above his head. In an instant, it suddenly exploded without any warning. There was no way anyone could have reacted. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the peak of the heavenly Tao stage, how could he not have escaped in time? This is very strange. Fellow cultivator Huatu's fire-controlling treasure gourd shouldn't be so weak. Moreover, the sea of hellfire had clearly been absorbed into the treasure gourd. Even if the treasure gourd couldn't withstand it, it should have exploded long ago. That's right, this is indeed suspicious. In addition, the words of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, are enough to prove that he did something. Fellow cultivator Huatu died at his hands. That damned fellow. He was actually playing with us all this time. He seemed to have taken out the red lotus hellfire for us to collect, but he secretly made other arrangements. He had no intention of handing it over at all. There's no need to say anymore. We must make him stay today. Fellow cultivators, this child's escape technique is extremely strange. Once it's used, there's no trace of it. We must create chaos in the void and cut off any possibility of him escaping. Then, we must think of a way to capture and suppress him. Roar! Ruthless, accompanied by wild roars that shook the heavens, the cultivation of more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding void was pushed to the limit by them. They turned into an invisible pressure that spread out. Under the layers of pressure, this void was sealed in an instant. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it happened in a moment of life and death. In the blink of an eye, the vast expanse of void that was billions of kilometers away was completely chaotic, not to mention teleportation. Even the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in Yi Xian's body could no longer be activated. It was obvious that they wanted to trap him here and forcefully seize the rhythm of the red lotus hellfire and the heavenly 9 treasures elixir to refine the manuscript. If Yi Xian was unwilling to give it up, a great battle would immediately begin. It seems that everyone is determined to shed all pretenses of cordiality with this Yi. He turned around, looking at the various heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding void. The voice of Yi Xian's divine consciousness rang out. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 demon bodies. Since that's the case, don't blame me for starting a massacre today. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sharp sound of air being torn apart. The 9-colored ribbon that was originally wrapped around the huge body of the black fog clone shot out like a huge mottled python. It expanded with the wind and turned into a vast and boundless 9-colored sea of flames in the blink of an eye. This 9-colored sea of flames seemed to be alive. As soon as it appeared, it immediately swept out. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the dark void within 100 billion kilometers. It extended and connected in all directions, condensing into a huge 9-colored fireball. Flames, the fireball was 100 billion kilometers in diameter, and it enveloped a large part of the void. Apart from that, there were also some heavenly Tao's old monsters, cosmic ferocious beasts, and ancient survivors. There were dozens of them in total. Caught off guard, they were all trapped inside the fireball, and the void was sealed. There were more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters around. Every one of them pushed the cultivation in their bodies to the limit, forming layers of invisible pressure that sealed the void, leaving Yi Xian with no way to escape. He could only be forced to face the encirclement of more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters. This kind of situation was extremely serious. Although Yi Xian's demonic power was monstrous, he was still alone. In a situation where he was fighting against more than 1,000 people, it was difficult for him to ensure his own safety. Therefore, He chose to go with the flow. He took out the nine-colored sea of flames and condensed it into a nine-colored fireball. The thousands of heavenly Tao's old monsters in the distance formed a large encirclement around him. Then, he used the nine-colored fireball as the boundary and built a small encirclement around it. This way, as long as Yi Xian rushed into the fireball, the originally extremely dangerous situation would be alleviated in an instant. In this nine-colored fireball with a diameter of 100 billion miles, Yi Xian only had to face dozens of heavenly Tao's old monsters. The other heavenly Tao's old monsters were all blocked outside the nine-colored fireball. In the face of the terrifying Shenong nine-colored flames, they could not forcefully break through and rush into the fireball. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, this vast and boundless dark void formed two layers of encirclement. Outside the large encirclement covered an area of 1 trillion miles, and there were more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters and heavenly Tao's old monsters watching from all sides. The cultivations in their bodies were all pushed to the limit, forming layers of invisible pressure that mixed up the void. In the inner circle, one could only see a huge nine-colored fireball with a diameter of 100 billion miles. Trapped inside were dozens of heavenly Tao's old monsters and heavenly Tao's old monsters. Damn it, the master of the magic hall brought out the nine-colored fireball and actually condensed it into a sphere in an instant, sealing off this part of the void. The void inside the sphere is about 100 billion miles wide, and it's sealed off by the nine-colored fireball. We can't break through the barrier of the fireball and enter at all. Otherwise, once we touch the barrier of the fireball, we'll instantly be met with misfortune. There are about 30 to 40 of our fellow heavenly Tao's old monsters trapped inside the fireball. They've been isolated. The master of the magic hall is really good at scheming. Is he planning to use this method to slowly nibble away at us? There are more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters gathered in the surrounding void. Even if his nine-colored fireball has trapped some of our fellow heavenly Tao's old monsters, there are only 30 to 40 of them. Even if he kills all of them, it won't affect the overall situation at all. After that, it'll be impossible for the master of the magic hall to use the same method again. That's right, this is his final struggle. Even if this method can kill some of our fellow heavenly Tao's old monsters, it'll only allow him to jump around for a while. In the end, he'll still be killed. It's destined to be a futile effort. Trap him and surround this nine-colored fireball. Once the fireball disappears, immediately take action. No matter what, we must kill the master of the magic hall here today. Roar, screech, show. Along with the cries of alarm, earth-shattering roars and whistling sounds could be heard from the surroundings. Those powerful experts and desolate supremes who were originally here to observe all retreated, retreating to a faraway part of the void. This place was about to erupt into a world-shaking battle between heavenly Tao's old monsters. Furthermore, it wasn't just one or two of them, but hundreds and thousands of them. Even desolate supremes didn't dare to stay for too long, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. That was a life-threatening situation. There were more than 10,000 starry sky experts gathered in various parts of the void. Now, 90% of them had retreated, leaving only a little over 1,000 of them. They were all heavenly Tao beasts and heavenly Tao survivors. They formed a heavy encirclement, firmly trapping the nine-colored fireball in the center. This was clearly a rhythm that couldn't be escaped even if one had wings. Even in this ancient and vast primordial void, for countless years, it had rarely appeared. The scene in front of them was too shocking. More than 1,000 figures, all heavenly Tao beasts and heavenly Tao survivors, formed a heavy encirclement, firmly trapping the nine-colored fireball in the center. This was clearly a rhythm that couldn't be escaped even if one had wings. Even in this ancient and vast primordial void, for countless years, it had rarely appeared. Yi Xian didn't care at all. The eyes of the three great demon bodies flashed, and the entire incomparably huge body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the nine-colored fireball, entered the fireball, and disappeared inside the nine-colored fireball. Roar! Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless! Damn it, he actually summoned a nine-colored sea of flames and trapped us inside. Is this the rhythm of trapping and killing us? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Even if he's at the peak of the ninth step of the heavenly Tao realm, even if the master of the magic hall is famous, he's still alone. Could it be that he wants to fight against dozens of people and kill all of us here? There's no need to say any more. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, we'll just suppress him. Fellow Taoists, let's attack together. We must kill this beast here. Swish! Seeing that their bodies were trapped, the 30-odd heavenly Tao beasts and heavenly Tao old monsters instantly flew into a rage. Shocking roars and howls resounded in all directions. They were simply furious. They were all heavenly Tao old monsters. The strongest one was already at the ninth step of the heavenly Tao realm. Even the weakest one was at the third step of the heavenly Tao realm. They were only one step away from the middle stage of the fourth step of the heavenly Tao realm. There were even more. The key was that there were many of them. In a huge space inside the fireball, there were more than 30 heavenly Tao beasts and heavenly Tao old monsters. They were outnumbered, but they were condensed into a fireball by the nine-colored sea of flames and wanted to kill them. This made them extremely angry, and they felt like they were being looked down upon and humiliated at this moment. A sharp sound broke through the air. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, passed through the wall of flames of the nine-colored fireball and directly rushed into the space inside the fireball. At the same time, the three magic hall masters turned at the same time and swept their gazes across the 30-odd heavenly Tao old monsters in the fireball space. Then a cold light flashed in their eyes, and they moved, Kacha, screech. In an instant, an incomparably clear sound of ripping cloth rang out. The black fog clone of the three great demon bodies suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking roar. At the same time, the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in its mind began to operate rapidly again. A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 million miles suddenly appeared above the head of a heavenly Tao beast on the right, instantly striking him, who was caught off guard, and making him dizzy. No! By the time he reacted, a formless wave of spirit energy instantly spread out like a tsunami and enveloped his entire body. This time, the Black Fog clone used a spirit energy secret technique, but it wasn't the spirit vortex or the annihilation spear. Instead, it used both the spiritual lightning technique and the spiritual crush at the same time. Essence, the spiritual crush was a secret technique that used spirit energy to form a mental attack. Compared to the divine sense attacks of human cultivators, spirit energy was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against. Now, this heavenly Tao beast was suddenly struck by the blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 million miles. While his consciousness was still in a daze, he was instantly struck by the spiritual crush, and his entire body was stunned on the spot. Exactly. At this critical moment, Yi Xian's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Then he instantly appeared in front of the heavenly Tao beast. Bang! After the teleportation was completed, Yi Xian, who was in the true form of the three-headed, six-armed demon ape, appeared beside the heavenly Tao beast. A cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. When he suddenly swung his right hand, a loud sound shook the sky. The big-headed black staff in his hand smashed down without hesitation, landing firmly on the head of the heavenly Tao beast. Although the old man's cultivation was not weak, he was still inferior to Yi Xian. Facing Yi Xian's full-strength attack, coupled with the fact that his consciousness was now in a daze, he had no time to react at all. 1. As the cudgel struck down, its entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Huff! There was no surprise or joy in it, and the violent ape immediately waved his hand. The whistling of the wind immediately resounded, and an incomparably majestic, invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. Damn it, this guy really came in caught off guard. Fellow Taoist black bear was killed, his body exploded, and was collected. This is clearly the rhythm of refining the flesh and blood medicine. This is simply outrageous, completely unacceptable. This damn demon ape, what does it take us for? Flesh and blood? It's too arrogant and despotic. Roar. Ruthless, seeing Yi Xian's arrival, he had already killed a heavenly Tao beast in an instant. Furthermore, he had directly absorbed the boundless rain of blood from the explosion of the heavenly Tao beast into his body. It was obvious that he wanted to use it to refine the flesh and blood medicine. For the remaining 30 or so heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding space were immediately enraged. As they roared, the power in their bodies was pushed to the limit. With a loud roar, they shot towards Yi Xian from all directions. Buzz! Buzz, buzz, buzz! Look! When he saw this scene, a dark light flashed across the eyes of the black fog. With a thought, a low buzzing sound rang out in the air, continuing without end. Black the Fog avatar raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar was so shrill that it seemed like it was going to pierce through one's eardrums. Dense ripples immediately appeared in the air as an invisible mental energy roared out like a raging river. At this moment, Yi Xian activated the spiritual black hole. Since the spiritual power roared out of the black fog's mouth was as boundless as the sea, but it was invisible and formless. Its power was incomparably terrifying. As it surged, the void instantly collapsed and spread out. One like dominoes being pushed over. In less than half a breath of time, the surrounding space had already formed a huge black hole. It was hundreds of millions of miles in diameter, and it just so happened to block the figures of the old monsters of the heavenly Tao who were shooting over from all directions. Let's not talk about those old fellows outside for now, but the existences trapped in the fireball, which is all of you, must die today. Hiss, boom. One by one, black holes appeared in the surrounding space, blocking all of the 30 or so heavenly Tao old monsters that were surrounding them. Yi Xian's divine sense also sounded out, emitting an endless amount of coldness and coldness at the same time. A crisp tearing sound rang out. Yi Xian's figure directly disappeared from spot. He'd used teleportation because the space within this area of 100 billion kilometers that was enveloped by the 9-colored fireball was no longer in chaos. In the next moment, the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape reappeared and directly went behind a heavenly Tao old monster. As a cold light flashed in its eyes, the violent ape suddenly raised its right arm, and the big-headed black club that was like a giant pillar that supported the sky brought about a trembling boom as it smashed down. Chapter 51:47. Is boom. With a crisp, tearing sound, Yi Xian's figure disappeared from his original spot. He had used teleportation, and the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape reappeared, directly appearing behind a heavenly law beast with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The violent ape suddenly raised his right arm, and the big-headed black stick that was like a giant pillar that supported the sky brought with it a heart-trembling, rumbling sound. Bang! The big-headed black stick landed squarely on the head of the heavenly law beast. Although the old fellow's cultivation was not weak, there was still a certain gap between him and Yi Xian. He could not withstand his full strength attack at all. With this strike, his entire body exploded the moment the giant stick landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Huff! With a wave of the ape's hand, the sound of a violent wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the boundless blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence condensation. Roar! Hiss! Hiss, hiss, hiss! Seeing this scene, the 30 or so heavenly Tao old monsters in the surroundings let out wild roars once again. In a short period of time, Yi Xian, who'd entered the 9-colored flame ball, had already killed 2 heavenly Tao beasts. It was simply tyrannical to the point of causing people to point their fingers at him, completely infuriating them. Boom! A ferocious beast opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of lightning. This ferocious beast had a certain amount of lightning power in its bloodline, and this attack had been accumulating power for a long time. Now that it suddenly blasted out, its power was shocking, causing people to raise their eyebrows. Swish! Xian's shoulders shook, and his entire body disappeared in an instant. He once again used teleportation, calmly dodging this attack. Rumble! As the target that had been locked on disappeared, the incomparably huge ball of lightning continued to rumble forward. The 2 survivors of the heavenly law were caught off guard. Their expressions changed as they tried to teleport, but they were already half a step too late. Bang! Bang! A loud sound was heard, and the thunderball that was like a meteor bombarded the 2 old monsters, covering their bodies. The sound of an explosion was heard, and their bodies completely exploded, and a storage magic treasure of different shapes fell out from each of them. In the next moment, Yi Xian had coincidentally completed his teleportation and appeared not far away. He wasn't interested in the boundless blood mist formed by the explosion of the 2 old monsters' bodies. But these 2 storage magic treasures caused his eyes to suddenly light up without the slightest hesitation. He waved his hand, and an invisible wave of energy shot out, sweeping up the 2 storage magic treasures before anyone else could. Take the moment they entered his body, Yi Xian extended his divine sense, entered his body. Heavenly law, heavenly law. As expected of the heavenly Tao old monster's storage magic treasure, the various treasures and cultivation resources inside could be said to be an ocean. However, what Yi Xian paid the most attention to was still the heavenly Tao origin liquid. After the 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts were killed by his cudgel, there was no heavenly law origin liquid in their exploded corpses. Clearly, they had been handed over to other ferocious beasts that they trusted to form a cauldron of heavenly 9 treasures liquid. Yi Xian was originally worried that the 2 old monsters who were blown up by the thunderball would be the same, but the result made him suddenly happy. The 2 storage magic treasures that he had just obtained had heavenly law original liquid in them. Although there were only 3 or 4 kinds of heavenly law original liquid, the 2 old monsters had 7 or 8 kinds of heavenly law original liquid. It was a big harvest. So far, the number of heavenly law old monsters that had fallen in a short time had reached 4. There were a total of 32 old monsters trapped in the 9-colored flame ball, and there were 28 left. Damn it! Lehu, are you crazy? You actually killed 2 fellow survivors. Are you going to join forces with the master of the magic hall? Or are you going to war with us on behalf of the ferocious beasts? It's a misunderstanding, fellow cultivator. Everyone be careful. Don't hurt your allies by accident. 4 of our fellow cultivators have fallen in the blink of an eye. We can't afford such a heavy loss. Screech! Before he could finish speaking, a cold light burst out of the black fog's eyes. He raised his head and let out a fierce roar. At this moment, he activated the mental power in his body again. The Annihilation Spear, which was a secret technique of mental attacks, was fully activated. A large amount of mental power was extracted, and instead of turning into a mental vortex, it was turned into an extremely small dot. At this moment, an incomparably deep, trembling sound came from the void. The mental power source core that was suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness also spun quickly along with the circulation of the mental power. It spun faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, a small mental beam formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental power source power shot out from his sea of consciousness. Just like that, it was like the tip of a spear, and it even carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. He had extracted such a large amount of mental power, but he had attacked the smallest point. It was enough to turn the tiny point into a battle spear that was sharp and indestructible. Screech! As if it had realized that danger was approaching, a heavenly law ferocious beast that was roaring and pouncing from the right suddenly stopped. There was also a fearful roar coming from its mouth. However, this did not change anything. The annihilation spear directly pierced through its body and exploded into a bloody mist. It died just like that. The majestic bloody mist that was formed by the explosion of its body was collected by the black fog with a wave of its hand. Moreover, this time, 3 portions of heavenly law origin liquid fell from this heavenly law ferocious beast body, which made Yi Xian rather happy. It seemed that after today's battle, it was very likely that he would be able to gather all the heavenly law blood essence and heavenly law origin liquid required for the 3rd level, 31 primordial pill. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's spirit was immediately uplifted. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he once again rushed out. Today, he would definitely slaughter all of the remaining 27 heavenly Dao old monsters. Massacre them all. Crack. Rumble. A crisp sound rang out, and the spiritual lightning technique was activated. A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 100 billion miles suddenly appeared above the head of a heavenly law ferocious beast without any warning. It instantly smashed down, causing it to be seriously injured and temporarily lose its combat ability. At the same time, the ferocious ape's big-headed black stick was also swung horizontally to the right side of its body. The 2 heavenly law old monsters who were coming from this direction were caught off guard. Their small bodies were swept by the big-headed black stick that was like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky. Immediately, a series of crisp sounds rang out from their bodies. It was unknown how many bones were broken, but they were also seriously injured. Xiao. The bone clone raised its right arm, and the withered demon blood blade in its hand slashed out like a black bolt of lightning. Its speed was so fast that it even surpassed the speed of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10 billion miles away. It was so sharp that it directly chopped off the head of a heavenly law ferocious beast. Screech. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out, and a boundless blood-red, demonic mist gushed out from the withered demon blood blade like a huge river. It surged from red to black, and in less than half a breath, it had already turned into the appearance of the withered demon blade spirit. Its bloody mouth opened angrily and swallowed this heavenly law ferocious beast into its stomach. Screech. Sky howled as the withered demon blood blade instantly cut off the head of a heavenly law ferocious beast. Tight. Then a boundless blood-red, demonic mist gushed out from the blade like a huge river. It surged from red to black, and in less than half a breath, it had already turned into the appearance of the withered demon blade spirit. Its bloody mouth opened angrily and swallowed this heavenly law ferocious beast into its stomach. This heavenly law ferocious beast also had 3 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid in its body. In addition, the boundless blood mist formed after its body exploded was enough to refine a heavenly Dao blood essence. This was the most important resource, so Yi Xian naturally would not let the withered demon blade spirit devour it. He had already given the order that the withered demon blade spirit was not allowed to touch any of the prey it devoured this time. Just now, the withered demon blade spirit was only temporarily keeping the heavenly law ferocious beast's body and the 3 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid that fell from its body. After the battle was over, it would return to Yi Xian. An earth-shattering slaughter began. The space within the fireball was hundreds of billions of kilometers wide, but there were only 27 heavenly law old monsters trapped here. A few of them were already heavily injured and temporarily lost their ability to fight. Furthermore, among these heavenly law old monsters, the strongest one was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm. They were far from being Yi Xian's match. Under such circumstances, it went without saying what kind of scene was going to happen next. It was too tragic. The Black Fog avatar constantly used mental power mystic arts, such as mental black holes, annihilation spears, mental suppression, and mental lightning. Although these attacks could only heavily injure these heavenly law ferocious beasts and could not directly kill them, that was enough. Black the mental power mystic arts that the Black Fog avatar constantly used only had to serve as a form of interference and support. This was because the next strike of the ferocious ape's big-headed black cudgel or the withered demon bloodblade in the skeleton avatar's hand could completely end the target in an instant. Time slowly passed, but the progress of this earth-shattering battle was infuriatingly fast. The 27 Heavenly Law old monsters were split evenly between the survivors and the ferocious beasts. However, even if they joined forces, they could only last for 30 minutes against Yi Xian. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, peace was finally restored in this sphere of flames that spanned 100 billion kilometers. The clamor and roars from before could no longer be heard. Yi Xian, who was in his three-headed six-armed demon ape true form, also stopped. The eyes of the three demon avatars shone brightly as they looked around. There was not a single Heavenly Law old monster to be seen in the void. The 32 Heavenly Law old monsters that were previously trapped here had all been killed in the short time it took for an incense stick to burn. At this moment, the skeleton avatar waved its hand and threw out the withered demon blood blade in its hand. Boundless blood-colored demonic fog instantly filled the interior of the blade. In the blink of an eye, the withered demon blade spirit's figure appeared. After raising its head and letting out a vicious howl, it immediately opened its bloody mouth. In the previous battle, it had swallowed a total of several Heavenly Law ferocious beasts, including the Heavenly Law origin liquid that fell from their bodies. There were more than 20 portions. Now, it had all been spat out and absorbed into Yi Xian's body with a wave of his hand. In this battle, Yi Xian had obtained more than 10 Heavenly Law blood essences. The 3 portions of Heavenly Law origin liquid in his hands had also increased by a few dozen portions. The main ingredients needed to refine the third level 31 primordial chaos pellet could be considered to be about half. Walala. Whoosh! At this moment, as the battle in the sphere of flames ended, the 9-colored sphere of flames that covered 100 billion kilometers in the void collapsed directly with a thought from Yi Xian. For the sound of waves of flames came from all around, and a sea of flames roared. In the blink of an eye, it condensed to the extreme and turned into a 9-colored ribbon. After a few circles, it once again wrapped around the body of the black fog avatar. The 2 ends of the rainbow ribbon were in front of the avatar and behind the avatar. It was extremely agile and swayed slowly. It was like a snake's tongue that could shoot out at any time to choose a target to devour. At the same time, as the 9-colored sphere of flames disappeared, everything in the void outside the sphere of flames appeared once again. The existences below the Heavenly Tao realm had already retreated 1 trillion kilometers away, and there were still more than 1,000 Heavenly Law old monsters in the surrounding void, eyeing covetously. The 1,000 or so Heavenly Tao's old monsters had been guarding outside the fireball. Their cultivations had been pushed to the limit, turning into an invisible pressure that spread out. As the layers of pressure overlapped, it turned into an incomparably terrifying power that caused the void to become completely chaotic, forming a sealed area that spanned 1 trillion miles. Until Yi Xian was right in the center of this sealed region that spanned 1 trillion kilometers. In just a little more than 5 minutes, the enormous 9-colored sphere of flames suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, the figure of the Magic Hall Master appeared. This stunned 1,000 or so Heavenly Law old monsters in the surroundings. Tight. Following that, their bodies trembled violently, and their expressions changed as they sucked in cold breaths of air. Like a tide of shocked cries, in the next moment, they resounded in all directions. Roar! Screech! Heavens, what happened? Is this old man blind? Illusion! It must be an illusion. How could the 9-colored sphere of flames collapse only the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, appear? Where the other fellow Taoists? Hiss! In just a short incense stick's worth of time, 32 Heavenly Law old monsters were all killed by him alone? What kind of combat strength is this? It's simply infuriating and hard to imagine. Fighting one against many, and more than 30 of them at that. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is completely unharmed, but he has already killed all of his opponents. It didn't even take long. just a short incense stick's worth of time. This is clearly a heaven-defying rhythm. Fellow Taoists, be careful. You must not let him use the same method again. Otherwise, if dozens of fellow Taoists are trapped by his 9-colored sphere of flames every time, in the end, we will all be devoured. In fact, if this kind of situation happens 3 or 4 times, the morale of the army will collapse. The remaining existences will not dare to stay here. The risk is too great. At that time, they will definitely scatter, and what happened today will not happen again. Roar, screech, along with the earth-shattering roars that came from the surrounding space. The 3 demon bodies all raised their heads and let out a heaven-shaking roar and a tyrannical roar. Immediately after, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he locked onto a heavenly law beast as his target. With a shake of his shoulders, he instantly shot over. This was clearly an active attack, and the rhythm of slaughter was restarted. At this time, Yi Xian had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his demonic flames overflowed into the sky. He was like a true demon god, looking down on everything. Even though he was surrounded by more than 1,000 heavenly law old monsters, he was still fearless. This was clearly the rhythm of an army of thousands, as if there was no one around. When this scene entered their eyes, the supreme experts and desolate venerables, who had retreated 1 trillion miles away, all sucked in a cold breath. Their eyes flickered with a dark light, and they were dazzled by Yi Xian's supreme demonic might. Roar, screech, along with the earth-shattering roars that came from the surrounding space. The 3 demon bodies all raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and tyrannical roar. Immediately after, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he locked onto a heavenly law beast as his target. With a shake of his shoulders, he instantly shot over. His speed was too fast. Before the heavenly law beast could react, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of it. He was less than 100 million miles away. Rumble bang! Sensing the approaching danger, the heavenly law ferocious beast's body shook violently, and without hesitation, it retreated explosively. However, almost at the same time, a loud sound shook the heavens, and the big-headed black rod landed firmly on top of its head. Although this fellow's cultivation was not weak, there was still a gap between him and Yi Xian. He could not withstand his full-strength attack at all. With this strike, his entire huge body exploded the moment the giant stick landed, turning into a scarlet blood mist that spread out. Black the Fog avatar immediately waved his hand, and the howling of the wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic, invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and sending it directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence condensation. At the same time, there were 2 weak rays of light that were swept over. They were 2 portions of compressed heavenly law origin liquid. Although it was a little, it was better than nothing. Roar, screech, screech. Seeing that Yi Xian had taken the initiative to attack the moment he appeared and started killing again, the heavenly law old monsters in the surrounding space were both shocked and furious. They immediately roared wildly. No, however, although they were incomparably furious, none of them rushed forward. Yi Xian's unparalleled ferocity when he killed 32 heavenly law old monsters in a short period of time had already turned into a shadow in their hearts, and they had no choice but to fear him. Although there were more than 1,000 heavenly law beasts and old monsters present, their cultivation was the same as Yi Xian's. However, only half of them had reached the peak of the heavenly law realm, which was less than 100. There were only 50 to 60 of them. In fact, even the peak heavenly law realm experts, who were also at the peak of the 9th stage, had differences in strength. Yi Xian was undoubtedly one of the best. None of these 50 to 60 peak heavenly law realm experts could suppress Yi Xian. Bai the Longjing was ranked 10th on the heavenly law beast list of the left bank, but it was also heavily injured by Yi Xian in a few moves and fled in a sorry state. Even more so, even the Frostblood Blue Crocodile, which was ranked 8th on the heavenly law beast list of the left bank, was caught off guard and easily killed by Yi Xian. However, no one in the outside world knew about this matter. Under such circumstances, although there were more than 1,000 heavenly law old monsters gathered in the surroundings, Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall, was extremely ferocious and used killing moves whenever he attacked. Not to mention the other heavenly law old monsters below the 9th stage. Even the 50 to 60 peak heavenly law realm experts who were at the peak of the 9th stage who were scattered around were unwilling to jump out and take the initiative to attack Yi Xian. Die. Fellow Taoists, don't die. This is what I mean. To put it bluntly, although this group of people had the advantage in numbers, they came from various places and were not of one mind. Although they could not be considered a mob, they were actually not far from it. Also, it was precisely because he had expected this that Yi Xian did not immediately think of killing his way out of the encirclement and charging into the void billions of miles away before activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and escaping. This was a good opportunity. He still had a lot of heavenly law blood essence and heavenly origin liquid that he needed to refine the 3rd level, 31 primordial chaos pill. He could take advantage of this opportunity to gather enough heavenly law blood essence and heavenly law origin liquid. Crack! Brain! As the thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian did not delay at all and immediately attacked again. At this moment, the black fog clone attacked. The spiritual lightning art activated, and with a crisp cracking sound, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 million miles appeared out of thin air. It drowned the 2 old monsters who were about 10 billion miles away to the right. These 2 old men's cultivation bases were both at the mid-stage of the heavenly law realm. One was at the 4th stage of the heavenly law realm, while the other was at the 6th stage of the heavenly law realm. Their cultivation bases were not even at the late stage, so they naturally could not withstand Yi Xian's spiritual lightning art. Just like that, the moment their bodies were enveloped by the sea of lightning formed by the explosion of the blood-red lightning, 2 furious roars came from within the sea of lightning. At the same time, there were also muffled bangs. This was clearly the rhythm of the 2 old men's bodies exploding. They had already died in a single exchange. This scene once again shocked the surrounding heavenly law old monsters. However, Yi Xian did not care about them at all. With a wave of his hand, he had already put away the 2 storage magic treasures that had fallen from the 2 old men's bodies. Fortunately, although the 2 old men's cultivation bases were not very strong, they both had heavenly law origin liquid in their storage magic treasures. There were a total of 4 portions in total, which surprised Yi Xian. In addition to the storage magic treasures, Yi Xian also put away the blood mist that formed when their bodies exploded. Although the blood was not boundless and could not be used to refine the heavenly law blood essence, it was not a bad choice to give it to the higher-ups of the vicious beast army in the Magic Hall's 6 great armies to devour. No, although he had obtained 4 more portions of heavenly law origin liquid, this was far from enough. The slaughter had to continue. Moreover, there was still a lot of heavenly law blood essence left. With this thought, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 demon bodies. They turned around and shot in another direction. And when he was in the 9-colored fireball, Yi Xian could teleport. However, when the fireball dissipated, the void outside had already been completely chaotic under the layers of terrifying pressure, so he could not teleport. Not only was Yi Xian like this, but the other heavenly law beasts and old monsters within 1 trillion kilometers of the void were also like this. When he turned around and shot in the direction that Yi Xian had turned around, there were dozens of heavenly law beasts within 10 billion kilometers of him. However, although they had the advantage in numbers, the supreme ferocious power that Yi Xian had displayed earlier was simply too shocking. Therefore, when these dozens of heavenly law beasts saw Yi Xian rushing towards them, their bodies shook violently and their expressions changed. They did not hesitate at all and directly retreated as if it was a conditioned reflex. In fact, although some of them were faster, among these dozens of heavenly law beasts, there were clearly some that were not good at speed. They were far from being comparable to Yi Xian. In just a short moment, he had already caught up to them within a few 100 million kilometers of him. With Yi Xian's current size, a few 100 million kilometers of the void was already considered a close combat distance. As he closed in, he did not hesitate at all. The violent ape and the skeleton doppelganger attacked. At the same time, boom, rumble. In the air, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder resounded. The violent ape swung its right arm and smashed out the big-headed black cudgel in its hand like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky. The skeleton doppelganger did not delay at all. The withered demon bloodblade turned into a black-red light and shot out at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above the heads of two of the heavenly law beasts and quietly slashed down. Boom! Rumble. In the void, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder resounded. The violent ape swung its right arm and smashed out the big-headed black cudgel in its hand like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky. The skeleton doppelganger did not delay at all. The withered demon bloodblade turned into a black-red light and shot out at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above the heads of two of the heavenly law beasts and quietly slashed down. Withered the demonic bloodblade was now a primordial treasure. Its sharpness was unparalleled. In just an instant, it had already chopped off the head of the heavenly law beast. Hiss! In an instant, an earth-shattering howl suddenly rang out. A boundless blood-red, demonic mist gushed out from the withered demon bloodblade like a large river. As it surged from red to black, it turned into the appearance of the withered demon blade in less than half a breath. It opened its bloody mouth wide in anger. With a single gulp, he swallowed the heavenly law ferocious beast into his stomach. Boom! At the same time, the big-headed black cudgel in the violent ape's hand had already smashed down, smashing into the back of the other heavenly law beast. This heavenly law beast was also unable to withstand it. Its entire huge body exploded the moment the giant cudgel landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Huff! Black the mist, doppelganger waved its hand, and the howling of the wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out, directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence condensation. Similarly, two rays of light shot out from the heavenly law beast's body and landed in Yi Xian's heart. Shockingly, they were two portions of compressed heavenly law origin liquid. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in a matter of breath. It was too fast. Before the others could recover from their shock, the two heavenly Dao beasts that Yi Xian had chased after had already fallen. Their bodies had disappeared, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. Counting the time, it had only been about 10 breaths since Yi Xian had put away the huge fireball formed by the nine-colored flame sea, but there were already several heavenly law old monsters that had fallen at his hands. This kind of supreme, killing power caused the various old monsters that were hibernating in the surrounding space to tremble violently once again. All of the heavenly law old monsters gasped as their expressions changed. Immediately after, cries of astonishment once again filled the air like a tidal wave. Damn it! How can this violent ape's combat strength be so formidable? The key is that the killing weapons in his hands are not weak either. They are all great killing weapons. It's fine if he doesn't make a move, but once he does, he will definitely take his life. This is clearly the rhythm of killing gods and Buddhas. All of us old monsters have gathered here, but we were all intimidated by his supreme killing power. If this matter were spread out, it would simply be infuriating. It is indeed infuriating. If that's the case, old Hong, why don't you go forward and suppress him? Damn fellow, are you provoking this old man? Hiss, fellow Taoists, why are you doing this? In front of a great enemy, don't panic. The only thing we need to do now is to think of a way to suppress this god of death as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will definitely be unforeseen circumstances. Sigh, unknowingly, he has already grown to such a height. The supreme might of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, Is there anyone in the right section of the left bank who can resist him? Is there no one among us who can suppress him head-on? Swish! Yi Xian completely ignored the cries and roars that came from the surrounding space like a tidal wave. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the three great demon bodies, and in an instant, he had already rushed out, changing his direction, locking onto the two heavenly law ferocious beasts that were closer to him. His body turned into a ray of light and shot towards them. Seeing this scene, the two heavenly law ferocious beasts were so scared that their bodies started to tremble. Without any hesitation, they turned around and fled, the power in their bodies being pushed to the limit in an instant. Not escaping? The lessons of the past were still fresh in their minds, and it wasn't the first time. They didn't want to be caught up by this god of slaughter that possessed monstrous ferocious might. Once it caught up to them, they would instantly perish on the spot without the slightest suspense. In fact, it was not only these two heavenly law ferocious beasts that were locked onto by Yi Xian's aura. The other heavenly law old monsters that were slightly further away in the same direction also had a drastic change in expression when they saw Yi Xian turn around and shoot towards them. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated. There were nearly 100 figures like this. Yi Xian had frightened nearly 100 heavenly law old monsters with the might of a single person, causing them to turn pale and flee. Such a scene was seen by the various almighty figures and desolate supremacies who had already retreated 1 trillion miles away. Instantly, their eyeballs fell to the ground. Without exception, their faces were filled with shock and horror. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they still did not dare to believe it. Even if it was in this boundlessly vast primordial dimension, a similar incident had probably never occurred in the ancient times, and it simply exceeded their knowledge. In fact, even if they had reacted immediately, it was still too late. Whoosh! Seeing that these fellows wanted to escape, the heavenly law old monsters immediately retreated in whichever direction he chased. Yi Xian's heart sank, and he immediately made a response in time. Only ray of light rushed out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Its speed was far faster than lightning. Even Yi Xian's speed when he used all his strength was far slower than it. One ray of light, the ray of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it had already passed above the heads of these heavenly law old monsters and arrived in front of them. As it expanded with the wind, it instantly turned into a vast and boundless sea of flames. The entire sea of flames enveloped the void for billions of miles. As soon as it appeared, it stirred up endless waves of anger. Every wave was formed by countless red lotuses. Each red lotus was only about 10 feet in size, but it was as enchanting as blood, causing people to be dazzled. This was clearly the rhythm of the Red Lotus Hellfire being released. The power of the Red Lotus Hellfire was too shocking. If it was used to defend against the enemy, it would completely burn the prey into ashes. Even the storage magic treasures in the hands of the remnant people's old monsters and the heavenly law origin liquid in the bodies of the heavenly law ferocious beasts could not be left behind. As such, therefore, Yi Xian did not directly attack the heavenly law old monsters who were escaping in front of him. Instead, he circled to the distance in front of him and turned into a sea of flames that stretched across the void. His goal was only to slightly delay their escape. As such, however, when they saw the terrifying sea of hellfire appear in front of them, the expressions of the dozens of heavenly law old monsters who were escaping in this direction instantly changed. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and their bodies stopped abruptly hiss. It was also at this moment that an extremely clear sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the right side of the chaotic void that was billions of miles in size. A crack in the void appeared, and a silver wolf that was 50 million miles long darted out from it. Its entire body was as white as snow, and there was not a single strand of hair on its body. Its majestic aura was dazzling. When they saw the sudden appearance of this silver wolf, the old monsters around the void were suddenly stunned. Then they gasped in unison, and shocked cries immediately sounded like a tide. Hiss. Tyrant blood, silver wolf? The existence ranked 6th on the left bank's Heavenly Law Ferocious Beast list has arrived. Chapter 5148. Rip. To the right of the void, in the distant land of chaos, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. A void rift suddenly appeared as a 50 million kilometer long silver wolf leaped out. Its entire body was as white as snow without a single strand of hair. Its awe-inspiring aura was dazzling. Look, when the silver wolf suddenly appeared, all the old monsters in the void were taken aback. Following that, they all drew a cold gasp as exclamations sounded like a tidal wave. Rip. Tyrant Blood Silver Wolf? The existence ranked 6th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Beast list has appeared. Is this the ancient silver wolf that presides over the middle section of the left bank's Silver Wolf Forbidden Grounds? It actually came to the right section of the left bank. It's clearly here for the Magic Hall's lord, Yi Xian. This ancient silver wolf has been at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th Order Perfection stage for many years. Its cultivation level is extremely powerful. Being ranked 6th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Beast list isn't a joke. It lives up to its name. With the Tyrant Blood Silver Wolf taking action, the Magic Hall's lord, Yi Xian, will probably die here today. Although he was able to heavily injure the dragon whale, ranked 10th on the Heavenly Tao Beast list, he definitely won't be able to survive against the 6th on the left bank. Finally, an existence that can suppress the Magic Hall's lord has appeared. Roar. Following the exclamations in the void, a resounding dragon roar sounded from the void rift to the right after the Tyrant Blood Silver Wolf charged out. Tight. Following that, a beam of light shot out from the void rift. As it expanded, it transformed into a Heavenly Tao beast that was tens of millions of kilometers long. It was none other than Yi Xian's old foe, the dragon whale. Very clearly, the Tyrant Blood Silver Wolf had come together with the dragon whale. The two of them were ranked in the top 10 on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Beast list. They had a good relationship to begin with. Previously, the Frost Blood Blue Crocodile, ranked 9th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Beast list, had been ambushed and killed. Rumors had it that the dragon whale was the culprit. This was because someone had seen him annihilate a forbidden land. He did not even spare the beasts below the Heavenly Tao realm. He killed all of them, wiping out an entire area. When the news reached the dragon whale's ears, he immediately had a guess. He immediately rushed to the Silver Wolf Forbidden Land in the middle section of the left bank and invited his old friend, the Tyrant Blood Silver Wolf, to come together today. At this moment, when Yi Xian saw the two of them arrive, especially when he saw the figure of the dragon whale, he immediately stopped in his tracks and absorbed the red lotus karmic fire into his body with a wave of his hand. Sway then, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he turned to the Tyrant Blood Silver Wolf and the dragon whale in the distance. Fellow Taoist Hong Tao, you kept saying that you were wronged and that you didn't attack the blood plume goshawk. To be honest, I didn't believe you at first. At this moment, Long Jing, who had just rushed out of the void crack, turned around and looked at Hong Tao, who was at the edge of the Chaos Starfield. Say, halfway through, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He paused for a moment before continuing, but later on, I believed it because I encountered the same thing as you. Rumors say that I was the one who killed the Frost Blood Blue Crocodile, but that's not the case. And now, in the right section of the left bank, other than me, the only person who has the ability to silently kill the Frost Blood Blue Crocodile is the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. He's the most likely suspect. As such, the blood plume goshawk was most likely killed by him. Although this is just a guess, I'm at least 80% sure. Yi Xian, you're the master of the Magic Hall, a supreme existence that wreaks havoc in the right section. I'm sure you wouldn't dare to deny it after doing it. Long Jing was clearly speaking to Yi Xian. When he said those words, he turned to look at him with a penetrating gaze. Do you dare say that you weren't the one who killed the blood plume goshawk and the Frost Blood Blue Crocodile? There's no such thing as daring or not. Aren't they just two pieces of trash like you? You just casually killed them. Bao Yuan nodded, his eyes flashing with disdain. His voice was filled with endless disdain as if he was unexcelled in the world. Was it really you? You deserve to die. In an instant, as Yi Xian admitted everything, Hong Tao's body shook violently, and his expression changed. He understood. Since the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, hadn't returned to the right bank of the Milky Way to recuperate, then he naturally knew everything that had happened in the right section of the left bank. But he had deliberately pretended to be disdainful of Hong Tao, which was enough to prove that everything was a lie. In other words, his arrival in the Chaos K starfield today, and his subsequent actions, were all within Yi Xian's expectations. He had done it deliberately. From the beginning, he hadn't planned to help others refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir and let the Chaos K starfield reap the benefits. Even more so, as for the fact that Hong Tao had been wrongly accused, it was most likely his doing. He had transformed into Hong Tao's appearance and even deceived the blood plume goshawk's eagle eye technique. As all this flashed through Hong Tao's mind, he was so angry that his body trembled. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Far away in the surrounding void, the experts from the various starfields and the vicious beast forbidden lands were all dumbfounded at this time. They were also stunned by this news because no one had ever thought that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would do these two things. Because in this matter, he had the least need to do so. He had the least motivation to do so. But everything had come to light. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was arrogant and disdainful. Now that Long Jing had questioned him about this matter, he didn't even try to hide it and personally admitted everything. Just from his point alone, one could see his arrogance and conceit. Jin, he had directly ignored all the old monsters of the heavenly Tao present. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, the thousands of Heaven's Path beasts and the old monsters gathered in the surrounding space were all trembling in anger. As their expressions changed, roars and all kinds of furious exclamations sounded again like a tide. Ha ha! Ha! This is too much. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, actually played all of us. Not only did he kill the blood plume goshawk and the cold-blood blue crocodile, but he also never thought of refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir for us. Everything was fake. From the beginning to the end, it was just a conspiracy. It is even possible that the bloody chaos on the left bank and the right bank was the result of his deliberate intention. We were all deceived. This guy is too hateful. Today, we must suppress him here. What is even more infuriating is that after being questioned by Long Jing, this guy fearlessly admitted it in public. What does this mean? Is he ignoring us? Just by himself, he actually treated the thousands of old monsters of the heavenly Tao present as nothing. I have never seen such an arrogant and conceited person. Suppress. Today we must suppress this guy. Yi Xian, today I will fight with you again to wash away my previous disgrace. Screech, as the furious roars sounded around him. Long Jing also raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he shot toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian, today, I will fight with you again to wash away my previous disgrace. Screech, as the furious roars sounded around him. Long Jing also raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he shot toward Yi Xian. He was really angry. Although he had been defeated twice by Yi Xian, he was after all the existence ranked 10th on the heavenly Tao beast list of the left bank. Even if it was in the past, this existence of this level was very arrogant. He had long had a kind of innate arrogance. But now, he was being called trash by Yi Xian in public. This kind of humiliation had never happened before. Even being defeated by Yi Xian didn't make him feel this angry. Out of the dignity of an expert, he definitely had to be furious. At this time, he rushed toward Yi Xian with a fierce roar. This was what he should do. Of course, Long Jing also knew that he was no match for Yi Xian, but he wouldn't be killed in a direct battle. He still had this kind of confidence. Moreover, this time his old friend of many years, the tyrant Blood Silver Wolf, had come with him. This was a powerful existence ranked 6th on the heavenly Tao beast list of the left bank. Even Long Jing was far from being a match for it. With him here, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would definitely fall here today. Long Jing had rushed forward in anger at this time, only to save some face for himself before Yi Xian fell. He wanted to wipe away as much of the humiliation as possible in this trillion-kilometer area that had been sealed by the pressure of the heavenly Tao, which had caused the void to be in chaos, although there were still more than 50 peak heavenly Tao at the 9th level. In terms of cultivation strength, none of them were a match for the dragon whale. Again, adding on the fact that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had attacked consecutively, and the scene of one of the heavenly Tao's old monsters dying with a single strike had long since left an invisible shadow in their hearts. Yes. Thus, when they saw Long Jing rush out and want to fight the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian in public, these frightened old fellows were secretly delighted. Even the incomparably furious Hong Tao was the same. Although he was angry at how Yi Xian treated him, he knew his own strength. Thus, when he saw that Long Jing was willing to step forward, he was naturally very gratified. 1. The heavenly Tao old monsters immediately retreated and opened up a path for the dragon whale to charge towards Yi Xian, who was in the center of the encirclement from the outer area of the sealed space. However, they did not withdraw the pressure from their bodies, because if they did, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would definitely escape. The fact that he had a heaven-defying escape technique was already known to everyone in the Star Regions and Vicious Beast Forbidden Grounds on the left bank. You're just a loser, and you've already suffered 2 crushing defeats, yet you still dare to show your face. Seeing Long Jing's figure rumbling towards them, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 demon gods. Following that, Yi Xian's voice rang out eerily. Today this lord will kill you here and let the dust settle. Boom! Rumble. Before he finished speaking, the devil ape true body with 3 heads and 6 arms shook its shoulders, and its entire body shot out like an arrow from a bow, directly meeting the dragon whale that was rumbling over. This void that was sealed by layers upon layers of heavenly Tao pressure was only 1 trillion kilometers in radius. Yi Xian and Long Jing were both at the peak of the 9th stage great perfection. Now that both of them had pushed the power in their bodies to the limit, facing each other, their speed was naturally very fast. In just 2 to 3 breaths, the distance between them had already closed to within 10 billion kilometers. Whales swallow. Roar! At this moment, a cold light flashed in Long Jing's eyes. As he muttered a soft reprimand, he also let out an earth-shattering roar. An incomparably deep buzzing sound came from the air. It continued without end. Yi Xian's figure, which was originally shooting over, seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. In an instant, he abruptly came to an abrupt stop. Whale Swallow was Long Jing's strongest bloodline ability. This bloodline was able to stir up the power of the void and cause it to resonate, forming an invisible void cage that trapped its prey within. Then, it would directly swallow it into its stomach, using the power of the void to suppress its prey. The reason why primeval heavens I had sought him out to hunt Yi Xian was partly because he was at the peak of the 9th stage great perfection, and partly because Long Jing's strongest bloodline ability, Whale Swallow, was extraordinary. According to his calculations, he should be able to temporarily seal Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall, and then find a way to suppress him. Although this ability was extremely powerful, after using it, Long Jing himself would fall into a weakened state. Therefore, in the previous 2 battles with Yi Xian, although he was unwilling, he did not use this strongest bloodline ability. But today was different. He trusted his old friend, the Silverblood Silver Wolf, very much. Moreover, the Silverblood Silver Wolf was ranked 6th on the left bank's Heavenly Beast list and was extremely powerful. Thus, after Long Jing used Whale Swallow to swallow the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, who was trapped in the void cage, he fell into a weakened state. With the Silverblood Silver Wolf by his side, he did not have to worry about any unforeseen circumstances. To put it bluntly, he was still unwilling to accept that he had been defeated twice by the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Now that he had the silver-blood silver wolf by his side, he had no more worries. Thus, he gritted his teeth and made the decision to use Whale Swallow to suppress Yi Xian and completely wipe away his previous humiliation. Roar. In the next moment, as Yi Xian's figure came to an abrupt halt in the void, Long Jing's roar rang out once more. He opened his mouth wide and used the power of his bloodline, forming an invisible resonance with the void cage in front of him. The cultivation strength within his body was pushed to the limit. It was transmitted from the unseen world, causing Yi Xian's figure to suddenly tremble in the air. This matter. In reality, it wasn't just Yi Xian's figure that was 60 million kilometers long that suddenly trembled. It also included the entire space around him. This void, with a diameter of 100 million kilometers, had already turned from nothingness into an invisible cage, firmly binding Yi Xian within. The one that shook just now was this void cage, and because Yi Xian was within it, his body also shook along with it. The void cage compressed inwards, and Yi Xian felt an invisible pressure crushing down on him from all directions. Frowning, he could only go with the flow and shrink his body. Wong! The vibrating sound continued, and the formless void cage grew smaller and smaller. However, it grew denser and denser. In the short span of 3 breaths, the void cage had shrunk to about 10,000 zhong wide. As for Yi Xian, who was trapped within it, although he was still in his magic hall true form with 3 heads and 6 arms, his body had been forced to shrink to about 60,000 zhong tall. Around his 60,000-meter tall body, there was an invisible void cage that was 20,000 meters thick. It was so solid that even if Yi Xian used all the strength in his body, he wouldn't be able to forcefully open it. It was to no avail. This is clearly the rhythm of being completely suppressed. Screech. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the eyes of the 3 great demon bodies shone with a cold light. They raised their heads and let out a terrifying roar, screech. In a short span of 3 breaths, the void cage had shrunk to about 10,000 zhong tall. As for Yi Xian, who was trapped within it, although he was still in his magic hall true form with 3 heads and 6 arms, his body had been forced to shrink to 60,000 zhong tall. Around his 60,000 zhong tall figure, there was an invisible void cage that was 20,000 zhong thick. It was so sturdy that it made people tremble. God, even if Yi Xian used all the power in his body, he wouldn't be able to force it open. It was useless, as if he was really going to be completely suppressed. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the eyes of the 3 great demon bodies flashed with a cold light. They raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. It's useless. There's no need to struggle anymore. The void has already turned into an invisible cage, and you are completely trapped within it. Before Xian's roar fell, the voice of the dragon whale's divine sense had already sounded. It could be heard in the entire void, revealing a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Very obviously, he was extremely excited that he was able to trap Yi Xian so smoothly. If it was at the beginning, there was a possibility that you could forcefully break through this invisible cage formed by the void. But now, as the void cage continues to shrink, its density increases exponentially. Although its sturdiness cannot be compared to the invisible barrier that envelopes the source nest star, it is not too far off. Although you have a desolate, venerable old monster under your command, who has a mouth that is so strong that it can even bite through the invisible barrier around the source nest star. This senior has already sent people to the forbidden grounds of the Demon Palace on the right bank before coming here. Your subordinate is in the forbidden grounds of the Demon Palace, and he is not by your side. After saying that, he said this. At this point, the dragon whale's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred, and his tone suddenly changed. So Yi Xian, today, you are destined to be completely suppressed by this sovereign. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, he had already activated the power of the bloodline in his body to the limit. An invisible suction force appeared out of thin air, pulling away the void cage that was trapping Yi Xian. Same as Sat this time. The dragon whale also opened his bloody mouth. As the void cage was activated by his bloodline power, it shot over and fell into the dragon whale's bloody mouth in the blink of an eye and was swallowed into his stomach. At this moment, the void fell into a dead silence. Whether it was the thousands of old monsters of the heavenly Tao in the trillions of miles of void, or the supreme experts and Huang Zun who had retreated trillions of miles away at the beginning of the battle, all of them had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at the complacent dragon whale. Noise. Demon the Hall Master, Yi Xian, was gone. Such a powerful existence who wreaked havoc in the entire left and right banks of the Milky Way was actually swallowed by the dragon whale in an instant. This was truly terrifying. Even when thousands of old monsters of the heavenly Tao gathered, they could only besiege him. This was simply terrifying. The dragon whale's strongest bloodline ability, known as the whale swallowing, had never been used in front of outsiders before. Now that it was used for the first time, it had such a terrifying result, instantly shocking everyone. Void the air fell into a deathly silence, but soon, this deathly silence was broken. After the experts from all sides came back to their senses, their bodies shook violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they gasped in shock. Instantly, cries of shock rose like a tide from all directions. What a terrifying bloodline ability. It can directly communicate with the power of the void and form an invisible cage. This is simply impossible to guard against. No, it should be impossible to guard against. The whale swallowing? This name is really appropriate. It's too vivid. Wasn't the Hall Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, swallowed by him in one gulp just now? How can existence ranked in the top 10 of the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list be so weak? Previously, it was defeated by the Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, twice in a row. Now, it seems that the dragon whale didn't even use his full strength those 2 times. That's right. At the very least, with this whale swallowing the Hall Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian will definitely not be able to do anything to him. The humiliation of the dragon whale's 2 losses will be washed clean in one fell swoop. Furthermore, after this battle, his ranking on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list will very likely be pushed up even further. I originally thought that the Silver Tyrant Bloodwolf, ranked 6th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, would definitely make a move to suppress the Hall Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? There was no need for the Silver Tyrant Bloodwolf to make a move. Just the dragon whale, ranked 10th on the left bank, completed all of this. Dragon inside the whale's body. Just in the instant that Yi Xian and the invisible cage that trapped him were swallowed and fell into the dragon whale's stomach, the surroundings instantly fell into darkness. Before he was swallowed, Yi Xian naturally heard the dragon whale's complacent words. His heart sank at that moment. The dragon whale's words were reasonable. In fact, he himself had also realized that this invisible cage was indeed extraordinary. If it had been at the beginning, there might have been a chance of forcibly breaking through this invisible cage formed by the void, but Yi Xian had missed that fleeting opportunity. Following after the void cage condensed and started to compress inwards, the density of the cage increased, and the speed at which it was increasing was shocking. By now, the void cage had been continuously compressed until it was only about 10,000 zhong wide. Its density had already reached a terrifying level, and its sturdiness was already unimaginable. If it was really as the dragon whale had said, that it was almost comparable to the invisible barrier that enveloped the Source Nest star. For Yi Xian, it was likely that he would really meet a calamity today. The other party had almost made all the preparations, and even sent people to the right bank of the Milky Way to secretly lurk in the forbidden area of the Magic Hall to gather information. They found out that Shi Wanjin was not with Yi Xian this time, but had stayed in the forbidden area of the Magic Hall. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, an incomparably cold light flashed in the eyes of Yi Xian's 3 great demon bodies. Although the dragon whale had said that he had only sent people to the right bank to gather information, who knew if he had disturbed the forbidden area of the magic hall? Even if he hadn't, this old fellow had always targeted the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank. For Yi Xian, this was also touching his reverse scale. If he could escape today, after he escaped, he would kill him no matter what. Otherwise, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in Yi Xian's heart. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was also making his move. He was constantly trying various methods to forcibly break free from this invisible void cage that trapped his body. But the final outcome caused him to be extremely shocked in his heart, and the feeling of uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. Because no matter what sort of ability he executed, he was actually unable to do anything to this shapeless cage that enveloped him and firmly restrained him. Even though this cage was merely 6 kilometers thick, it was too dense and tight, and it simply gave him the feeling that nothing could break through it. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in the span of 2 to 3 breaths. After 2 to 3 breaths, the void cage that enveloped Yi Xian suddenly shook, and a mysterious force appeared. This was clearly the dragon whale beginning to refine him. At this critical moment, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind, causing him to be stunned on the spot. After being swallowed by the dragon whale for 2 to 3 breaths, the void cage that enveloped Yi Xian suddenly shook again, and a mysterious force appeared. This was clearly the dragon whale beginning to refine him. However, Yi Xian still hadn't found a way to forcibly break out. This was simply too confusing. At that moment, an unexpected voice suddenly appeared in his mind, causing Yi Xian to be stunned. He was stunned on the spot. "Boss, this void cage, perhaps my goat horn can pierce through it." This voice sounded directly in Yi Xian's mind, clearly coming from within his body. To be more precise, it came from the space inside the farmer god's treasure cauldron that he kept in his body. This was the goat horn immortal's voice. Although the old man was inside the farmer god's treasure cauldron, Yi Xian didn't restrict him too much, so everything that happened in the outside world just now was secretly investigated by him with the power of his divine sense. Of course, Yi Xian naturally knew all this, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. Originally, the goat horn immortal obviously wouldn't make a sound, but now seeing that Yi Xian was in a predicament and couldn't seem to find a way to solve it, and he happened to have a little confidence, so he tried to send a divine sense voice to Yi Xian. After a brief moment of shock, Yi Xian immediately used his divine sense to communicate with the goat horn immortal, and in a flash of thought, he understood everything. This guy was neither an insect nor a ferocious beast, but a bloodline descendant of a ferocious beast and an insect. He was an extremely special and rare existence. He had the body of an insect, but he had a pair of sheep horns on his head. They seemed useless and nondescript, but in fact they were the toughest part of his body, both inside and outside. And, moreover, the goat horn immortal had a kind of bloodline ability, which was performed by using the pair of sheep horns on his head. The method he was talking about to pierce through this invisible void cage was this kind of bloodline ability performed by using the sheep horns. Although Yi Xian wasn't very confident, since the goat horn immortal had this confidence, he might as well let him try. After all, Yi Xian didn't have a better method now. Whoosh! In an instant, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and following Yi Xian's thought, the goat horn immortal's figure was summoned out of the farmer god cauldron. But because the space in this void cage was already extremely cramped, there was no place for him to go. Therefore, the old fellow didn't have a place to stay. His entire body shrank into the pair of sheep horns on his head. From a glance, it was as if Yi Xian had only summoned a pair of sheep horns. The moment they appeared, these 2 sheep horns spiraled together, turning into a spiral drill, and fiercely pierced into the void cage in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, an incomparably low buzzing sound rang out, and the 2 sheep horns spiraled and turned into a spiral drill, rapidly moving forward. They actually really drilled a small hole in this invisible but shockingly solid void cage. The thickness of the void cage was 2,000 feet, and the spiral drill formed from the two intestine goat horns continued to move forward as it spun. In less than 3 breaths of time, it had already advanced 2,000 feet, and the void cage that even Yi Xian was helpless against was pierced through just like that. Whoosh! At this moment, the eyes of the 3 demon bodies shone with a burning light at the same time, revealing endless excitement and excitement. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian directly turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the small hole that the goat horn immortal had made, leaving this invisible void cage and entering the dragon whale's body. He was too surprised. Although he had agreed to let the goat horn immortal try, he didn't expect that he could really penetrate this incredibly solid void cage. Even more, he didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly, and it was so easy. In less than 3 breaths, he had successfully rushed out of the void cage and escaped. Today's matter will be recorded as a great merit, and there will be a great reward when we return. As the figure rushed out of the void cage, Yi Xian's voice rang out with his divine perception. He waved his hand and stored the goat horn immortal back into the cauldron space inside his body. Although he was also a heavenly Tao old monster, his cultivation level was only at the first level of the heavenly Tao realm. In such an environment where the battle was shocking, there was no way for him to protect himself, and Yi Xian clearly didn't have the energy to protect him. Furthermore, the demonic insect forbidden grounds that this old fellow was in had long been wiped out, and he was the only one who survived. If he were to show his face in front of the heavenly Tao old monsters on the left bank and right bank, and with Yi Xian, everyone would be able to guess what had happened. Unfortunately, he was cowardly and didn't dare to do so. He had just made a great contribution, so Yi Xian would naturally understand this point. For example, today he immediately stored the goat horn immortal into the cauldron space inside his body. Because of this, boom, rumble. At that moment, the goat horn immortal's figure transformed into a beam of light and entered Yi Xian's body, disappearing. Yi Xian's figure, which was originally only tens of thousands of feet tall, rapidly expanded at that moment. Suddenly, his entire body seemed to have become an inflated rubber ball. His speed was too fast. In just a short breath, Yi Xian's figure had already reached a height of tens of thousands of miles. He was still in his true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape. At that moment, a thunderous rumble suddenly rang out from Longjing's body. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the ferocious ape, the body of flesh and blood of the 3 great demonic bodies. He directly swung his right arm, and the big-headed black cudgel, which was like a giant pillar that could hold up the heavens, ruthlessly smashed into Longjing's body. A loud bang shook the heavens, and a cloud of blood instantly exploded. However, Longjing didn't die because of this. After all, he was the same as Yi Xian, a peak heavenly Tao great perfection of the 9th step. He was even ranked 10th on the left bank's heavenly Tao great beast list. That is, even if Yi Xian attacked with all his strength, this big-headed black cudgel would clearly not be able to kill him. At most, he would only be severely injured. No, it didn't matter. If one cudgel wasn't enough, he could just use a few more. Today was different from the previous 2 times. In those 2 times, he wasn't a match for Yi Xian. After being injured, he could still withdraw and escape. But this time, Longjing was courting death. He actually took the initiative to swallow Yi Xian into his stomach. Now that Yi Xian had broken free from that formless void prison and attacked him immediately, a cloud of blood burst out from Longjing's body. Even if the old fellow realized that something was wrong, there was no way for him to escape. Because Yi Xian is in his body like a maggot attached to the bone. There's no way to get rid of him. Old thing, teach me. Roar, rumble. All this flashed through his mind. Yi Xian's divine sense voice sounded. He raised his head and roared wildly. He tightened his grip on the big-headed black cudgel and immediately swung it in a circle again. It was effortless, but it smashed down with all his strength. Bang. A loud bang sounded. A cloud of blood burst out from Longjing's body once again. His incomparably shrill howl also sounded at this moment. Chapter 5149. Bang! Awoo! As Yixin tightened his grip on the big-headed black cudgel and swung it in a circle once again, he smashed it down with all his might. An earth-shattering sound instantly rang out from within the Longjing's body. A majestic mist of blood was smashed out of the old fellow's body once again, and his incomparably shrill and miserable howl also rang out at this moment, revealing an endless sense of unbearable pain. It was simply shocking to hear, and it made one's hair stand on end. This scene was seen by the various experts in the surroundings, and in an instant, the entire void fell silent once again. First previously, after seeing the Longjing use the secret bloodline technique to swallow the Magic Hall Master Yixin, who was already trapped in the void prison, the various experts in the surrounding void were momentarily shocked and stunned. But very soon, they were wild with joy. Joy appeared on their faces as they swarmed towards the Longjing. Halfway through, they had already started to congratulate him. To them, this was not as simple as the ferocious master of the Magic Hall, Yixin, being suppressed. On a deeper level, there was no more suspense in the refinement of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir. After capturing Yixin, the master of the Magic Hall, the refinement manuscript of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir in his hands, as well as the Red Lotus Hellfire that was required to refine the elixir, would all fall into the hands of the various heavenly Tao experts in the right section. At that time, they would only need to wait for a period of time, and there would definitely be old monsters who would be able to refine the Red Lotus Hellfire. As such, they only needed to study the refinement manuscript left behind by Hong Quebec. After completely comprehending it, everything would fall into place. However, what they did not expect was that not long after the master of the Magic Hall, Yixin, was swallowed into the Longjing's stomach, the Longjing, who had a smug look on his face a moment ago, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He raised his head and spat out an arrow of blood, and let out a bone-chilling and shrill howl. Even his incomparably huge body started to tumble in the void. This was clearly a sign that the intense pain in his body was unbearable, but he was completely unable to get rid of it. This scene happened too suddenly. There was no sign before this. The heavenly Tao's old monsters who were swarming over from all directions in the void stopped abruptly. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly realized what had happened. Color under the change, they all sucked in a cold breath, followed by a tide of shocked cries that filled the sky. Damn it, such an accident actually happened. Even the Longjing's bloodline divine ability of the whale swallow was unable to suppress this demon ape. This is truly too ferocious. Is the rhythm of the heavens. That formless void prison is extremely dense. Even a heavenly Tao expert would not be able to forcefully break free. What method did the master of the Magic Hall, Yixin, use to actually escape in such a short period of time? I'm afraid this is bad. The master of the Magic Hall, Yixin, is inside the Longjing's body. He is attacking from the inside, and the Longjing has no way of escaping or defending. It's clearly going to be tortured to death. Boom, bang, pooh. Before the cries of alarm from all around the void faded, the Longjing's body, which was tumbling and howling miserably in the void, rumbled once again. An explosion sounded, and the Longjing's incomparably huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist that filled the void. A figure walked out of the blood mist that was so dense that it caused people to raise their eyebrows. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its killing intent was overflowing. Its body was 60 million kilometers long, and it was like a small star. It was Yixin. Whoosh! As soon as his figure appeared, the Black Fog clone suddenly waved his hand. The howling of the wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic, invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out, directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence condensation. At the same time, after the Longjing's body exploded, more than 10 rays of light shot out from its body and landed in the hands of the violent ape. They were more than 10 portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. Just like that, the Longjing fell. Of the 33 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had participated in the encirclement of Yi Xian, only the primeval heavens I had not been brought to justice. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in a moment of life and death. Too fast, soon, before anyone else could recover from their shock, Yi Xian had already rushed out of the dragon whale's body after escaping. The latter, on the other hand, had already exploded and died. Not even a single hair was left behind. Fierce the Long Jing, ranked 10th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, was turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. If the 8th-ranked Frost Blood Blue Crocodile was included, there were already 2 of the top 10 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had fallen at the hands of Yi Xian. Brain as this thought flashed through their minds, the experts in the surrounding void suddenly trembled violently, and their expressions became incomparably fearful. They suddenly understood that this demon god with monstrous killing intent in front of them was clearly a hunter of the top 10 heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. The left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list is only SOSO. 2 of the top 10 have already been killed. In fact, Yi Xian also had such a thought in his mind at this moment. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time the voice of his divine sense rang out. The 3 great demon bodies had already looked at the silver tyrant blood wolf in the distance at the same time. Raising his hand, a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he looked disdainfully in all directions. The 6th on the left bank, right? Since you are here today, you will be the 3rd of the top 10 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts list to be killed by this lord. These bold words were simply shocking. Even in the entire left bank of the Milky Way, for countless years, there was probably no one who dared to say such words, but Yi Xian was not afraid. As for the forbidden area behind him, the Magic Hall, which of the top 10 heavenly Tao ferocious beast list of the left bank was not an overlord. Naturally, they could not go around Yi Xian and target the forbidden area behind him. That would make them a laughingstock. Roar, roar, what a madman. In the entire left bank of the Milky Way, no one has dared to say such arrogant words. Yi Xian's words enraged the silver tyrant bloodwolf. He raised his head and roared wildly. His domineering aura leaked out, and even the void trembled violently because of it. He roared incessantly. Today this lord wants to see how you will kill me. Rumble. Along with his roar, the silver tyrant blood wolf's incomparably huge body suddenly rumbled with the sound of thunder. He pushed the power in his body to the extreme and activated a powerful bloodline secret technique. A cloud of blood mist rushed out of his body like a raging river, rapidly spreading and spreading in the void. This scene was too dazzling. The silver tyrant blood wolf's body was bright silver, and he was half squatting in the void. His body was 50 million miles long, and the majestic blood mist gushing out of his body covered nearly 1 trillion miles in just a few breaths. The entire void was plated with a layer of blood red. In the void, against the backdrop of this blood-red void, the domineering silver tyrant blood wolf was like a dazzling bright moon that was slowly rising from the sea of blood. Buzz. Suddenly, there seemed to be a low, buzzing sound coming from the void. The expressions of nearly 1,000 heavenly law ferocious beasts all changed. They retreated quickly, wanting to leave this area that was shrouded in the blood mist. Because this was a reflection of the tyrant blood in the silver wolf's body, the area that was shrouded in the blood mist had already been affected by some unknown force. Buzz. Suddenly, a low, buzzing sound came from the void, and the expressions of nearly 1,000 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts changed. They retreated rapidly, wanting to leave this area covered by the blood mist. Because this was a reflection of the silver tyrant blood wolf's blood, the area covered by the blood mist had already been affected by some unknown force. This battle belonged to the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, and the silver tyrant blood wolf. They were unwilling to participate in it, so they naturally would not stay in this void shrouded in the blood mist. Roar. As the blood mist dispersed, the silver tyrant blood wolf raised his head again and let out a heaven-shaking roar. At the same time, he raised his right claw and extended it towards Yi Xian from hundreds of billions of miles away. Hiss! An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out, and a spatial crack appeared on the left side of Yi Xian. A terrifying silver claw that was tens of millions of miles long stretched out from it, directly scratching towards the head of the violent ape. This attack was too mysterious. The spatial crack appeared without any warning, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of spatial energy. If Yi Xian was hit by this claw, the head of the violent ape would definitely explode. After all, this silver tyrant bloodwolf was ranked 6th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. It was close to entering the top 5, so one could only imagine how terrifying this attack was. Rumble! Bam! With a flash of cold light, the violent ape directly swung the big-headed black cudgel in its hand to meet the attack. The void collapsed along the way, and a shocking rumbling sound of thunder could be heard. Tight! Following that was a shocking explosion. Under the bombardment of the big-headed black cudgel, the giant silver claw that was grabbing towards the violent ape's head collapsed, turning into a rain of silver light that dissipated. This collision caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble slightly. As expected of the 6th-ranked existence on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, it was much stronger than the dragon whale that he had just killed. That was even the 9th-ranked frostblood blue crocodile was far from being comparable. However, Yi Xian had just made another breakthrough not long ago. In addition to the 3-headed and 6-armed devil ape real body, it was equivalent to the combination of 3-peak, 9th-stage, great perfection, heavenly Tao masters. Compared to this silver tyrant bloodwolf was definitely not inferior in the slightest. However, if he wanted to kill the other party, he was afraid that it was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. Unless he used the Fallen Sky Bow, the most powerful divine ability, or the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, the most mysterious and terrifying top-grade heavenly flame of heaven and earth. The 6th on the left bank. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the faces of the 3 great demon bodies immediately revealed looks of disdain and contempt. Yi Xian's voice of divine sense also sounded, and it could be heard everywhere in the void. In my opinion, the power of this attack is only so. It's just a facade. He wanted to anger this guy, and then find a chance to strike quickly and deal a fatal blow. With this goal, before the voice of divine sense in his mouth fell, Yi Xian's figure had already shot out. The violent ape's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the big-headed black cudgel was dragged behind him. It was already accumulating power and could be raised high and smashed down at any time. He was shooting in the direction of the silver tyrant bloodwolf that was hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Looking at this posture, it was clear that he was directly rushing over and smashing down with the big-headed black cudgel. The rhythm was simple and direct, and at the same time, it revealed endless contempt. Roar! You dare to ignore this venerable? Such words, such a simple and crude attack, as expected, infuriated the silver tyrant blood wolf in an instant. It raised its head and roared, its originally half-squatting body arched, and after accumulating power, it pounced towards Yi Xian through the air. Gotcha! At this point, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately attacked again. The black mist doppelganger was the first to make a move, and with a crisp crackling sound, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of thousands of kilometers appeared out of thin air. It directly exploded, turning into a sea of lightning that drowned the silver tyrant bloodwolf. Rumble! At the same time, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder came from the void, and the big-headed black cudgel in the violent ape's hand smashed out like a giant pillar supporting the sky. The skeleton doppelganger also did not delay. The withered demon bloodblade turned into a black and red light and shot out with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the silver tyrant bloodwolf side and brazenly slashed down. The withered demon bloodblade was now a desolate treasure, and if it really hit, the silver tyrant bloodwolf's head would be directly chopped off. Screech! In the blink of an eye, 3 waves of attacks had closed in on it, and even its huge body had been drowned by the sea of lightning. In just one exchange, it was showing signs of being at a disadvantage. This made the silver tyrant blood wolf extremely unwilling and incomparably angry, and it suddenly roared. Its incomparably huge body also dodged, avoiding the withered demon bloodblade's attack. Unfortunately, a large piece of flesh on its right rib was cut off, and blood sprayed into the sky. As if it had smelled the smell of blood in the void, the withered demon blood wolf let out an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, an endless amount of blood-colored demonic fog gushed out from the withered demon bloodblade like a large river. In half a breath, it had already turned into the appearance of the withered demon bloodblade. Its bloody mouth angrily opened, directly swallowing all the blood fog into its stomach, stretched out its neck, and burped. The bloodline of this silver tyrant blood wolf is extremely extraordinary, and the name of tyrant blood is not just for show. Its blood contains a special kind of energy that makes the withered demon bloodblade extremely interested. Demonic ape, you have successfully angered this sovereign. In today's battle, if you don't die, then I will. Oh, the lightning dispersed, and the figure of the tyrant blood demon ape appeared. There was a huge wound on its right rib, and its dazzling silver hair was already stained with blood, looking quite miserable. But in fact, it was not seriously injured at all, and it was only a superficial wound. Skin, although the external wound was light and did not affect its condition and battle strength, the pain of having a large piece of flesh on its rib being cut off was incomparably real. Moreover, as a supreme existence ranked 6th on the heavenly beast list of the left bank, it was now in such a sorry state by Yi Xian in just a single exchange. Naturally, it would lose a lot of face. When everything was put together, the anger in the tyrant blood silver wolf's heart burned to the extreme. It raised its head and roared, and its incomparably huge body transformed into a huge silver claw that was like a star. With a speed faster than lightning, it shot towards Yi Xian. However, it was still a silver claw, but the previous attack was from a distance of 100 billion kilometers. The silver claw that rushed out from the crack in the void was only a condensation of energy. But this time it was different. This enormous silver claw was an actual entity, and was clearly formed from the body of the silver tyrant blood wolf. The strength of this claw was naturally incomparable. Even Yi Xian did not dare to look at it lightly. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 great demon bodies, and the violent ape snorted coldly. The power in its body was pushed to the limit, and its right arm tightened. The big-headed black rod was raised high and smashed out fiercely. As the tyrant blood silver wolf's entire body transformed into a huge silver claw that was like a star, it brought with it a shocking and tyrannical aura. Even Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he did not dare to treat it lightly. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 great demon bodies. The violent ape snorted coldly, and the power in its body was pushed to the limit. Its right arm tightened, and the big-headed black rod was raised high and smashed out fiercely. Bam! Rumble! A loud boom rang out, followed by a thunderous rumble that was so violent that it made one's hair stand on end. A terrifying force surged in all directions, enveloping an area of 100 billion miles. The chi flow in this vast expanse of space was completely chaotic. With this strike, Yi Xian was not able to severely injure the tyrant blood silver wolf. The giant silver claw that was formed from the silver wolf's body was not damaged at all, but it instantly expanded, and a huge void vortex appeared above the silver claw. The endless blood mist that filled the space of 1 trillion kilometers surged over, and through this void vortex that suddenly appeared, it poured into the silver claw. In an instant, the huge silver claw expanded once again. Previously, it was already 50 million kilometers long, and was about the same size as Yi Xian, who was 60 million kilometers long. But now, the silver claw had expanded by 10 times in the blink of an eye, reaching 500 million miles long. Clearly, This was caused by the mysterious blood mist that surged over from the surrounding space and poured into the silver claw through the vortex above. This blood mist had previously gushed out from the tyrant blood silver wolf's body. In 3 breaths of time, it had spread out, enveloping a large area of 1 trillion kilometers in radius. Right now, they seemed to be returning in a simple manner, but in reality, as they scattered and returned, the mysterious blood fog that spread out had already swept away all the energy within 1 trillion kilometers of the void, turning into the foundation support for the silver claw that had skyrocketed. This is one of the tyrant blood silver wolf's strongest bloodline divine ability. That's where the name Tyrant Blood came from. This bloodline is too mysterious. Just the blood mist emitted from its body has a strange power that can make people tremble in fear. Even the energy in the air is instantly stripped away. Roar. At this moment, Pang Da's 500 million kilometers long silver claw grabbed Yi Xian, who was in the form of a 3-headed, 6-armed demon ape, and quickly clenched, as if it felt that Yi Xian would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. The tyrant blood silver wolf's furious roar came from the silver claw, revealing a kind of hatred that had been vented. The current silver claw was simply too huge. It was at least 500 million miles long. The tyrannical blood centipede had to absorb the void energy within 1 trillion miles in order to achieve this. Now, the wolf claws were like pillars that supported the sky, and they were closing in as the giant claw closed in. Yi Xian's heart suddenly sank. Right now, he was trapped in the space of the wolf claws, unable to teleport away at all. This was because as the wolf claws closed in on him, the space was collapsing. Just from this point, one could see how majestic and terrifying the wolf claws were. If they closed in on him, Yi Xian would definitely not be able to withstand them. Even if he did not die on the spot, it was inevitable that he would be severely injured. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and he instantly made a decision. At this time, the space in the palm of the silver claw had already fallen into chaos, and Yi Xian's figure was also covered by the chaotic qi. This was the best time to make a move. He did not use the Red Lotus Hellfire because that power was too strong. He was afraid that it would be like before, completely burning the tyrant blood silver wolf into ashes. At that time, Yi Xian would not be able to get anything, and it would be a pity and a waste. As soon as he thought of this, his eyes flashed, and he waved his hand abruptly. Whoosh! Then there was a weak sound of breaking through the air, and a black and red light quietly flashed. As it expanded, it instantly turned into a small private warship that was hundreds of meters long. It was Yi Xian's small private warship, the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Such as today's Void-Shattering Shuttle had reached the level of an ancient supreme treasure. Not only was the space inside extremely large, like a star, even the size of the ship had long been controlled. Chanting while moving, the Red Lotus Hellfire gushed out from the body of the Void-Shattering Shuttle. Each flower was only about 10 meters in size, and they were in the shape of a red lotus. They looked extremely beautiful, but they emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Yi Xian also shrank his figure and rushed into the Void-Shattering Shuttle in a flash. Just like that. At this time, he seemed to have disappeared. Suddenly, the silver claw held in the palm of the palm was clearly a weak, Red Lotus Hellfire. There was no trace of the Void-Shattering Shuttle at all, and even its aura was perfectly concealed. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Xian thought, and the Void-Shattering Shuttle, which was only 100 meters long and looked like a weak red light, compared to the giant silver claw of 500 million miles long, directly shot out, rushing into the palm of the giant silver claw and penetrating it in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian rushed out from the back of the silver claw, and the thousands of red lotus karmic flames that covered the body of the Void-Shattering Shuttle had ignited the sins that the tyrant blood silver wolf had accumulated throughout its life. They turned into black flames of sin that were burning out from within its body, including its divine soul. Screech! Feeling that something was wrong, especially the pain of his divine soul being burned by the flames of sin, the tyrant blood silver wolf immediately let out a shocking howl. revealing endless pain. Roar! At this moment, Yi Xian also rushed out of the Red Lotus Void Shattering Shuttle. With a wave of his hand, the Void Shattering Shuttle returned to his body and then fully activated the Blood Sea secret technique. His body that had just shrunk rapidly expanded like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached 100 million miles. This battle should end now. A cold light flashed, and Yi Xian's voice came out. At the same time, the big-headed black cudgel in Bao Yuan's hand also smashed down, smashing into the back of the giant silver claw. At this time, the tyrant Blood Silver Wolf was experiencing an inauspicious experience. His divine soul was burned by the flames of sin, and he couldn't even take care of himself. There were also black flames of sin spreading in his body, and he fell into a weakened state. Surface against Yi Xian's all-out attack, he couldn't withstand it all. His huge body exploded the moment the cudgel fell, turning into a scarlet blood mist that spread out. Who? The Black Fog clone waved his hand, and the sound of a fierce wind suddenly rang out. An incomparably majestic, invisible chi whistled out, sweeping up the spreading blood mist and directly sending it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Division apart from this, more than 10 beams of light shot over and landed in Yi Xian's heart. They were more than 10 portions of compressed Heavenly Tao Origins liquid. With that, the tyrant Blood Silver Wolf, ranked 6th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Beast list, perished. Similarly, it failed to escape Yi Xian's palm and was blasted into a blood mist, turning into a blood essence resource for Yi Xian's future refinement of a level 31 primordial chaos treasure pill. Buzz! It was at this moment that a low, buzzing sound that was almost undetectable suddenly came from the void. The buzzing sound was not loud, but the void where the sound came from was completely sealed in an instant, and it surpassed the level of the pressure that the 1,000 over old monsters of the Heavenly Tao had emitted from their bodies before this. This was definitely not the power of the Heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian sensed an extremely clear wisp of primordial chaos power, causing his body to tremble violently. Instantly, his expression changed. Buzz! Just as Xian killed the tyrant Blood Silver Wolf, an indiscernible low humming sound suddenly sounded from the void. Although the humming sound wasn't loud, the void where the sound came from was instantly sealed. It exceeded the level of the 1,000+ Heavenly Tao old monsters that emitted the pressure from their bodies. This was definitely not the power of the Heavenly Tao realm. Li Xian sensed an extremely clear wisp of primordial chaos power from it, causing his body to tremble violently as his expression changed in horror. He wasn't the only one. All the old monsters around the void, including the mighty figures and desolate supremacies who had retreated the furthest, as well as the 1,000+ Heavenly Tao old monsters, all trembled violently without exception. As their expressions changed, they gasped and cried out involuntarily. What happened? The entire space was sealed in an instant, and the degree of the seal was greater than the layers of pressure we used before. However, this was clearly caused by a single power. Primordial chaos. This is primordial chaos power. Heavens, a primordial chaos realm great Tao old monster has appeared. He has already locked onto this void and sealed all of us. Darn it. To think that a primordial chaos old monster would appear. I'm afraid we're in trouble today. We don't know why the other party came, and we don't know if he's a friend or foe. Disaster is upon us, the aura of a ferocious beast. Haha. This terrifying primordial chaos power clearly exudes an extremely rich ferocious beast aura. This primordial chaos realm senior is an astral ferocious beast. Oh, whoa, bastard Yi Xian, how dare you attack my descendant, the blood-patterned demonic wolf? Today, when I come out of seclusion, it will be the day you are buried. Rumble. Then exclamations sounded in the void as a heaven-shaking howl enveloped the void. A voice with a divine perception sounded. It was unknown where it came from, but it reverberated in everyone's ears. Xian's expression changed abruptly as his heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He knew who the other party was. Back when he killed the blood-patterned demonic wolf in the demonic wolf forbidden land, it had clearly stated that there was a patriarch backing it. Yixian did not take this matter to heart, but he never expected that this existence would descend. Clearly, this ancient existence was from the same era as Hong Ke. He had likely been in seclusion for more than 1,000,000 years, but his talent was clearly not bad. Before Hong Ke and company appeared, he had already come out of seclusion. He had already broken through the heavenly Tao realm and stepped into the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. As these thoughts surfaced in his mind, the void to his right suddenly suffused a layer of indiscernible ripples. Following that, there was no energy fluctuation as a figure suddenly appeared. It was indeed a demonic wolf. It was completely black and did not have a single strand of mixed fur. It looked like an infernal wolf from the underworld. However, its eyes were as red as blood. The cultivation aura that emanated from its body was as vast as the sea. Furthermore, it was clearly different from the strength of the heavenly Tao realm. It was on a completely different level. It was more powerful and mysterious, as though it had fused with the primordial chaos void. This was definitely the strength of the primordial chaos great Tao realm. The body of this nether wolf isn't very large, and it's only around 30,000 meters. Even the weakest ferocious beast in the starry sky is far from this size. But now, its figure appeared by itself, and it didn't deliberately spread out the energy within its body, yet instantly gave off an invisible deterrent feeling of dominating the entire space. Infernal wolf? An existence at the primordial chaos great Tao realm. Look! When the infernal wolf appeared, Yixian suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger. However, he did not retreat in the slightest. At the same time the divine perception voice sounded, the corners of the ferocious ape's mouth curled into a sneer. The eyes of the skeleton of the three demonic bodies emitted an extremely intense purplish gold beam. Very soon, an incomparably deep buzzing sound resounded through the void. A strange aura, like a raging river, spread out from the skeleton clone's body. Remains the skeleton clone suddenly raised its left arm. The originally empty palm of its left hand shone with golden light. Only golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. It was the heaven-falling bow, which was famous throughout the primordial chaos. This large golden bow in the form of energy was simple and sinister. The middle part of the palm was a two-headed strange beast, one facing up and one down. In the mouth of the sinister beast, there were two humanoid spirit creatures biting down on the legs. The humanoid creatures opened their mouths wide in anger, as if they were roaring. A bowstring that was clearly formed by countless fine golden threads twisted together, and the two ends were connected to the two humanoid creatures' wide mouths, respectively. Here, when the bow appeared, a golden energy arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring. It was pointed straight at the black netherwolf that was 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. An invisible force instantly locked onto the netherwolf's aura around him. Heaven-falling bow. Upon seeing the skeleton's actions, a sanguine beam flashed in the distant infernal wolf's eyes. An extremely deep divine perception voice sounded. Your strength isn't bad. This arrow is something that any heavenly Tao realm existence can't help but fear. Unfortunately, I've already stepped into the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. Although your arrow's might is extraordinary, it will ultimately be in vain if it fails to hit its target. Phew. Before its voice faded, the skeleton had already released its right hand that was gripping the energy bowstring. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that caused one's eardrums to resonate resounded. The energy arrow that was filled to the brim with the bowstring's full strength instantly shot out. The aura was so powerful that it was unstoppable. It was unstoppable. When the arrow shot out, it seemed to instantly tear apart the void. As the golden arrow shot out, a black wave that resembled a tail flame suffused behind it. At this time, it was so short that it could be completely ignored. The golden arrow that whistled through the air instantly arrived in front of the abyss wolf that was billions of miles away. This was practically teleportation. The distance in space was ignored, and it directly descended on the abyss wolf. Upon seeing this scene, all the old monsters in the surrounding void trembled as they drew cold gasps. Shocked exclamations sounded, "Hiss! Is this the power of the heaven-falling bow? How can it be so fast? Its might is too terrifying. It's practically annihilating the world, as expected of the strongest divine power that can bury the heavens. Heavenly Tao realm existences are indeed unable to withstand it, especially since the Magic Hall's Lord is a peak Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th Order Perfection realm. He's definitely one of the best, even among peak Heavenly Tao existences. When such an attack comes from him, even peak Heavenly Tao existences of the same cultivation level would be in mortal danger. Hum. As these exclamations sounded, an extremely deep hum sounded billions of miles to the right. Without any suspense, the golden arrow pierced through the black, infernal wolf's body. Oh, no, it should be said that it was drowned. This was because the infernal wolf was only about 100,000 feet in size, while the arrow was 5,000 kilometers in size. The two were completely disproportionate. However, Yi Xian's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. This arrow was shot from his hand, so he was naturally the clearest about whether it hit the target or not. He had a kind of divine perception from the unseen world. Chapter 5150. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. This arrow was shot from his hand, so he naturally knew best whether it hit the target or not. He had a kind of divine perception. Wang, in his line of sight, along with the cries of surprise in the surrounding space, an incomparably deep buzzing sound came from the right side 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. The golden arrow pierced through the body of the black netherwolf without any suspense. The netherwolf was only around 30,000 meters in size, but this arrow was 10,000 kilometers in size. The two were not proportionate to begin with, and the netherwolf was drowned by the golden light. However, in reality, Yi Xian felt an unprecedented sense of danger at this moment. Meteor, even the heavenly arrow, was ineffective. He really couldn't think of any other method he could use to deal with this incomparably powerful netherwolf. This was a supreme existence that had already surpassed the heavenly Tao and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Hong, the great Tao realm, was the highest realm in this primordial void. It was like the will of the heavenly Tao in various large and small worlds. The power it controlled had already touched the operating laws of the primordial void. The power of Xian's arrow was indeed terrifying. However, no matter how fast the speed of the golden arrow was, even though it was as if it had teleported and arrived in front of the black nether wolf after leaving the bowstring, it was still unable to do anything to it. The arrow couldn't hit its target at all. What the golden energy arrow drowned was only an illusion. Wang. Sure enough, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a buzzing sound rang out in the distance to his left. Ripples appeared in the air, and a black figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. There was not the slightest fluctuation of energy, and it was extremely strange. This figure was only around 30,000 meters tall, and it was none other than the netherwolf. In an instant, he had already traversed a distance of 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers, and he had silently moved from 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers to 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers to the left from 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers away. Even more so, as for the heavenly falling arrow, even the nether chi lock was completely ineffective. This scene was too shocking, and the void fell into a deathly silence. After half a breath, the bodies of the old monsters from all sides trembled violently, and at the same time, their expressions changed as they cried out in alarm. What a terrifying technique. Traversing 2,000,000,000,000 miles in an instant, even the heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage would definitely not be able to do it, but Senior Netherwolf could do it so easily. This is clearly not his limit. A primordial chaos Tao realm expert after the heavenly Tao is indeed terrifying. The Skyfall arrow shot by the Skyfall bow carries with it the ability to lock onto and suppress the target. Once the arrow is shot, the target is instantly locked onto, and there's no way to teleport away. But just now, this ability failed as well. Clearly, it's the result of Senior Nether Wolf grasping some sort of primordial law of void. How can we fight like this? There's no need for him to make a move. Even his strongest technique is useless against Senior Abyss Wolf. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is destined to fall here. Fallen? You're joking. When facing such a formidable Senior Nether Wolf, he probably doesn't even have the ability to seek death, and he'll surely be captured alive. Roar! Everything is about to come to an end. The master of the magic hall is finally going to be executed here. How satisfying. Roar! The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, it's indeed you. At that moment, a shocking roar suddenly sounded from the distant void behind them. Following, there was a voice filled with endless anger. The blue crocodile's soul maggot is in your body. Although the aura is odd, it's enough to prove that you are the culprit behind his death. As this divine sense voice rang out, ripples appeared in the void 1 trillion kilometers behind them, and a figure silently appeared. It was a fiendish crocodile. Its body was pitch black, and it was only about 100,000 feet tall. However, the aura it emitted was similar to the nether wolf that had previously descended. It was definitely not the power of the heavenly Tao realm. Clearly, this was a primordial chaos monster that had surpassed the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, from its words, the reason it was here today was clearly for the Frostblood blue crocodile that was ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list. Outside, the world only knew that the strongest expert in the Frostblood blue crocodile forbidden land was the Frostblood blue crocodile. However, they did not know that in the deepest part of the Frostblood forbidden land, on the largest planet, there was a black blood fiend crocodile that had been in seclusion for millions of years. This old fellow was the same as the Netherwolf. He was an ancient existence from the same era as the Netherwolf. Furthermore, he had broken through the heavenly Tao realm and entered the primordial chaos Tao realm at the same time as the Netherwolf. However, after breaking through, he had been stabilizing his realm and solidifying his cultivation, so he had not appeared. But now, his cultivation had already stabilized, so he was able to rush over as soon as he came out of seclusion. Seeing how furious he was as soon as he arrived, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Yi Xian on the spot. The sky fell into a dead silence once again. The old monsters from all over trembled violently, and their expressions changed as they subconsciously held their breaths. The ferocious beasts from the supreme, forbidden lands were fine, but as for the remnant old monsters from the various remnant star domains, all of them had worried looks on their faces. They were clearly uneasy. In the primordial chaos void, the ferocious beasts and the remnant people had always been opposing existences. This was because the remnant people needed the flesh and blood of the ferocious beasts to refine the flesh and blood medicine. Other than the ferocious beasts devouring each other, they would not let off the remnant people of the primordial chaos either. Although this kind of life and death situation became more restrained as one's cultivation level increased, in general, the remnant people and the ferocious beasts were still two opposing groups. First, previously, the remnant star domains on the left bank and the ferocious beasts' forbidden lands could generally get along harmoniously. Although there were many battles between existences below the heavenly Tao realm, existences above the heavenly Tao realm were basically in a balance. However, over the past year, due to the appearance of the Heavenly Nine Great Tao Treasure Liquid, this high-level balance and restraint had long been broken. Even the Heavenly Tao Realm ferocious beasts and the remnant people of the Heavenly Tao Realm had disputes with each other from time to time. Under such circumstances, the remnant people had yet to have any primordial chaos Great Tao that surpassed the Heavenly Tao Realm. But the ferocious beasts had two extremely powerful primordial chaos old monsters in one day. This had undoubtedly completely broken the balance between the ferocious beasts and the remnant people. If the two primordial chaos, great Tao realm, ferocious beasts, the abyss wolf, and the black blood demon crocodile, were hostile to the remnant people, all the remnant old monsters present today, whether it was a mighty figure or a desolate venerable or a heavenly Tao realm expert, would be suppressed and killed here. This was also the reason why all the remnant old monsters present looked uneasy and worried. Abyss wolf? Just as all the remnant old monsters around the void were worried and vaguely uneasy, the voice of the black blood demon crocodile that had just descended sounded again. His eyes flashed as he swept his gaze to the abyss wolf that was 1,000,000,000,000 miles away on the left side of the void. "You old ghost, you have also broken through. Why are you here today, abyss wolf?" When all the remnant old monsters around the void were worried, the voice of the black blood demon crocodile that had just descended sounded again. His eyes flashed as he swept his gaze to the abyss wolf that was 1,000,000,000,000 miles away on the left side of the void. "You old ghost, you have also broken through. Why are you here today?" The two old guys had known each other for 1,000,000 years, but their relationship was not harmonious. They were even hostile. Now that they met again after 1,000,000 years and saw that the other party had also broken through to the primordial chaos great Tao realm, they were naturally unhappy. Abyss wolf, this was the reason why the abyss wolf did not make a sound when he saw his arrival. He just looked on coldly. Now that the black blood demon crocodile took the initiative to ask, the abyss wolf curled his lips and revealed a cold smile. He snorted, and the voice of the divine sense sounded, "Humph, why am I here? What does it have to do with you? But don't say that I didn't remind you of one thing. Don't get involved with the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. My bloodline descendant was also killed by him. Even if you're here to seek revenge, it depends on who came first." He meant that he had arrived before the black blood demon crocodile. Even if he wanted to suppress and take away Yi Xian, it should be him, not the black blood demon crocodile that had arrived later. What a joke. Black the blood demon crocodile naturally understood the meaning of the abyss wolf's words. He immediately sneered and said, "I have never heard of anyone taking revenge on the victim. There is no such thing as first come, first served. Do you have to queue up for such a thing?" It was clear that he did not agree with the abyss wolf's logic. Since he had arrived here today, then the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had to be taken away. It was impossible for him to sit back and watch the abyss wolf take action. "What? Do you mean to attack me?" The abyss wolf was immediately enraged as he roared incessantly. "Our cultivation levels are similar. If we were to fight, it would definitely end with both of us suffering losses. Once we start fighting, we will restrain each other. If the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, were to escape, would you bear the responsibility?" The atmosphere in the air instantly turned extremely stagnant. The infernal wolf and black blood fiend crocodile's bodies emitted an extremely terrifying suppressive aura, completely sealing off the void. Even the heavenly Tao's old monster was silent under such pressure. As for the mighty figures below, the heavenly Tao realm and desolate supremacy, they were trembling. Yi Xian watched coldly as he pushed the power in his body to its limits. He paid close attention to everything that was happening. As long as there was a chance, he would not miss it and would instantly escape. The two old fogies had not been on good terms since 1,000,000 years ago. They had a grudge against each other. Now that they had arrived, it seemed like they were seeking vengeance, but in fact, they were here for the various treasures in Yi Xian's hands. Heaven, the 9 great Tao treasure liquids were no trifling matter. They could allow the forbidden lands under them to produce more primordial chaos Tao realm experts in the future. Apart from that, the heaven-falling bow was a supreme divine power, and Yi Xian's 9-color divine flames, red lotus karmic fire, and Farmer God called them were all top-grade treasures that moved them. Therefore, they could not let go of the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. They had to capture him to prevent all the benefits and opportunities from going to him. To Yi Xian, this was his only chance. 2. He wouldn't be able to contend against any one of these old fellows. Just by releasing the pressure from their bodies, they would be able to completely seal off the void. Not only would they be unable to teleport, they wouldn't even be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability that was attached to Yi Xian's internal system. Against two such powerful existences, teleportation was completely unrealistic. Even the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle could not shake off the two old fogies. Until, although the Red Lotus karmic fire had strange powers, Yi Xian might not be able to touch the two old fogies of primordial chaos who had surpassed the heavenly Tao realm. There was a high chance that he would miss, like the heaven-falling arrow from before. In this sort of situation, if Yi Xian wanted to successfully escape, the only thing he could rely on was the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system within his body. Now, he was hoping that the two old fogies would start fighting. Even if they did not start fighting, the cultivation in their bodies would transform into an invisible pressure that completely enveloped the vast void, completely sealing it off. Yi Xian would not be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of his internal system. Only when the two old fogies started fighting would a gap appear in the complete seal of the void. Yi Xian paid close attention. As long as such an opportunity appeared, he would be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and escape. Roar! Rumble! Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, the two old fogies finally did not disappoint. One of them made a move. The black blood fiend crocodile raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Following that, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a lightning ball with a diameter of 10,000 feet. It shot towards the dark wolf opposite it. You really want to attack me? Since that's the case, then let's fight again. I'd like to see how much you've improved after 1,000,000 years, you old geezer. Roar! Upon seeing this scene, the dark wolf was instantly enraged. As the voice of its divine perception resounded, it opened its mouth and spat out a black crescent-shaped blade. It swirled as it shot towards the black lightning ball that was shooting towards it. The two old fogies were only about 100,000 feet in size. The lightning ball and crescent-shaped blade that they spat out were also only about 100,000 feet in size. Although it looked inconspicuous, it was definitely not the power of the heavenly Tao realm. The lightning ball and crescent-shaped blade were condensed from extremely pure primordial chaos power. At that moment, they shot towards the dark wolf, emitting a terrifying aura. Even the heavenly Tao's old fogies in the surrounding void could not help but change their expressions in horror. They felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Bam! Rumble! Even though there was a distance of trillions of kilometers between them, the two attacks were simply too fast. In just half a breath of time, the lightning ball and crescent moon blade had already crossed the distance of trillions of kilometers, colliding with one another with loud booms. At the same time, a terrifying explosion sounded in the void. Even the heavenly Tao's old fogies felt their eardrums buzz. They even felt a stabbing pain as though they were about to be torn apart. Even more the mighty figures in the distance instantly withered as though all the strength in their bodies had been sucked out. They withered in the void as though they were on the brink of death. That the desolate supremacy old fogies had pale faces as they spewed out blood arrows. Their injuries were not light either. They were separated by such a great distance. But because of the invisible shockwave produced by the collision between the lightning ball and the crescent moon arc blade, they had already fallen into such an unbearable situation. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the power of this attack was. At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated the system's tidal exploration mission. If the exploration is successful, there is a chance of upgrading the system's title. System's current title, Level 6 Galactic Controller. System's next title, Level 7 Galactic Overlord. Bam! Rumble! Although there was a distance of trillions of miles between them, the two attacks were simply too fast. In just half a breath, the lightning ball and the crescent moon arc blade had already crossed the distance of trillions of miles and collided with each other with loud booms. It was just too powerful. The mighty figures around the void instantly withered as desolate supremacy vomited blood. Even the heavenly Tao's old fogey turned pale as his eardrums buzzed. A gigantic void rift with a diameter of 5 billion kilometers appeared. Large amounts of void turbulence shot out from it. This was no ordinary void rift, but a primordial chaos rift. Therefore, the void turbulence that shot out was condensed from the purest primordial chaos forces. Although they were in the primordial chaos void, even mighty figures and desolate supremacy could tear apart the void in battle, much less heavenly Tao realm experts. However, the primordial chaos void was extremely resilient. The mighty figures, desolate supremacy, and heavenly Tao strength were only able to tear apart the surface of the primordial chaos void. Furthermore, the void rift that appeared was quickly mended by the powerful primordial chaos void nomological forces. Since only the surface was torn apart, it was naturally impossible for the primordial chaos forces condensed from primordial chaos forces to surge out. But this time it was different. Infernal Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile were primordial chaos monsters after the heavenly Tao realm. The lightning ball and crescent-shaped blade they blasted out with all their strength were condensed from pure primordial chaos forces. Steep, however, the collision tore apart the primordial chaos void. Furthermore, it was not just the surface but the depths. The reason for the primordial chaos forces to appear was because of this. Phew, roar, pwah, 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 screech. With the appearance of the primordial chaos rift that spanned 5 billion kilometers, large amounts of void turbulence instantly shot out. This was no ordinary void turbulence. It was condensed from the purest primordial chaos forces. It was not an exaggeration to call it primordial chaos forces. In a short instant, more than 1,000 primordial chaos forces shot out from the rift. They scattered in all directions, with some vanishing into the horizon, while others struck the various old monsters in the surrounding void. Puffed sounds were instantly heard. Against the primordial chaos forces condensed from pure primordial chaos forces, be it mighty figures, desolate supremacies, or heavenly Taos, none of them were able to resist. Amidst astounding roars and violent howls, hundreds of experts in the surrounding void instantly exploded, turning into nothingness. And at that moment, a familiar system notification unexpectedly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated the system's tidal exploration mission. If the exploration is successful, there's a chance of upgrading the system's title. System's current title, Level 6, Galactic Controller. System's next title, Level 7, Galactic Overlord. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 5 levels of titles, Galactic Traveler, Galactic Adventurer, Galactic Explorer, Galactic Pathfinder, Galactic Conqueror, and Galactic Overlord, a brand new system ability will be added. At the same time, the number of galactic coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from the previous 3 to 5. System mission completion requirement. Enter the primordial chaos rift and find the source of chaos. Punishment for failure of the exploration mission. System title will be downgraded by 1 level. Level 7 system title, Galactic Overlord, on primordial chaos rift. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and he immediately made a decision. Without any hesitation, he responded by accepting the system's title exploration mission. This was his only chance. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have a chance to leave alive when facing the 2 powerful old monsters, the Dark Wolf and the Black Blood Demon Crocodile. He would either be killed or captured alive. With his response, the devouring system in his body was instantly activated. The 7th system's title mission was activated. A power emanated from the origin devouring crystal deep in Yi Xian's body, instantly enveloping him. He transformed into a beam of light and charged into the 10 billion kilometer primordial chaos rift that was blasted open by the collision between the lightning sphere and the crescent blade. Darn it, I actually let him escape into the primordial chaos rift. Old wolf, this is your responsibility. This supremacy isn't done with you. Upon seeing this scene, the abyss wolf and black blood fiend crocodile, who were situated far away in the void, had a change in expression as they exclaimed. However, they did not enter the primordial chaos rift to pursue. Although they were primordial chaos old monsters that had surpassed the heavenly Tao realm, the void turbulence in the primordial chaos rift was condensed from the purest primordial chaos forces. If they entered without permission, they would be in danger of being heavily injured or even dying. Whoosh! Phew! A weak sonic boom sounded as a beam of light appeared, transforming into Yi Xian's figure. This was an extremely chaotic void. Although there were abandoned stars, the void was filled with primordial chaos turbulence of various sizes. It was a ghastly sight. Looking around, he did not see the 10 billion-mile void rift that he had just entered. It should have been sent in by the energy of the origin crystal powder after the activation of the title mission. The battle just now had allowed Yi Xian to usher in another opportunity for a breakthrough. Now that he had entered the primordial chaos void, he was not in a hurry to find the so-called source of chaos. Instead, he immediately rushed into an abandoned star with relatively fewer primordial chaos turbulence and entered the core of the star. Then, he waved his hand and summoned the farmer god cauldron before stepping into it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of his hand, a faint sonic boom sounded. Instantly, beams of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. At this time, he had already returned to his human form. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the domain of the farmer god cauldron. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala! The nascent soul fist ball melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed in Yi Xian's body. As expected, the sound of the chains came from everywhere. A shackle chain appeared in Yi Xian's body. He immediately concentrated and activated the river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his strength. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. After an unknown amount of time, the river of energy formed in the meridians in Yi Xian's body was completely refined. Not as expected, with just one impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already broken. The expected system prompt soon sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, 4th level of the heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 4th level of the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of excitement. The suppression of the primordial chaos great Tao still existed. Therefore, after this breakthrough, his cultivation realm was still at the peak of the heavenly Tao at the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, his true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. After the breakthrough was completed, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was clearly a flash of excitement. 4th level of the heavenly Tao. This was already the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was completely different from the middle stage from before. But, unfortunately, the suppression of the primordial chaos great Tao still existed. Therefore, after this breakthrough, even if he activated the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's cultivation realm was still at the peak of the heavenly Tao at the 9th transformation. However, his true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. However, this kind of increase in combat strength was meaningless to him now. Again, so, what if he was powerful? As long as his cultivation realm did not break through the heavenly Tao realm and enter the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm, there was no way for him to resolve the crisis that had already befallen him. Great the Tao realm was the highest realm in the primordial chaos void. It was like the will of the heavenly Tao in small and medium worlds. It was high and mighty and looked down on all life. First back in the primordial chaos world, no matter how monstrous Yixian was, he was still deeply powerless against the primeval heaven's eye of the heavenly Tao realm. He was completely unable to contend against it. For example, now that he was in the primordial chaos void, he was nearly invincible within the heavenly Tao realm. However, the moment he encountered a primordial chaos great Tao realm expert, the situation was the same as when he encountered the heavenly Tao's eye in the primordial chaos world. He could only be crushed. This time, if not for the old grudges between the two old monsters, Abyss Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile, as well as the stimulation of the benefits in front of them, causing them to suddenly attack upon meeting. Each of them blasted out a lightning ball and a crescent moon blade. The collision tore open the primordial chaos void and inadvertently triggered the system's title mission. It was impossible to imagine what would have happened to Yixian. Even if only one of the supreme existences of the primordial chaos great Tao realm descended, it was already an insurmountable mountain for him, much less two at the same time. But, therefore, even if the system's title mission was completed and he returned to the primordial chaos void, Yixian could only hide with his tail between his legs. He did not dare to show his face. Otherwise, once the two old fogies, Abyss Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile, knew that he had walked out of the primordial chaos rift, they would definitely descend immediately and suppress Yixian. This it really worried him. He felt even more aggrieved and helpless. Fortunately, it was impossible for existences of this level to vent their anger on the Magic Hall's forbidden area under his name and find that place to attack the mighty figures and desolate supremacy in the Magic Hall's forbidden area. Otherwise, the situation would be so dangerous that Yixian would be unable to resolve it in an instant. Until he was even less worried about the Source Nest base camp. Until now, the Source Nest base camp had not officially appeared. Now that they had heard the news of the appearance of the two supreme great Tao existences, Abyss Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile, the 8 great guardian deities, Demon Commander Guihai Yi Dao, Song Qingyu, and the others who were guarding the Source Nest base camp would not act rashly. Fourth stage of the Heavenly Tao. There are still 5 small stages to break through before consuming a level 31 primordial pill and breaking through to the primordial Tao realm. With that thought in his mind, Yixian's eyes flickered with a dark light as he muttered softly. In addition, the refinement of the level 31 primordial pill must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Otherwise, once my cultivation reaches the peak of the heavenly Tao realm of the 9th stage, it will be a joke if I don't have a level 31 primordial pill to consume. At this point, Yixian had already made a decision. Once this time's title exploration mission was over, he would immediately go into seclusion again and consume the heavenly Tao blood essence to forcefully break through, increasing his cultivation strength as soon as possible. Then, after that, he opened a furnace and began to refine the level 31 primordial pill. In order to refine a level 31 primordial pill, other than the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, it also required various other supplementary pill materials. All of them were the top cultivation resources in the starry sky. Yixian had already prepared these long ago, and it was enough to refine 3 pills. In addition, the most important pill materials were the Heavenly Tao Blood Essence and Heavenly Tao Origin Liquid. Every level 31 primordial pill required 81 Heavenly Tao Blood Essences and 81 Heavenly Tao Origin Liquid. Yixian had already collected all of these during the previous battle. Even more so, as for the Heavenly Tao Blood Essence, there was still a little surplus. It was enough for him to consume it and forcefully raise his cultivation by 2 small stages. Of course, these 2 chances of consuming the Heavenly Tao Blood Essence to forcefully raise his cultivation by 1 small stage couldn't be used consecutively. It had to be separated, and he had to smoothly break through once in between. Otherwise, it would have a huge impact on the stability of his cultivation base, which wasn't a good thing All of this flashed through his mind, and he quickly had an idea. After that, Yi Xian didn't dwell on this matter anymore. With a flash of his figure, he flew out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he stored the farmer god cauldron into his body and then rushed out of the abandoned star where he was in seclusion. Next, he would begin his exploration of this primordial chaos void and find the origin of chaos that the system had mentioned. He would then complete the 7th tidal exploration mission. Regarding the origin of chaos void, the headless infant corpse had once mentioned it to Yi Xian. It was said that countless eons ago, before the Great Desolate Era had begun, there was a chaos green lotus growing in an unknown place in the primordial chaos void. The chaos green lotus was constantly absorbing the surrounding chaos spirit chi, gradually forming a huge chaos spirit chi storm. This spirit chi storm flashed with dazzling light from time to time. In the end, the chaos lotus exploded, and 3,000 streaks of light shot out and transformed into 3,000 stars. At the core of each star, there was a chaos origin nest that nurtured a chaos life seed. These were the so-called chaos demon gods. The 3,000 chaos void, differed in strength. The chaos demon gods that were nurtured represented different laws of the great Tao, so there were also differences in strength. In the chaos, there were 3,000 laws of the great Tao, which was also known as the 3,000 firmaments. In the primordial chaos void, among them, the top 10 law holders were all extremely powerful existences. The top 10 law holders were Power Law, Time Law, Space Law, Primal Chaos Law, Immortal Tao Law, Demonic Tao Law, Life Law, 5 Elements Law, Yin-Yang Law, and Destruction Law. Clang, demon and god Pangu, who'd created the Great Desolate World in the primordial chaos void and thus kicked off the Great Desolate Era, had walked out of the number 1 chaos void nest. What he had mastered was the strongest law in the top 10, the law of strength. All of this should only be describing the opening of a primordial era. Similar primordial eras had been opened countless times. It was like a cycle of reincarnation. Every time a new primordial era opened, 3,000 nests would appear, and 3,000 chaos demon gods would be born in them. The 3,000 chaos demon gods were merely existences in the primordial realm. They were far from the supreme primordial chaos realm after the primordial chaos realm. The reason why they were called chaos demon gods was because they represented 3,000 seeds that pursued the supreme primordial chaos realm in the primordial void. Yi Xian speculated that the origin of chaos might have nothing to do with these 3,000 chaos demon gods or the chaos void nest that nurtured them, but it was definitely related to the chaos lotus that appeared at the start of every primordial chaos era. Chapter 51:51. According to Yi Xian's speculation, the so-called source of chaos may have nothing to do with the 3,000 chaos demon gods and the chaos source nest that gave birth to them, but it must have something to do with the green lotus that would appear at the beginning of every primordial era. In other words, if he found the legendary green lotus, he should be able to complete the system's tidal exploration mission or obtain a key clue. That green lotus was the key to the primordial chaos. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart suddenly jolted. The tidal exploration mission was not randomly activated. In the previous 6 exploration missions, the exploration mission was only activated when the conditions were met. For example, when Yi Xian had obtained the devouring treasure body, it was because he had entered the black hole, and the devouring system in his body had captured the aura of the devouring origin crystal from the faint energy that permeated the void. That was why the system's tidal mission was activated. It was the same this time. Previously, there had been no reaction until the 2 old fellows, Dark Wolf and Dark Blood Demon Crocodile, collided with the Crescent Moon Arc Blade and tore open a primordial rift. The devouring origin crystal in the depths of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness sensed it and activated the 7 systems tidal exploration mission. This explained 2 things. First, the mystery of the devouring origin crystal was that it could sense something just through a primordial rift, which shocked Yi Xian once again. This second, it meant that if the devouring origin crystal's senses were correct, then the most important primordial green lotus should be in the primordial chaos void within this rift. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian rushed out of the abandoned star where he had been in seclusion and arrived at the primordial chaos void outside the star. He looked around and fully activated his divine sense, extending it in all directions. This primordial chaos void was extremely vast, and Yi Xian's divine sense covered an area of trillions of miles. Except for some abandoned stars that exuded an ancient aura, as well as the primordial chaos currents of various sizes, there was nothing else. As for the aura of life, that was even more impossible. This Yi Xian had already returned to his original human form. This was something that could not be helped because this was an extremely unstable primordial chaos void. The void was crisscrossed with large and small primordial chaos currents, which was extremely dangerous. These weren't ordinary spatial turbulence. They were primordial turbulence formed from pure primordial energy. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation, he didn't dare rashly come into contact with them. Otherwise, he would definitely be injured. Okay, in his human form, his body was very small. If he was careful, as long as he didn't encounter any of those extremely dense, turbulent storms, he would be able to avoid danger and ensure his own safety. Time flowed by slowly. Yi Xian maintained a high level of vigilance as he moved through this chaotic and dangerous void and ceaselessly searched. Unknowingly, 2 months had already passed. Over the past few months, he hadn't found anything in this turbulent space. In this boundless dark space, apart from the countless primordial turbulences of various sizes, there were only some abandoned stars that could be seen occasionally. However, he had never seen anything like this before. However, he wasn't discouraged because of this. This chaotic void was too vast, and he probably hadn't even touched its edges in merely 2 months of time. So, it was a little too hasty for him to be so worried right now. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. In this half a year, he still hadn't found anything. At this time, Yi Xian finally felt a little uneasy. He calmed down and moved through the void for another month. Finally, there was a major discovery in front of him. At the end of his line of sight, in the originally pitch-black void, a ray of light suddenly appeared. To be more precise, this was a ray of green light. It was hazy and gave off a dreamy feeling. Dang, when this ray of hazy green light penetrated from the front like the first ray of light of the rising sun. Yi Xian's figure abruptly stopped in the void. After being stunned for a moment, he cried out involuntarily, "This is the chaotic green lotus?" He hesitated for a moment. At the same time he called out softly, he had already activated the power in his body and moved forward again. Soon, as he approached, the darkness in the void in front of him became less and less. The entire sky and earth were replaced by a vast expanse of hazy green light. This kind of light was not very blazing. It was hazy and dreamy, but Yi Xian felt a kind of glaring sense of déjà vu. He didn't dare to look at it directly. Only when he activated the demon's soul pupil and it appeared between his eyebrows did he gradually adapt to this dreamlike hazy green light. He could clearly see everything in the void at the end of his line of sight. This was a lotus. It was entirely green and had mysterious veins. It looked like it was made by nature. It had lotus leaves, lotus stems, lotus flowers, and even a lotus seed pod. Yi Xian was simply unable to use words to describe the size of this green lotus. It replaced the entire space in front of him. Even the size of a single lotus leaf was probably greater than the size of the original Great Desolate World. The entire green lotus stood in the void in an extremely abrupt manner. It emitted a dreamlike hazy green light, but it was silent and there was no movement. Neither the lotus leaves nor the lotus flowers swayed in the void. Hidden vaguely, he seemed to be able to see some mist-like dense fog coming from this incomparably huge green lotus. This is some green mist rose from the green lotus. At first, it was very gentle, but as it moved away from the green lotus, it slowly gathered together and became faster. It turned into streams of primordial chaos of different sizes. This was the primordial chaos. Such a scene shocked Yi Xian to the core. The turbulent void was vast and boundless. It was probably not smaller than the primordial void. In fact, it might even be larger. And all the primordial chaos of different sizes in such a vast, turbulent void were actually condensed from the green mist that emanated from the green lotus. This. Even after witnessing everything with his own eyes, he still felt disbelief, and he almost suspected that he was hallucinating. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, the expected system notification sounded out, resounding throughout Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to host. System title exploration quest completed. System title upgrade successful. System current title. Level 7, Galactic Overlord. Galactic Overlord. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 5 levels of titles, Galactic Traveler, Galactic Adventurer, Galactic Explorer, Galactic Pathfinder, Galactic Conqueror, and Galactic Controller, a brand new system ability will be added. At the same time, the number of galactic coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from the previous 3 to 5. System Mission Exploration Reward complete. As the system's notification sounded out, Yi Xian, who was shocked by the terrifying green lotus in front of him, suddenly recovered from his shock. His expression changed as he sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in shock, "This green lotus is actually related to the supreme primal chaos." As the scene in front of him entered his line of sight, a familiar system prompt instantly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind at this time. He was originally shocked by the terrifying green lotus in front of him and fell into a daze. It wasn't until the system notification rang out in his mind that he recovered from his shock. His expression changed drastically as he gasped and exclaimed in shock, "This green lotus is actually related to the supreme primal chaos." Previously, when the 7th system title quest was activated, Yi Xian only suspected that the so-called source of chaos was very likely to be related to the mysterious green lotus that the headless baby corpse had mentioned. But now, when this green lotus appeared in front of him and the familiar system notification rang in his mind, indicating that the system title exploration quest had been completed and ended, Yi Xian's guess was finally confirmed. In other words, the so-called source of chaos was actually this mysterious green lotus that appeared every time the primordial era began. It was the key to the supreme chaos. Every time the primordial era began, every cycle, this green lotus was searching for the supreme chaos after the primordial era. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's mind suddenly moved. His eyes narrowed and immediately swept his gaze towards the lotus pod at the top of the huge green lotus. The lotus pod had already matured because traces of lotus seeds could already be seen protruding out of it. Unfortunately, all the lotus seeds on the entire lotus pod were withered. Even though they were separated by an endless void, the moment these withered lotus seeds came into view, they instantly made people feel a dense aura of decay that could not be dispersed. Except for one exception. This exception was located in the center of the huge lotus pod. The green lotus was so huge that a single lotus leaf was as vast as the original chaos world. Naturally, one could imagine how huge the lotus pod at the top was. There were a total of 3,001 lotus seeds on this enormous seed pod, but only 3,000 of them were left on the seed pod now. These 3,000 lotus seeds were all dull and withered, without the slightest bit of vitality. But the lotus seed at the very center was gone. There was only a dent there, which meant that a lotus seed once existed, but for some reason, it disappeared without a trace later on. Look, after reaching this dent where there were no more lotus seeds, Yi Xian suddenly felt a strong intuition in his heart. He suddenly had an extremely strong intuition that the key to the supreme chaos after the primordial era was very likely to be related to this missing lotus seed. And the reason why this mysterious green lotus opened a new primordial era again and again was like a cycle of reincarnation. Every time, 3,000 rays of light would shoot out from the green lotus's body and enter the primordial void that was about to open a new era. They would transform into nests and nurture chaos fiend celestials that were born as primordial Tao realm experts. The ultimate goal was very likely to be related to this missing lotus seed. There were a total of 3,000 withered lotus seeds on the pod, and 3,000 nesting stars that gave birth to chaos demon gods would appear in the primordial void every era. This was definitely not a coincidence. If there were no accidents, the 3,000 nesting stars that appeared in the primordial void every era should be the essence of these 3,000 lotus seeds on the pod. They were extracted and sent out by the green lotus into the primordial void, turning into nesting stars that gave birth to chaos demon gods. The purpose of this was to find the lotus seed that had been lost for God knows how many cycles ago. This lost lotus seed was the key and only opportunity for this green lotus to transform and evolve again, from the current peak of the primordial Tao to the supreme chaos. Everything was just a guess, but Yi Xian's intuition was very strong. He was sure that this guess should be the truth, at least not too far from the truth, and not too far from the truth. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, his heart suddenly moved, and in a strange coincidence, he instantly activated the power of Demon Soul Pupil to the extreme and looked at the lotus head above the green lotus at the end of his line of sight. Then, to be precise, the place where his eyes landed and focused was the indentation left by the lost lotus seed in the center of the pod. It was not that he did not want to go closer or even directly jump to the end of the green lotus pod at the end of the void in front of him to investigate at a close distance, but he did not dare to do so, and could not do so at all. First, as mentioned earlier, even though the primordial chaotic flows of various sizes within this boundlessly vast chaotic void that was extremely likely to be even vaster than the primordial void, the primordial chaotic flows that were practically everywhere were condensed into form from the green-colored mist that effused out from the green lotus's body. In other words, this mysterious green lotus at the end of his line of sight was actually the source of countless primordial turbulence in this vast and boundless chaotic void. The further he was from this place, the fewer primordial turbulence in the void and the lower the density. On the contrary, the closer he was to this green lotus, the more primordial turbulence that was wreaking havoc in the void, and the denser the primordial turbulence was. Right now, Yi Xian was still an endless distance away from this mysterious green lotus. Otherwise, with how huge it was, he would not be able to see its entire lotus body if he was too close. But even so, the amount of primordial turbulence around Yi Xian was already extremely terrifying, and it was so dense that it was almost impossible for him to move an inch. If he continued to move forward, it would be very difficult for him to avoid the countless primordial turbulence of different sizes in the void. Once he came into contact with it, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. There must be something ominous. Therefore, Yi Xian was unable to move forward, nor could he move forward. However, this did not matter. With the demon's soul pupil, even if he was separated by an endless distance, with his current cultivation and strength, he should be able to see through the indentation of the lotus pod with his full strength. Buzz. In the next moment, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out. In the middle of Yi Xian's brows, the third vertical eye of the demon's soul pupil suddenly started to rotate, emitting an incomparably scorching pillar of light. Clang! When the light was extremely scorching, a pillar of light shot out from the demon's soul pupil. Just as it shot out from the demon's soul pupil, it had already disappeared in the void in front of Yi Xian. Almost at the same time, at the furthest end of the void, in the only indentation in the center of the mysterious green lotus pod, there was a sudden flash of light. It was the pillar of light that shot out from the demon's soul pupil between Yixian's brows. The demon's soul pupil was known as the strongest pupil technique. Its ability was to trace back to the source, to see the source of things from the surface, to trace back to space and time. It was far more mysterious than ordinary pupil techniques that could see through the void and break illusions. Especially with Yixian's current cultivation and full strength, he was able to find some clues even from the dent in the lotus seed on the mysterious azure lotus seed pod. This, in the next moment, as the dim light flashed, an image mysteriously appeared in the indentation of the lotus pod. Although it was extremely hazy, Yixian's body shook violently in an instant. He gasped in shock and exclaimed, "What? That's impossible." With a thought, Yixian was enlightened. He activated the demon's soul pupil with all the cultivation in his body. As he concentrated, even the indentation of the lotus seed on this mysterious green lotus pod was instantly seen through by him. In the next moment, as the dim light flashed, an image mysteriously appeared in the indentation of the lotus pod. Although it was extremely hazy, Yixian's body shook violently in an instant. He gasped in shock and exclaimed, "What? That's impossible." That was why it was like this. It was because the image that appeared above the indentation in the center of the azure lotus seed pod was too shocking. Yixian had made all sorts of guesses before, but he never thought that the truth would be like this. Shadow, the mysterious green lotus, appeared in the image, and it was focused on the lotus pod. The image should represent an endless time ago. It was unknown how many primordial eras it had to go back. That, on the lotus pod, although there were also 3,001 indentation, the 3,000 lotus seeds around it were not mature yet. They were very small. Only the indentation in the center had a mature lotus seed protruding out. That's right. The lotus seed in the center of the indentation was indeed the earliest to mature among the 3,001 lotus seeds in the entire lotus pod. Very soon, an unforeseen event appeared in the video. The only mature green lotus seed suddenly shook and rose from the center of the giant lotus pod. It flew directly away from the green lotus and shot into the void in the distance. It shuttled back and forth in the boundless dark void for an unknown amount of time. In the end, perhaps it was tired, bored, or confused. It finally stopped in the void, and there was no more sound. Time continued to pass slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the green lotus seed slowly transformed. After experiencing all kinds of mysterious and strange transformations, it slowly turned into a star. The crust on the star's surface slowly moved, slowly evolving into towering peaks, continuous mountain ranges, deep canyons, and a blue ocean that occupied about 70% of the star's surface. When this vast blue ocean appeared in his sight, Yixian's heart shook violently. At the same time, he realized that this was clearly the mysterious mother planet in the Milky Way. It was also the star that he suspected was before he crossed over to the Nine Heavens star. At this moment, he finally understood why the primordial void deliberately protected the Milky Way and the mysterious mother planet in the Milky Way galaxy. And he also understood why the headless infant corpse chose him. Perhaps the only explanation was that he originally came from this mysterious mother planet that was formed by the only mature lotus seed of the green lotus. After thinking about it carefully, all of this might have been expected. However, when the truth was revealed in front of him, the shock in Yixian's heart did not dissipate for a long time. He finally understood why the opening of the next primordial era revolved around the Milky Way galaxy. He finally understood why the opening of the Milky Way galaxy was conditional before the start of the new primordial era, so that the universe masters in the primordial void could enter and try to fight for the so-called primordial luck on the mother planet. Now, even Green Lotus knew that the mysterious mother planet was formed from the lost mature lotus seed. It opened a new primordial era again and drained the energy of the 3,000 unripe lotus seeds on the lotus seed pod time and time again. The ultimate goal of sending them into the primordial void and turning them in a nest to give birth to Chaos Fiend Celestials was to hope that one of them would appear and bring the lost Lotus seed from the mysterious mother planet back to Green Lotus. Or perhaps the person who obtained the lost Lotus seed would see the truth of the primordial void and step into the supreme chaos after the primordial void. Buzz. The buzzing sound continued. A faint light flashed between Yi Xian's eyebrows, and the demonic soul pupil that looked like a third vertical eye disappeared. The ancient image that appeared on the green lotus seed pod at the end of his line of sight also disappeared in an instant. So, this is the truth of everything. As the ancient image on the lotus seed pod disappeared, Yi Xian finally came back to his senses. He sighed and murmured softly. He did not continue to move forward. On one hand, it was too dangerous. On the other hand, it was no longer necessary. The key to entering the supreme chaos was the lost mature lotus seed. Even the mysterious green lotus was looking for it, opening new primordial eras, giving birth to 3,000 chaos demon gods, hoping to bring back the mature lotus seed from the mother planet. Then, it was meaningless for Yi Xian to lock his eyes on the mysterious green lotus. In the end, everything would be answered in the mysterious mother planet, and the end of everything would be completed there. However, the new primordial era had not yet arrived, and even the conditional opening of the Milky Way galaxy had not started yet. There was no time to worry about all of this. The most important thing now was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. First, the situation before was different from now. Now, there are already primordial Tao realm experts after the heavenly way appearing in the primordial void. Moreover, there were two of them at once. This was most likely just the beginning. There would be more primordial Tao realm experts after this. Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian did not improve his cultivation to the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly way, how could he compete with those old monsters for the green lotus seed in the mysterious mother planet once the new primordial era began? Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, his heart suddenly sank. He quickly put aside the other distracting thoughts and turned his attention to the current situation. First, it was the system tidal exploration mission. This was Yi Xian's 7th tidal exploration mission. After completing it, his system title had now reached the 7th level, which was the overlord of the stars. This title was very domineering. However, with his current cultivation strength, he probably could not achieve the ability to dominate a region in the current primordial void. However, this did not matter. Soon, Yi Xian would break through to the true primordial Tao realm. When that time came, dominating a region of the void would only be a matter of course. The halo effect of the Overlord of the Stars title was not bad. It was on the original foundation of the previous 6 titles: Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, Interstellar Pathfinder, Interstellar Conqueror, and Interstellar Controller. The system had added a new system ability and activated it. Yi Xian immediately checked it. Unfortunately, this new auxiliary system was of little value to his current cultivation level. There was not much practical use at all. In addition, the number of interstellar coordinates that Yi Xian had imprinted in any of the void planes had increased from 3 to 5 after completing the system's tidal exploration quest. He had already imprinted 3 interstellar coordinate jump points in the primordial void. They were all on the right bank. One was near the Source Hive Star's base camp. One was near the Source Hive Star's strongest doppelganger. And one was near the star vortex that led to the original Xuxing Forbidden Land. In the primordial void, the interstellar coordinate jump points that Yi Xian imprinted were all on the right bank. One was near the Source Hive Star's base camp. One was near the Source Hive Star's strongest doppelganger. And one was near the star vortex that led to the original Xuxing Forbidden Land. Now, with the completion of the 7th tidal exploration mission, the number of interstellar coordinates that Yi Xian could imprint in any void plane had increased from 3 to 5. In other words, in the primordial void, the current him could imprint 2 more interstellar coordinate jump points. This, although it was a turbulent void, it was connected to the primordial void. Due to the existence of the mysterious green lotus, and the primordial void were not different from each other. Of the remaining 2 coordinates, Yi Xian decided to keep one in his hands. He would imprint it after confirming a suitable location on the left bank in the future. As for the other one, he chose to imprint it in the dark void where he was standing now because the mysterious green lotus was here. It was also extremely important. If he imprinted an interstellar coordinate jump point here, when he needed to find the green lotus in the future, he could directly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and rush over outside. This was the primordial chaos void outside the primordial void. If Yi Xian encountered an unresolvable crisis in the primordial void in the future, he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and instantly leave the primordial void and arrive here as if he was taking refuge. Decide after deciding, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately took action. Everything was exactly the same as before. Although there weren't many similar imprints, from the beginning to the end, Yi Xian had already imprinted more than 10 of these personal interstellar coordinates in different planes. Very quickly, Yi Xian issued an order to the system and began to imprint the interstellar coordinates. The system prompt quickly sounded in his mind, guiding Yi Xian step by step to start the imprinting process. A wisp of primordial spirit that had been processed through various methods was quickly refined into a special imprint. Then, this primordial spirit imprint was shot out of his body in an extremely mysterious and complicated way. It connected with the turbulent void trench where Yi Xian was until it completely merged with the primordial void. Although he had experienced this many times, the pain of forcibly separating a small wisp of his primordial spirit still made Yi Xian unable to adapt. This was simply difficult to describe with words. It was simply a painful torture. When after some effort, this wisp of primordial spirit was successfully separated, but Yi Xian could not immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. He could only forcefully endure the various discomforts of the injury to his primordial spirit and force himself to use different and complicated methods to continuously condense this wisp of primordial spirit. Each process took the time of a meal, and this was the result of him already being familiar with the process. The final step was to integrate this successfully condensed primordial spirit imprint into the primordial chaos void in front of him. Yi Xian paid close attention to the entire process, from connecting the void to matching the primordial spirit imprint and finally merging it perfectly. In the end, he did not dare to relax in the slightest from the beginning to the end. He was a little on edge throughout the entire process. After a total of half a day's work, his personal interstellar coordinates in this primordial chaos void finally merged perfectly into the void. After a flash, they completely stabilized and then disappeared. Even Yi Xian could not catch the slightest breath. Soon, when the personal interstellar coordinates were imprinted, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully imprinted your personal interstellar coordinates. The next moment, he, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, immediately opened his eyes. A look of relief appeared on his face. Then a dim light flashed in his eyes, and he fell into deep thought again. The 7 tidal exploration missions were completed. Even the personal interstellar coordinates of this primordial chaos void had been successfully imprinted. Also, in other words, if there was nothing else, it was time for Yi Xian to return. Counting the time, he had been in this primordial chaos void for quite some time. After breaking through to the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm in seclusion, he had wandered in this vast and boundless void, turbulence void, for nearly a year in order to find this mysterious green lotus. A year was not long, but it was not short either. It was enough for many things to happen. Yi Xian did not know what happened on the 2 sides of the Milky Way after he left nearly a year ago. However, before he returned, there were 2 things he had to do. One was to take advantage of the fact that it had been nearly a year since his previous breakthrough to attempt to enter seclusion again. He would consume the heavenly Tao blood essence to forcibly raise his cultivation by another small level. This was not something he could do immediately. He planned to do it later. After he was done, he could immediately set off and return to the primordial chaos void. The other thing was to fuse the Shinon 9-colored flames with the karmic red lotus fire that he had recently subdued back then, the red lotus origin flame, as well as the red lotus karma fire that was connected to the core of the star in the chaos starfield, had all been refined by Yixian. Back then, he had estimated that the boundless karmic red lotus fire could be completely fused with the 9-colored flame sea. Once this matter was completed, the Shinon 9-colored flames would once again welcome an astonishing transformation. It would evolve from the current 9-colored flames to the 10-colored flames. Its terrifying power was simply unimaginable. No, back then, Yixian did not plan to immediately carry out this matter, because the karmic red lotus fire was already extraordinary. Fusing it with the other heavenly flames would definitely take a long time. Furthermore, the Shinon heavenly flames had already evolved to the 9-colored flames after so many fusions. The subsequent transformation would definitely be even more difficult. In fact, time was only one aspect. More importantly, he needed to immerse himself fully in controlling and paying close attention to everything. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable if an accident occurred. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Yixian finally decided to return and find time to carry out the fusion. Thus, this matter was temporarily shelved. However, the situation was different now. Nearly a year ago, two powerful primordial chaos old monsters, the Dark Wolf and the Dark Blood Demon Crocodile, had appeared in the primordial chaos void. After nearly a year, there would probably be other primordial chaos old monsters appearing in the world. Under such circumstances, with Yixian's current cultivation level, there is nothing he could do to make these primordial chaos old monsters fear him if he encountered them. This included the Heaven-Falling Bough. The Heaven-Falling Bough was indeed powerful. With Yixian's half-step primordial chaos cultivation level, perhaps even these primordial chaos old monsters would have to fear him if he fully activated it. However, no matter how powerful the Heaven-Falling Bough was, it would be useless if the Heaven-Falling Arrow could not hit the opponent. Although the 10-colored flames might not be able to hit them, the 10-colored flames were different from the Heaven-Falling Bough. The Heaven-Falling Bough could only attack, but the 10-colored flames could transform into a sea of flames or a fireball that enveloped Yixian and temporarily protected him. Yixian was still confident about this. The 9-colored flames from before were already enough to make the heavenly Dao old monster helpless. If the 10-colored flames were even stronger, it would definitely make the primordial chaos old monsters afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Chapter 51-52. The 9-colored flame was already enough to make the heavenly Dao old monster helpless. If the 10-colored flame was even stronger, it would definitely make the primordial Meng realm great Dao old monsters hesitate to attack. On this point, Yixian was still quite confident. Therefore, he decided that before returning, no matter what, he would first fuse the Shinon 9-colored flame with the red lotus karmic fire to refine the 10-colored flame. Although he still might not be able to attack those primordial Meng old monsters, at least with the protection of the 10-colored flame, Yixian finally had the ability to protect himself to a certain extent in the hands of the primordial Meng old monsters. He decided to do it. Swoosh! With a flash of light, he immediately waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out. It expanded with the wind and turned into the Shinon treasure cauldron. Its shape did not deliberately shrink, and it was like a giant star. After all, this was the primordial chaos void, and Yixian had already retreated to a place extremely far away from the mysterious green lotus. The primordial chaos void in the void was also very rare. As the treasure cauldron was summoned, his shoulders shook, and he instantly jumped into the mouth of the treasure cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and directly entered the cauldron space. Cauldron enters space. High in the sky, Yixian's figure landed at the end of the horizon, but he did not see the goat horn immortal. The old man might be in seclusion in the distant mountain range. He ignored all of this and directly pressed down on his body, entering the central region volcano in the cauldron space, in the nine-colored flame pool at the bottom of the mountain. The nine-colored flame sea was still there, occupying 90% of the flame pool. The other 10% of the area was a red ocean. Every wave in the ocean was made up of red lotuses that were about 10 feet in size. In the center of this area, there was a dark red flame that was only the size of a finger's belly. It was the red lotus mother flame. Now that it had been refined by Yi Xian, it had a profound connection with his flesh and blood. When he was at the bottom of the central region volcano, he sat cross-legged in midair, took a deep breath, and threw all the distracting thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind, swoosh, swoosh. In the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano, the Shenong nine-colored flame, which occupied 90% of the flame pool, set off raging waves. Yu and Zai at the same time, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. The red lotus karmic fire, which occupied 1/10 of the flame pool, did not move. However, the red lotus flame jellyfish, which was only the size of a thumb, shot up and entered the nine-colored flame sea for the first time. At this moment, Yi Xian's heartstrings tightened. His heart was in his throat. This is he had completely refined the blazing red lotus seed, so the karmic fire of the red lotus posed no threat to him at all. Even if he came into contact with it, he would be like a fish in water. However, merging the blazing red lotus seed with the Shenong nine-colored flames was another matter altogether. Yi Xian didn't know what would happen, but he was certain that if there really was an accident, it would definitely be no small matter and extremely dangerous. After the flame mother red lotus entered the nine-colored sea of flames, it could no longer be seen. The nine-colored sea of flames, which was already surging with waves, became even more turbulent at this time, revealing an incomparably violent and fierce aura that seemed to want to destroy the world. This was how it should be. The Shenong nine-colored flame was originally a one-colored flame. It had only grown to its current nine-colored flame by fusing with top-notch heavenly flames time and time again. At this point, at this height, it was extremely difficult to take another step forward. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even Yi Xian couldn't predict what would happen. Time slowly passed. Unknowingly, a month had passed just like that. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was clearly a hint of joy quietly flashing through. At the same time, the nine-colored sea of flames, which had been surging with huge waves for the past month, also stopped in an instant and quieted down. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light as he swept his gaze across the Shenong flame pool below. He could see that the karmic fire of the red lotus, which occupied 10% of the area, was rapidly merging with the Shenong nine-colored flames. This was clearly caused by the fusion of the blazing red lotus seed with the nine-colored sea of flames. Everything progressed very quickly. In just 3 short breaths, the flame pool was no longer separated. The nine-colored flames were gone, and the karmic fire of the red lotus was also gone. There was only a pool of dazzling liquid in the pool. There were a total of 10 colors, exuding an endlessly powerful aura. It was finally completed. The 10-colored flame had appeared out of nowhere. A gratified expression appeared on Yi Xian's face, but he did not get up. This was because he wanted to finish the other thing before he returned in one go. In the past month, his mental state had been greatly exhausted, and his cultivation was almost exhausted. It was time to take advantage of this situation to break through. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Very quickly, as he waved his hand, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Among them were 10 pieces of heavenly blood essence. This was a cultivation resource that he needed to forcibly break through a small level in his cultivation base by swallowing it. Yi Xian, after hesitating for a moment, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He immediately activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent fist. Then, with a wave of his hand, he swallowed it into his stomach, walala. The nascent fist ball melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed out from within Yixian's body. As expected, the sound of chains clanging could be heard from all directions. A shackle appeared within Xian's body. This meant that the cultivation resources that he had swallowed this time were sufficient, and the shackle that represented the bottleneck of his cultivation had been activated. As long as he could tear it apart, he would be able to break through smoothly. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's heartstrings immediately relaxed. He quickly focused his mind and used all his strength to activate the great river of energy that had just formed in his body, circulating it through the 100 meridians in his body time and time again. After half a month, the huge river of energy that had formed in Yixian's meridians had been completely refined. The result was within expectations. Only with just one attack, this incomparably thick shackle broke. The anticipated system notification rang out in Yixian's mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 5 of the heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical bodies, qi, and blood. Current realm, level 5 of the heavenly Tao. In the next instant, Yixian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of excitement. There was no need to be conflicted. The suppression of the primordial chaos great Tao still existed. Therefore, after this breakthrough, his cultivation realm was still at the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Perfection Stage 9 under the 9 transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, Yixian had long been used to it. At least after this breakthrough, his actual combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. If he had the 10-colored flame in hand, even if he encountered the primordial chaos old monster after the heavenly Tao, although he would not be able to attack, he would at least have the ability to protect himself to a certain extent. Whoosh! Very quickly, he rushed out of the treasured cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he stored the Shinnong cauldron into his body. Then, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the system in his body. He locked onto the primordial chaos starbase camp and returned to the primordial chaos void. The primordial chaos void. Counting the time, the shocking accident that occurred outside the Chaos Lax star field had already happened a year ago. A year ago, more than 1,000 heavenly Tao old monsters from all over the left and right sides of the Milky Way gathered in the Chaos Lax star field with even more powerful experts and desolate supremacies. They were there to fulfill their promise with the master of the magic hall, Yixian, to refine the heavenly 9 treasures elixir. However, what happened after that was completely out of everyone's expectations. It turned out that the master of the magic hall, Yixian, did not plan to help others refine the heavenly 9 treasures elixir. After the unexpected primordial chaos pill tribulation, he did not return to the right side of the Milky Way. Instead, he lay in wait on the left side of the Milky Way. After stirring up the situation, he took advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. He secretly hunted the heavenly Tao old monsters time and time again to obtain the heavenly 9 treasures elixir that was needed to refine the heavenly 9 treasures elixir. In a year after the promise, no one knew how many times the master of the magic hall, Yixian, had attacked, how many heavenly Tao old monsters he had killed, and how much heavenly Tao original elixir he had obtained. However, one thing was absolutely certain, and that was that the amount of heavenly Tao original elixir in his hands was definitely not small. This was because other than the amount of heavenly Tao original elixir that he had obtained during the battle in the Chaos Lax star field, the master of the magic hall, Yixian, had also killed many heavenly Tao old monsters in front of everyone. Just this amount of heavenly Tao original elixir that he had obtained was not a small amount. By the time, now a year had passed, and the shocking accident outside the Chaos Lax star field had already spread to both sides of the Milky Way. Over the past year, no matter if it was on the left or right side of the Milky Way. When everyone mentioned the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, their expressions would change, and they would suck in a breath of cold air. They would feel a cold wind blowing behind their backs, ferocious. The master of the magic hall's ferocious reputation was indeed not just for show. In the left bank of the Milky Way, no matter if it was the top 10 Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beasts list or the top 10 Heavenly Tao Survivors list, although there had been changes over the countless years, it was basically only one or two rankings that moved up or down occasionally. There were cases where someone who was originally in the top 10 suddenly disappeared from the top 10 rankings. Although there had been cases, it was very, very rare. However, this time, although there was no change in the Heavenly Tao Survivors list, there was a huge change in the top 10 Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beasts list. The dragon whale, who was originally ranked 10th on the Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beasts list, had fallen. The frost blood blue crocodile, who was ranked 9th, had fallen. Even the tyrant blood silver wolf, who was ranked 6th, had fallen as well. These three existences were all terrifying experts who were ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list. They had sat on the list for a very long time, and no one had ever shaken their positions in the top 10. But now, all of them had fallen, and within a year, they had been killed by the same person. In the last battle, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had killed the dragon whale and the tyrant blood silver wolf in a direct battle in front of everyone. Just based on this point, one could see how terrifying his battle prowess was. Now, there were already rumors secretly spreading on both sides of the Milky Way that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian's battle prowess, was probably not as simple as just entering the top 6 of the Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list. If there were no accidents, it was very likely that he would be able to enter the top 3. In other words, among the terrifying old monsters ranked above the tyrant blood silver wolf on the Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beasts list, there were at least 3 people who were not a match for Yi Xian. Although this matter had not been verified, it was already widely spread in private. No, there was no meaning in this anymore. Even the 5 old monsters ranked above the tyrant blood silver wolf on the Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beasts list didn't care about this matter. Because the current Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beasts list and Heavenly Tao Survivor list had already fallen from their divine altar on both sides of the Milky Way. They were no longer at the top of the pyramid. Everything had changed because of the appearance of the 2 ancient ferocious beasts, the Dark Wolf and the Dark Blood Demon Crocodile. 1,000,000 years ago, there was no hope of entering the primordial Chaos Tao realm in this era. Later, the ancestor of the survivors, Hong Ke, created the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir, which gave the old monsters of the Heavenly Tao hope of entering the Tao realm. At that time, Hong Ke refined a large amount of Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir, and a large number of old monsters of the Heavenly Tao who had obtained enough Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir disappeared. They went into seclusion in different regions to break through to the primordial Chaos Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao realm. Among them was Patriarch Hong Ke himself. Heavens! After the primordial Chaos Tao realm, it was not so easy to break through. Even with the help of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir, it still required a long time. Therefore, ever since then, the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir was lost, and the old monsters of the Heavenly Tao who were in seclusion also disappeared without a trace. Until a year ago, the Dark Wolf and the Dark Blood Demon Crocodile appeared one after the other, causing the primordial Chaos Tao realm to enter another prosperous era, an unprecedented prosperous era in the primordial Chaos Tao realm. Since within a year after that, more than 10 primordial Chaos Tao realm experts appeared one after another. Since there were ferocious beasts, there were also survivors. Now, more than 10 primordial Chaos Tao realm experts, including the Dark Wolf and the Dark Blood Demon Crocodile, had entered the Milky Way Primordial Chaos ranking together. Although the Milky Way Primordial Chaos ranking had just appeared, and because the Primordial Chaos old monsters had not fought against each other, it was difficult to determine who was stronger. Therefore, the ranking list did not have a ranking system, and they were all ranked together. Even so, it was enough to suppress the Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast ranking and the Heavenly Tao Survivor ranking. Over the past year, countless experts in the Ferocious Beast Forbidden Lands and the Survivor Star region on both sides of the Milky Way were discussing the newly appeared Milky Way Primordial Chaos ranking, as well as the Primordial Chaos Old Monsters who were ranked together on the ranking list. Until at the beginning of the year, the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, was still very popular and famous. However, as time passed, his name gradually stopped being mentioned because the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had been banished into the Primordial Chaos Void. There were Primordial Chaos Turbulence Void of all sizes there, condensed from the purest Primordial Chaos Force. Even the Primordial Chaos Old Monsters did not dare to enter. The Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, was only a peak Heavenly Tao Realm expert. If he entered, he would definitely die. Although it was said that he had the Shinnon Cauldron, the Nine-Colored Flame Sea, the Red Lotus Hellfire, the Fallen Sky Bow, and the Heavenly Nine Treasures Elixir Refinement Manuscript. These were all top-notch resources. However, now that they had disappeared with Yi Xian's death, no one cared about them anymore. Until the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone on the right bank was similarly ignored. Previously, the old monsters on the left bank were paying attention to Yi Xian only because of the various treasures and top-notch divine powers he had. Apart from all of that, a tiny Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone did not pique their interest. Only there was one exception, and that was the Primeval Heaven's Eye. He came out of seclusion a month ago. Although he felt somewhat regretful when he heard the shocking news, he did not plan on letting go of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. Now, he was rushing towards the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone and was about to descend upon this stellar domain and wreak havoc. After Yi Xian left, the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone remained very quiet. When Yi Xian left, the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone had the 4 Heavenly Tao Realm experts, Pig Spirit, the Empyrean Beast, the Devouring Treasure Body, and Shirwanjin. If they were on the left bank, they might not be considered much, but on the right bank, they were extremely powerful. During this period of time, all the experts of the 6 legions of the Magic Hall were restrained and were not allowed to leave without permission. They were all cultivating in seclusion in the Forbidden Stellar Domain. Only a few scouts and fleets took turns to head out to gather intelligence. News of a shocking incident that happened a year ago in the Chaos Fiend Stellar Domain on the left bank had spread throughout the right bank. The Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone naturally knew about it as well. However, be it Pig Spirit or Shirwanjin, they did not take it to heart. This was because they were confident in Yi Xian. Dang! However, due to the commotion caused by Yi Xian, they had formed too many grudges. It was impossible for them to not expect that someone would come to the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone to cause trouble. At the very least, Primeval Heavens, I would definitely not let the matter rest so easily. He did not know that the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone had 4 Heavenly Tao Realm experts presiding over it. Even if he knew, he probably would not take it to heart. This was because he still had 7 Heavenly Tao Old Freaks under him. Including himself, he had a total of 8 Heavenly Tao Old Freaks. Furthermore, Primeval Heavens, I was a late-stage existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm. He was not far from the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm. In fact, the 4 Heavenly Tao Realm experts presiding over the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone were far from what they were in the past. Although it had only been a few years, the 4's cultivation had improved at an alarming rate. Elder Pig Spirit had already reached the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic pig. Furthermore, his cultivation realm had also broken through to the Heavenly Tao Realm in the past few years. Therefore, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic pig, Old Pig Spirit's strongest cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm, of course. Although they were both at the peak of the Heavenly Tao Realm, he was still incomparable to Yi Xian. However, it was no longer a problem for him to suppress Primeval Heavens head-on. As for the Archbeast, Yi Xian was already at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm when he left. Now, he was at the mid-stage of the fourth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Together with the four heavenly kings that had fused into his body, his overall combat strength was comparable to a mid-stage peak of the sixth stage. Devour the treasured devouring body's cultivation improved the fastest. In just a few years, it had gone from the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm to the fifth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. However, as it was formed from the connate devouring origin crystal, its combat strength was not to be underestimated. It was enough to crush late-stage, heavenly Tao realm experts of the seventh stage. That was even if it fought the primeval Heaven's Eye, who was at the eighth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It should not be at a disadvantage. As for Shi Wanjin, this fellow had already gone into seclusion when Yixin left. He had just come out a month ago. Before he went into seclusion, he had just swallowed 99 bean-sized primordial energy. He had forcefully gnawed them off the barrier of the 99 source hive stars with his teeth. This, after a few years of seclusion and refining these 99 bean-sized primordial energy, the current Shi Wanjin was already at the seventh stage of the heavenly Tao realm. If his lightning, poison, tribulation body and heaven-defying teeth were included, even an ordinary eighth-stage heavenly Tao expert would not be his match. With four heavenly Tao experts guarding the forbidden area of the magic hall, they were naturally full of confidence. It would be fine if the primeval Heavens I did not come, but if he really came, the result would definitely be exciting. Unfortunately, the primeval Heavens I was unable to know all of this. Currently, he was leading an elite army under his command, going around the Black Bank at the end of the left end of the Milky Way, heading towards the forbidden area of the magic hall on the left end of the right bank. This time, the heavenly Taos, I was determined to destroy the entire forbidden area of the magic hall and take it for himself. He, apart from the 7 heavenly Tao generals, including the Weeping Soul Beast, there are also thousands of powerful experts, hundreds of desolate supremacies, and ancient beasts below the level of powerful experts. Dang! However, it was inconvenient for such a huge army of beasts to rush over from the left bank, so the entire army of ancient beasts was swallowed into the heavenly Tao's eye's stomach. Now, only he, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, and the other 6 heavenly Tao beasts were rushing over in the void. These figures were all heavenly Tao old monsters, so their speed in traveling through the void was naturally very fast. In just a few days, they had already rushed from the left end of the right bank to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the left end of the right bank. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly charged into the forbidden star domain of the Devil Palace. Screech! Roar! 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 In the next moment, the primeval heavens I descended, and a green vertical eye as huge as a star appeared in the void. Behind it, there were 7 enormous heavenly Tao beasts, and one of them was the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. Other than the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao, the other 7 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts were all roaring loudly. This was especially so for the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. When it let out a vicious roar, a circle of blood-colored ripples surged from its single horn and rapidly spread out. This was the bloodline ability of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. It could cause some kind of invisible interference to the minds of the members of the 6 great armies of the Magic Hall and the abandoned stars in the depths of the forbidden area of the Magic Hall. Oh, rumble, bam! In the next instant, a long howl that shook the heavens sounded, and a huge black boar suddenly appeared behind the Weeping Soul Blood Ape without any warning. No, with a moment of hesitation, the old pig spirit, who stood up like a human, directly raised his hoof and smashed down the back of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's head, causing its huge body to explode into a cloud of blood mist in a shocking rumble. Then it was swallowed by the old pig spirit. At the same time, Shi Wanjin, the Emperor Beast, and the devouring treasure body also appeared in 3 other directions in the void. Swish! Voila! With the sudden appearance of the devouring treasured body, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand. Almost at the same instant, a blood-black beam shot out from the devouring treasure body's hand. It expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blood-black cauldron the size of a star. It was none other than the Netherworld Furnace. Netherworld Furnace? You are indeed the one who refined it. You are Yi Xian's avatar? Upon seeing the Netherworld Furnace appear in the sky, the old pig spirit, the Emperor Beast, and Shi Wanjin, who had just killed the weeping soul-blood ape, arrived in the other three directions. Instantly, the green vertical eye that was as large as a star emitted angry exclamations. This, although the Netherworld Furnace's furnace spirit's combat strength was only comparable to the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, it was a primordial treasure at the level of an epic-making artifact. It was forged from a mysterious and powerful metal. Furthermore, it was personally forged by the primeval Heaven's Eye. Typical Heavenly Tao realm experts, even late-stage Heavenly Tao realm experts at the 7th or 8th stage, as long as their cultivation level was not stronger than the primeval Heaven's Eyes, it was impossible for them to erase the primeval Heaven's Eyes brand and forcibly refine the Netherworld Furnace. He originally believed that the one refining the Netherworld Furnace was Yi Xian's actual body, but when he saw the devouring treasure body conjure it, he realized that he had underestimated the magic hall's forbidden zone. Originally, the primeval Heaven's Eye believed that the one refining the Netherworld Furnace was Yi Xian's actual body, but when he saw the devouring treasured body conjure the Netherworld Furnace, he finally realized a problem. He had underestimated the magic hall's forbidden zone. He originally believed that the magic hall's forbidden zone only had two Heavenly Tao patriarchs, which were the pig spirit and the archbeast, but now there were two more. They were the devouring treasure body and Shi Wanjin. Although the devouring treasure body was only at the 5th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, he was able to erase his brand on the Netherworld Furnace. Furthermore, he was Yi Xian's avatar, so his means were definitely extraordinary. His combat strength was probably not something a mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm expert could compare with. As for Shi Wanjin, he was at the 7th stage of the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, the primeval Heavens, I had personally seen him bite a tiny hole in the barrier that enveloped the Sourness star. Just this ability alone made it obvious how difficult it was to deal with him. In fact, other than the two additional Heavenly Tao patriarchs, the archbeast and pig spirit that he had expected also gave the primeval Heavens a fright. A few years ago, the archbeast was only at the 2nd stage of the early stage Heavenly Tao realm. Now, it was at the mid-stage of the 4th stage Heavenly Tao realm. Elder Pig Spirit was even more frightening. Back then, he was only at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now, he was at the peak of the 9th stage of the perfected Heavenly Tao realm like Yi Xian. Although his combat strength was definitely incomparable to Yi Xian's, he was at least stronger than him. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the primeval Heaven's Eye's heart immediately sank to the bottom of the valley. However, he did not hesitate at all. This was because, including him, the desolate army still had 7 Heavenly Tao patriarchs. They might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he still had more than 100 desolate supremacies, more than 1,000 mighty figures, as well as an ancient beast army that numbered in the tens of millions. At this level, the Magic Hall was absolutely unable to compare with the desolate army under his command. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, a ferocious roar sounded. A vortex appeared in front of the giant vertical eye that resembled a star. A large number of ferocious beasts appeared from within and shot out. Very soon, they gathered into an army. They were all ancient and powerful wild beasts, numbering in the tens of millions. Roar, 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 roar. The moment this desolate beast army appeared, they charged straight for the depths of the Magic Hall's forbidden star domain. They were like a surging torrent that wreaked havoc in the void at this moment. The 6 legions under Devil Hall's command also showed up. From the abandoned stars deep in the Forbidden Land, countless battleships, starships, and ferocious beasts rushed out and assembled into an army, rumbling as they approached. Hum, whoosh. A deep hum sounded. accompanied by the rattling of chains that shook the heavens. At that moment, the treasured body of Devouring had conjured the netherworld cauldron's domain. The entire cauldron that was as massive as a star began to tremble slightly. The 10,000 runic chains on the cauldron's exterior instantly soared into the sky as they intertwined to form a mysterious pattern in the void. Only formless suppressive force emanated out, forming a mysterious domain that sealed the void within 100 billion kilometers. Just the sealing force formed by the netherworld cauldron's domain was clearly insufficient to stop a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm expert's teleportation. But, at the same time, the suppressive auras of Pig Spirit, the treasured body of Devouring, and the archbeast emanated as well, augmenting each other invisibly. Instantly, the sealing force was reinforced, making it impregnable from this stance. It was clear that it wanted to leave behind all the invaders that had descended here today and completely annihilate them. Even heavenly Tao realm experts were no exception. It was as though it was beating a dog behind closed doors. It wanted to annihilate all of them. Roar! The archbeast's body spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers. At that moment, it raised its head and roared angrily. It took a step forward and charged at the desolate beast army. A voice transmission was emitted from it. All of you, hold back these 7 old freaks. Kill Azuri first. As for the desolate beast army, I'll deal with it. Phew, 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 phew. At the same time, an extremely sharp sound tore through the air as 4 beams of light shot out from the archbeast's massive body. They expanded with the wind and transformed into 4 heavenly kings. They lined up in a row and spanned across the void. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the desolate supremacy, level 9 perfection, half-step heavenly Tao realm. Howl! A shrill howl resounded, causing the void to tremble slightly. It gave off a terrifying feeling to one's soul. The moment the 4 heavenly kings appeared, Heavenly King Dihun raised his head and roared. The War Raja that was fused into Heavenly King Dihun's body was the Weeping Soul War Raja. The kinetic force within the War Raja was the Weeping Soul Beast Race. This War Raja, the strength of the Weeping Soul War Raja, was directly related to the level of life forms of the Weeping Soul Beasts within the War Raja. After being tempered by the Thunder Luster Spirit Mist, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts and the thousands of beehive nodes within the War Raja had all leveled up to become Weeping Soul Golden Apes. There were even 300,000 Genesis realm Weeping Soul Purple Apes among them. But that was a long time ago. Now, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts were almost all at the Undying level. Among them, there were more than 300,000 Universe Masters and more than 30,000 Universe Supremes. As Heavenly King Dihun raised his head and roared, all the Weeping Soul Beasts in the Weeping Soul War Raja began to move into thousands of beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts activated the unique Weeping Soul spirit ripple of their race and gathered at each node. Shun! Through the special pipes between the nodes, they all surged toward the core node of the core circle and gathered into one. The speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a shrill howl that was extremely sharp. Mimic, it was like the roar of a raging sea, but it was also like the sound of nature. It spread out in an instant and roared forward. The entire void space of the star sector, which covered an area of tens of billions of miles, started to tremble due to the sudden arrival of this howl. It gave off a terrifying feeling that it was enough to tear the sky apart. The various wild beasts in the army of void space beasts trembled violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a daze at this moment. It was as if their spiritual bodies were being pulled away by the howl and were about to leave their bodies. A formless tidal wave that was like an ocean in the starry sky enveloped their bodies and directly affected their souls, wreaking havoc on them. Roar! At the same time, Heavenly King of Void raised his head and let out a shocking roar. The soldier ladle insignia on his chest suddenly burned and shone brightly. The tens of millions of soldier ladles and the thousands of beehive nodes all started to move under the command of Heavenly King of Void. There were a total of more than 1,000 beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters, and inside each node, there were tens of thousands of void space soldier ladles guarding, fully activating the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle race. These unique biological frequency were all transmitted out under the guidance of the soldier ladles in each beehive node. In the thousands of beehive nodes, there are thousands of biological frequency streams like a river. In the blink of an eye, they all flowed along the pipes to the core node of the core circle. Then they gathered into one. Along with the sudden roar of Heavenly King of Void, this terrifying and mysterious biological frequency was like a tsunami. From his mouth, it instantly blasted out in all directions. There were two waves of attacks in succession. The first was the weeping soul beast, which shook the mind and caused the consciousness to be in a daze. Following that, the Heavenly King of Void War roared like a tsunami. In an instant, a large number of wild beasts exploded. The scene in the void was bloody mist everywhere. It was extremely tragic. Chapter 51-53. In an instant, as the four Heavenly Kings traversed the void, Heavenly King Di-hun and Heavenly King Su-kong each launched a wave of attacks, enveloping the entire wild beast army. Received two waves of attacks in a row. The first was Weeping Soul, which shook the mind and caused the consciousness to be in trance. Following that, the Heavenly King Su-kong let out a tsunami-like roar. In an instant, a large number of wild beasts exploded. The scene in the void was extremely tragic. In just a single exchange, the desolate beast army, which was caught off guard, suffered a heavy blow. At this time, before they could recover from their shock, the 6 great armies of the Demon Palace had already surrounded them from all directions. True, the bloody battle in the starry sky had just begun. At the same time, in the outskirts of the forbidden area of the Magic Hall, the devouring treasure body, the old pig spirit, and Shi Wanjin were facing the 7 primitive heavenly Dao old monsters, who were led by the heavenly Dao's green eye. Today, all of you will die. Screech. At this moment, the green vertical eye that was as huge as a star once again let out a shocking roar. The primeval heavens, I was completely enraged. All the wild beasts in its body had already rushed out, but that huge whirlpool was still there. The one who will die is you. A cold light flashed in Shi Wanjin's eyes. His voice rang out, but he did not hesitate at all. His entire body turned into a ray of light and shot out. His speed was extremely fast. Before the short voice of the divine sense had finished, his body had already entered the huge whirlpool and disappeared. This whirlpool was connected to the heavenly Dao's green eye's body. It was a passage. The wild beast army that was swallowed into its body previously rushed out from this passage. If Shi Wanjin entered, it was no different from entering the heavenly Dao's green eye's body. Moreover, it was impossible for him to do nothing after entering. He would definitely push his cultivation to the limit, including all kinds of bloodline abilities. He would not hesitate to use all his strength at the first moment. He, however, the lightning poison tribulation physique had a pair of infuriating teeth. After entering, he would eat everywhere as if he was swallowing. At the same time, he would fully activate the bloodline power of the lightning poison tribulation physique. Boom. Rumble. A bone-chilling thunderous roar came out from the huge green vertical eye. The huge vertical that was like a star was instantly blasted open. The corner of the eye cracked open. At the same time, it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, its body also began to tumble in the void. It was too great. The lightning in my body exploded, and it contained a strange poison. In addition, Shi Wanjin opened his mouth and gnawed at me. This was simply fatal. Even though I was primeval heaven's eye, I was caught off guard and was tormented to the brink of death. Bang! Gotcha! Without waiting for Tian Dao's green eye to catch his breath, the old pig spirit, who was walking on 2 legs, had already shot forward and arrived in front of him. The pair of large black hooves that danced like the wind directly met the corner of the green vertical eye. However, it was not just once, but one after another, densely packed like the beating of a drum. The old pig spirit was clearly ruthless. His pair of large black hooves were the hardest part of his body. Now that he was waving them like the wind, his shadow could not be seen. It was dazzling, and it directly increased his power. Under such a dense beating, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The corner of Tian Dao's green eye cracked open, and a dazzling light bloomed from within. After all, he was a powerful existence in the heavenly Dao realm. His sea of consciousness was like a blazing sun, dazzling and eye-catching. Although Tian Dao's green eye's cultivation was strong, the old pig spirit was now at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm, at the peak of the ninth step. His cultivation was stronger than his. Now that he was in close range, he raised his sturdy hooves and smashed down. In an instant, he was seriously injured. Even his consciousness fell into chaos. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was on the verge of death. However, he was not dead yet. However, it did not matter because at this moment, the devouring treasure body also made its move. Whoosh, walala. After a weak sound of something breaking through the air, it was followed by the sound of chains that covered the sky. The devouring treasure body's eyes flashed with a cold light. His figure instantly appeared in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the huge netherworld cauldron that was like a star waved the 10,000 rune chains on the outside of the cauldron down from the sky. It was like a huge seal that smashed into the right corner of Tian Dao's green eye. This was definitely a fatal blow. After all, the netherworld cauldron was made of a mysterious and powerful metal. Like the Shinnon cauldron, it was a primordial treasure of the era. Now that it had been refined by the devouring treasure body and integrated with the strange bloodline power that belonged to the devouring treasure body, its power was even stronger. It would have been fine if he was in his normal peak state, but now, Tian Dao's green eye was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The entire corner of his eye was cracked, and a corner of his blazing sea of consciousness was revealed. Even his consciousness had long fallen into chaos and was in a daze. How could he activate the power in his body to defend? The power of this blow completely smashed into the wall. An earth-shattering sound rang out in an instant. Without the slightest bit of suspense, Tian Dao's huge body, which was 50 to 60 million miles long, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and spread out. Shi Wanjin's figure was revealed. Swish! The devouring treasure body was already familiar with this. With a wave of his hand, an invisible majestic force surged out, enveloping the majestic blood mist that exploded from Tian Dao's green eye's body. In an instant, it turned into a ray of blood light and entered the devouring treasured body's body. Same as at the same time, there were more than a dozen rays of light that shot out. They were all the heavenly Dao's origin liquid, and now they were all taken advantage of by the devouring treasure body at the same time in the Forbidden Star Sky Central Territory. The bloody battle between the 6 legions of the Magic Hall and the army of desolate beasts had already entered its climax from the beginning. Wung, the heavenly king of the void, activated an invisible shockwave and roared out. This majestic and terrifying biological frequency directly caused the void to tremble faintly. The scene that entered one's eyes was extremely shocking. It gave one an illusion that the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under the sudden appearance of this high-frequency, buzzing sound. Boom! A terrifying sound that was sharp enough to tear apart the sky instantly caused everyone to temporarily lose their hearing. In front of the void, an invisible tide that was like an ocean of stars suddenly burst out. It turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it enveloped the vast expanse of void within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, enveloping the large number of desolate beasts that were rumbling in the opposite direction. The power was too strong. Even the 3 great beings of the universe couldn't withstand it. Their bodies directly exploded. Even the supreme beings of the primordial era and the supreme beings of the primordial era were seriously injured and vomited blood. It was extremely tragic. Boom! Chila, a rumble, the clear sound of silk tearing like rain resounded everywhere. This vast expanse of void that was tens of billions of miles away was instantly torn apart inch by inch within the range of the line. A large number of turbulent void streams shot out. Among them, at a few larger cracks in the void, a large number of turbulent void streams directly formed a void whirlpool that was like a black hole. No one knew how many desolate beasts and exploded flesh and blood were swallowed by it. Chilala, rumble, the clear sound of silk tearing like rain resounded everywhere. The vast expanse of void that was tens of billions of miles away was instantly torn apart inch by inch. Within the range of the line of sight, a large number of turbulent void streams shot out. Among them, at a few larger cracks in the void, a large number of turbulent void streams directly formed a void whirlpool that was like a black hole. No one knew how many desolate beasts and exploded flesh and blood were swallowed by it. It was simply a massacre in the starry sky. Space beasts below the level of a powerful being, even if they were universe supreme beings, were bound to be crushed like paper in the face of the impact of the endless storm tide surging out from the crack of the void that resembled a black hole. However, this wave of attack was only the power of the heavenly king of void. It was far from over, and it was not all. At the same time, heavenly King Blood Mosquito let out a shocking roar, and the power of Blood Mosquito Jean-La, which was integrated into its chest, also exploded. The more tragic the situation was, the more it looked like the primordial world army was going to be completely wiped out today. Roar! Screech! Screech! Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in just a few breaths' time. In just a few breaths' time, the desolate beast army suffered heavy losses and was being slaughtered one-sidedly. At the periphery of the star field, the commander of the army, Primeval Heaven's Eye, was even killed by the devouring treasure body, Sherwan Jean, and the old pig spirit. At this moment, the remaining 6 heavenly beasts finally reacted. They reflexively raised their heads and roared madly, revealing shocking anger, endless fear, and panic. They did not expect this to happen. None of them had expected such an outcome. Now, they were already filled with regret and wanted to leave as far away as possible. However, unfortunately, it was all too late. Whether it was Sherwan Jean, the devouring treasure body, or the old pig spirit, they would definitely not sit still and watch the 6 of them leave. They would definitely kill all of them here, not one less. Roar! Is this the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank? An 8th level heavenly Dao was killed in one blow. Why do I feel like I'm on the left bank? Damn the old pig spirit. How many years has it been? He's already a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th level. How'd he do all this? It's not scientific at all. We can't fight against him. Let's retreat quickly. Screech, I'm unwilling. Where there's life, there's hope. We will avenge Green Eye's death one day. Everyone, let's retreat quickly. Roar, 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 roar. As the voice sounded, the 6 ancient heavenly Dao desolate beasts raised their heads and roared, revealing endless indignation and resentment. However, they did not hesitate and immediately retreated. It wasn't that they didn't want to teleport or tear through the void to leave, but it was impossible. The devouring treasure body had already activated the Netherworld Cauldron's domain to seal the void. Again, furthermore, with Pig Spirit, Lion Wanjin, and the Empyrean Beast fully circulating their cultivation levels, even a heavenly Dao realm expert would not be able to teleport away at such a close distance. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay behind and fight to the death to avenge Primeval Heaven's Eye, but that was clearly just a beautiful wish. It was impossible to put into practice. Body as heavenly Dao realm experts, they were ancient existences that had lived for countless years. Regardless of the time, the most important thing was ultimately their lives. Heavens! They were afraid that no matter how indignant they were, knowing that they were no match for them and that they were in danger of dying, all they could do was flee. Oh, you want to leave now? It's already too late. The old pig spirit raised his head and howled. With a shake of his shoulders, he disappeared from his original spot. This was not teleportation, but extremely fast, surpassing the signs of lightning. Bam! When he reappeared, the old pig spirit was already behind a heavenly law ferocious beast, blocking his way. He stood up like a human, raised his front hooves, and smashed the heavenly law ferocious beast's body. And without any suspense, the late-stage rank 7 heavenly Tao beast's body exploded into a bloody mist, which was then sucked into the old pig spirit's mouth and swallowed. And the origin liquid of the heavenly way did not appear this time. All the origin liquid of the heavenly way old monsters in the untainted forbidden land was collected by the green eye of the untainted land. When the green eye of the heavenly way died, it was taken away by the treasured body of the devouring treasure. At the same time, the devouring treasured physique and Wanjin approached the 2 heavenly law beasts in a flash and attacked at the same time. The result was the same. The 2 heavenly law beasts couldn't withstand a single attack, and their huge bodies directly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that was devoured by the 2 of them one after another. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 heavenly Tao beasts left. When the 3 heavenly law ferocious beasts saw that old pig demon devouring treasure body, and Wanjin were so brutal, ruthless, and decisive, and even the true battle strength they displayed was far above the cultivation realm they emitted from their bodies. Their bodies shook violently in an instant. They were so frightened that they once again raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and howl. However, the momentum of their bodies did not stop at all. Instead, because they felt that death was approaching, they became more and more anxious. They were about to reach the periphery of the forbidden land of the magic hall, after sealing the void and ensuring that the heavenly beasts were unable to teleport away. The netherworld cauldron's power and the heavenly Tao suppression that came from pig spirit, the devouring treasure body, Wanjin, and the sovereign beast fully activated their cultivation bases did not cover a very large area. It was only 200 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li. As expected, the 3 heavenly Tao beasts were forced to retreat to the periphery of the forbidden land of the magic hall. Even if they rushed out of this area, at that time, the 3 old fellows could directly teleport away or tear through the void. Although the old pig spirit was powerful, he could still continue to chase after them, and there was even a possibility that he could lock onto his target and completely kill them. However, after all, he could not split himself up. His combat power and methods were not as monstrous as Yixian. There was no possibility of him chasing after 3 of them. Therefore, if that was really the case, at least 2 of the old fellows would escape, and this was absolutely unacceptable. Realizing that this situation was very likely to happen, the Emperor Beast in the distance raised its head and roared, and immediately moved. Roar! Ka-cha-cha! Boom! The Emperor Beast raised its head and roared. Following that, its head, which was as large as a star and covered with beehive-like facets, burst out with an incomparably blazing light. Only huge ball of energy appeared on the Emperor Beast's mirror head. Its speed was far faster than lightning, and it directly traversed 200 billion miles of space, arriving at the periphery of the forbidden land of the magic hall. It directly blocked the escape route of the 3 heavenly Tao beasts, and in an instant, it exploded. Roar, ka-cha-cha-boom. Heaven's roar reverberated through the void as the monarch beast raised its head and roared. Tight following that, its head, which was as large as a star and covered with beehive-like facets, burst out with an incomparably blazing light. A huge ball of energy appeared on the Emperor Beast's mirror head, its speed far faster than lightning. Straight, after traversing 200 billion miles of space, it arrived at the periphery of the forbidden land of the magic hall, directly blocking the escape route of the 3 heavenly Tao beasts, and in an instant, it exploded. Roar! Ruthless, ruthless. The gigantic ball of energy was clearly formed from pure Black Death Ray. It came from a heavenly Tao old monster like the autarch beast. Even the 3 heavenly Tao beasts did not dare to face it head-on, as they would definitely be injured if they did. Under the roar, their figures, which were originally retreating at an extremely fast speed, came to an abrupt halt in the void. Just like that, in this short moment of delay, the old pig spirit, the devouring treasure body, and Shi Wanjin had already caught up. The strength in their bodies was pushed to the limit, and each of them locked onto a target and immediately attacked. Well, bang! The old pig spirit was simple and violent. He directly stood on his hind legs, and a pair of huge black pig hooves smashed onto the head of a heavenly Tao beast, directly blasting its body into a cloud of blood mist. He then opened his mouth and devoured it. Shi Wanjin opened his mouth and spat out a huge black lightning ball, which exploded in front of a heavenly Tao ferocious beast. He had the lightning poison tribulation physique, and this lightning ball was pitch black in color. It was obvious that it was extraordinary. Half of this heavenly Tao ferocious beast's head exploded, and when Wanjin got close to it, he punched it in the chest, and its corporeal body also exploded into blood mist. As for the treasure-devouring physique, he turned into a cannonball and blasted into a ferocious beast's body, causing it to explode into a huge cloud of blood mist. Then, all the blood mist rapidly condensed and was directly devoured by him. In just 3 attacks, 3 heavenly Tao beasts had already fallen. This basically represented the end result of the Chaos Forbidden Land, as there were only 20 to 30 million ancient wild beasts left, and the strongest one was only at the desolate Supremacy Realm. It was impossible for them to escape today, and they were destined to have a tragic end. Oh, swoosh, swoosh. After getting rid of the opponent, old pig spirit raised his head and howled excitedly. In the past few years, he had been too depressed in the forbidden land of the Magic Hall. Today, he was in a good mood after killing so many wild beasts. Shi Wanjin and the devouring treasure body did not say a word. They turned to look at the forbidden land and rushed back. They stood at the edge of the forbidden land and watched coldly. Forbidden land in the Earth star field, there was still an army of more than 30 million wild beasts that were surrounded by the 4 heavenly kings and the 6 armies of the Magic Hall. The one who made the move now was the heavenly king blood mosquito. Roar, Kachacha, raising his head and roaring angrily. The sound of machinery grinding could be heard from the heavenly king blood mosquito's enormous body. A huge mouth appeared in front of his chest, visible to the naked eye. It was a dark red color that leaned towards black, like dried blood, giving people a very heavy sense of oppression. This, the front half of the core node of the 9th circle inside the mouth of the huge mouth was densely covered with extremely sharp alloy spikes. At a glance, it looked like a huge alloy porcupine. Straight, although only the side of the core node facing the mouth of the horn was covered with alloy spikes. The number of them was extremely shocking. They were too densely arranged, and the total number was as huge as 100 billion. And the hardness of these alloy spikes was also extremely shocking. They were more than 100,000 meters in diameter, several times the material of the main body of the Starry Sky Fortress. Because these alloy spikes were all made by mixing some kind of special mineral or crystal. Each of the alloy spikes was 100 feet long. If thrown as a spear, it would not be a problem to pierce through a battleship or even a fortress. This was the uniqueness of the Blood Mosquito War Raja. It was tailor-made by the forging system according to the characteristics of the mosquito race. The Blood Mosquito War Raja was definitely the only one among the 4 great War Raja that could use physical attacks, and not just energy attacks. Roar, show. As the Blood Mosquito War Raja appeared, the heavenly King Blood Mosquito raised his head and roared again. At the same time as his body rushed out, the intense high-frequency vibrating sound produced by the wings of a mosquito beast instantly came from his chest. At this moment, the countless densely packed holes like a beehive let out a low, buzzing sound, causing the entire void to tremble slightly, as if there was some kind of resonance. The high-frequency vibrating power was restrained and gathered together. From the various beehive nodes, It gathered towards the core node of the ninth ring. After the special form of the War Raja, when it rushed out of the largest outer ring of the War Raja, it instantly blew out a wrinkle in the void within the shockwave. There were clearly countless huge alloy spears made of special materials that could even pierce through stars. Right now, they were covering the sky and covering the earth as they whizzed out. Their power was simply unstoppable. Roar, screech, screech. These alloy spikes were pushed to the extreme by the formless shockwave. When they shot out, a formless ripple appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed billions of li and arrived in front of the army of desolate beasts. Like a tide, shocking roars could be heard instantly, revealing endless grief, anger, and despair. Among these desolate beasts, there were many desolate beasts and powerful beings. The rest were basically powerful beings of the three realms of the universe. Originally, they were not afraid of the attack of the Blood Mosquito War Raja and could at least avoid it. But now, under the pressure of the heavenly Tao emanating from the Emperor Beast's body, they couldn't move at all. They could only watch as the invisible shockwave wrapped in a sea of incomparably sharp alloy spears rumbled towards them. Pooh, pooh, pew, pew. There was a moment of suspense. Incomparably dull and strange sound could be heard instantly. Looking over, in the void tens of billions of li in front of them, bloody holes appeared on the bodies of countless desolate beasts. Even the powerful beings and desolate beasts were no exception. Absolute. Most of the desolate beasts exploded on the spot. Even if some did not die on the spot and were still struggling on the verge of death, they could not hold on for too long. They could not withstand it all because the four heavenly kings quickly raised their heads and roared angrily. With a flash, they rushed into the army of desolate beasts. Body after passing by, whenever they encountered a desolate beast that had not exploded but was still seriously injured, they immediately threw a punch, causing it to explode and die. This was a bloody massacre. More than 30 million strong, desolate beasts were completely annihilated in just a short time. In the blink of an eye, not a single desolate beast could be seen in space. It was suffused with boundless scarlet-red mist of blood, and it died in an expanse of space in an area of a few tens of billions of kilometers red. It was a horrifying sight, until, at this moment, this battle had completely ended. It was also at this moment that the untainted land became history. On both sides of the Milky Way, in this primordial era, its name was erased. Right bank of the Milky Way. Dang primeval heavens, I led the elite army of desolate beasts out of the forbidden land of the untainted land in the middle section of the left bank. They circled around the vast dark area at the end of the left end of the Milky Way and arrived at the forbidden land of the Magic Hall in the left section of the right bank. The news quickly spread on the right bank. Over the past few years, the various ferocious beast forbidden lands and the upper echelons of the Remenstar region on the right bank had always sent small scouting teams to lie in ambush in the distant void outside the Magic Hall's forbidden lands. They were closely monitoring everything that happened in the forbidden land of the Magic Hall. Whenever there was any movement, the news would be immediately transmitted to the various ferocious beast forbidden lands and the Remenstar region on the right bank. This was because the reputation of the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, was too great. His growth was too shocking. A few hundred years ago, he was only an immortal realm expert. In just a few hundred years, he had crossed the 3 realms of the universe and the 2 realms of supreme expert and desolate supremacy, becoming a heavenly Tao old monster. Even after entering the heavenly Tao realm, his growth did not slow down. Instead, it sped up. In just a few decades, he had already reached the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the great perfection of the 9th step. Even the entire right bank of the left bank was intimidated by him alone. Even the 6th-ranked ferocious beast on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list was no match for him and was killed in public. Therefore, as for the appearance of the nether wolf and black blood fiend crocodile, these 2 terrifying old geezers of the prehistoric world, they were actually unable to suppress him, and they took the initiative to exile him within the boundless chaotic flows of the prehistoric world that was filled with danger, because the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had not perished and was only banished on his own accord. Even though the upper echelons of the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands and the Remnant Star region coveted the magic hall's Forbidden Lands, they did not dare to make a move. They sent out small teams of scouts to monitor the distant void outside the magic hall's Forbidden Lands. On one hand, they wanted to see if the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would return. On the other hand, they wanted to find out more about the overall strength of the magic hall's Forbidden Lands. When the primeval heavens I descended with 7 heavenly Dao, ferocious beasts, and charged into the magic hall's Forbidden Lands, summoning Pangda's army of tens of millions of desolate beasts to attack the magic hall's Forbidden Lands. The scouts hiding in the distant void immediately reported this matter back to their respective Forbidden Lands and Star Regions factions. When this matter had just started, the heavenly Dao's old monsters and peak desolate supremacies from the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands and the remnant Star Region's Forbidden Lands had already secretly rushed over. They hid in the distance and watched everything closely. However, they did not expect that a total of 8 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, including the primeval heaven's eye, leading an army of tens of millions of desolate beasts, including hundreds of desolate supremacies and thousands of powerful figures, would be completely slaughtered in less than the time it took to eat a meal. Including the primeval heaven's eye, who was a level 8 heavenly Dao expert, not a single one of them managed to escape. They were all wiped out. Dang, when the battle came to an end and everything was over, the distant void of the magic hall's Forbidden Lands fell into a deathly silence. Following that, there were sounds of gasps and all sorts of shocked cries that resounded through the void hiss. This is too shocking. Such a grand army was actually wiped out in just the time it took to eat a meal. The strength of the magic hall's Forbidden Lands is actually this strong. Heavens, that black pig is actually at the peak of level 9 heavenly Dao. How did that fellow cultivate? It's simply heaven-defying. There's also that Emperor Beast. Although it's only at level 5 heavenly Dao, with the 4 mechanical mantids integrated into its body, its true battle strength is probably comparable to that of a level 7 heavenly Dao expert. Other than that, there are actually 2 heavenly Dao old monsters in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Lands that we've never seen before. One of them is at level 4 heavenly Dao, and he actually stole the primeval heaven's eye's netherworld furnace. The other is at level 7 heavenly Dao. Where did these 2 fellows come from? It doesn't matter where they came from. What's important is that the Magic Hall's Forbidden Lands are not something we can provoke. 8 heavenly Dao experts were wiped out in the time it took to eat a meal. This kind of strength, even if placed on the left bank of the Milky Way, will be considered to be in the middle class. Let's disperse. It's not good to stay here any longer. Even if the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, hasn't returned, this Magic Hall's Forbidden Lands are not something we can mess with. If we continue to stay here, it would be bad if we cause a misunderstanding. That's right. Just the Magic Hall's Forbidden Lands are already so strong. Once the master of the Magic Hall returns, including his battle strength, who in the entire right bank can go against him? We can't afford to offend him. We can't afford to offend him. Roar. Ruthless. In the end, these heavenly Dao old monsters and peak barren supremacies raised their heads and roared, revealing their unwillingness. However, they didn't stay any longer. They led the scouts sent by their respective forces and retreated, leaving far away. At least they're tactful. The treasure-devouring body's divine sense had been paying close attention to everything that happened outside the Magic Hall's Forbidden Lands. At this moment, seeing these peak barren supremacies and heavenly Dao old monsters from the right bank's Forbidden Lands and the abandoned Star region, leaving one after another, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "Fight!" The cleanup began and ended very quickly. The 6 armies of the Magic Hall went back to where they came from. Soon, they dispersed and returned to the abandoned stars in the depths of the Forbidden Lands. The entire forbidden grounds of the Demon Hall once again regained its tranquility. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that an earth-shattering massacre had just taken place here. Even the old monsters of the heavenly Tao had fallen in this place. 1 month later, right bank in the vast dark area in front of the shore, in the silent void around the base camp of the Source Nest Star. Swoosh! A weak sound broke through the air, and an undetectable light appeared. Yi Xian's figure instantly appeared. He looked around as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously clenched his fists. This lord is back. Without stopping, before his voice faded, his figure had already swept out. He instantly arrived at the distant Source Nest Star and swept it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he landed on the surface of the star. Source, there were no longer any patrolling scouts on the surface of the Source Nest Star. All of them were lurking in the dark. This was also under Yi Xian's orders. Now that the 2 banks of the Milky Way weren't peaceful, he was afraid that a cosmos expert would pass by and notice something amiss. Dang! However, if someone were to really suppress their figure and stop on the surface of the Source Nest Star, the upper echelons of the base camp would immediately take action and kill them to prevent the news from leaking out. Such as the Source Nest Star had long been devoured by the giant life plume on the Wild Dragon battleship. Beneath the shallow layer of rock on the surface was the entire giant life plume. It was extremely massive. Heavens! Even if a heavenly Tao realm expert were to descend, the giant life plume on the Wild Dragon battleship would be caught off guard and annihilate them with a full-powered strike. The Source Nest Star was massive to begin with, and now it had become the giant life plume on the Wild Dragon battleship. The interior of the giant life plume used spatial folding technology, so it was extremely vast with no end in sight. After Yi Xian entered the interior of the star, the news of his return quickly spread. Looking around, there were large numbers of ferocious astral beasts surging over.